Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with abundant favor these your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, we are right away continuing with the ministerial policy statements. Chairperson, East African EAC Committee. I can accord the statement.
Presentation of the reports on policy statement for the policy statement on the East African Community Affairs Ministry.
That's on item number 4. Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I am here to present the report of the Committee on East African Community Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2023-2024 for the Ministry of East African Community Affairs. And Right Honorable Speaker, before I present the report, allow me lay on table a copy of the report and a file containing minutes of the committee proceedings while we process the ministerial policy statement. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
And Right Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence that I'll present the summary of the report since it's already uploaded on the iPads. The executive summary. The Committee on East African Community Affairs, in accordance with Article 155(4) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rules 149(1) and Rule 189 of the Rules of Procedure, has reviewed the part relating to Vote 021, Ministry of East African Community Affairs, and now reports. Background: the Ministry of East African Community Affairs was established in 2007 by Article 8(3)(a) of the EAC Treaty as amended, which enjoins partner states to establish ministries responsible for EAC affairs. The mandate of the ministry is to steer Uganda's regional integration agenda in accordance with the objectives of the treaty for the establishment of the East African Community. The Summit of the East African Community, heads of states, agreed to appoint ministers solely responsible for East African Community affairs resident in the partner states' capitals as means of expediting the regional integration process towards the EAC political confederation. According to the EAC Treaty, the regional integration process is envisaged to proceed through 4 pillars, namely the customs union, the common market, the monetary union, and the political confederation. An overview of the pillars of integration and key achievements. 1.1, the customs union protocol came into force in 2005. Under this protocol, the partner states agreed to have zero tariff on goods produced within the region and a common external tariff for goods from outside the region. The Common Market Protocol came into force on the 1st of July 2020. It provides for the free movement of goods, free movement of persons, free movement of labor or workers, free movement of services, free movement of capital, the right of establishment, and the right of residence. The Monetary Union Protocol was signed on the 30th of November 2013. It outlines the roadmap for the establishment of the Monetary Union and provides for a progressive convergence of their currencies into a single currency in the community. And under the political confederation pillar, the 18th summit of the EAC heads of states adopted the EAC, the East Africa Political Confederation, as a transitional model for the East African Political Federation, and the consultations are ongoing. 1.2.
No, Chair, that's not, we shall not finish. If we had finished all our reports by tomorrow. Okay? So
it's okay.
Go straight to the vote.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the guidance. Under the key achievements, we can read what has been achieved by the ministry under these pillars, under the common market, under the customs union, the monetary union, and the political confederation. It's already enumerated. Allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, in that case, move to page 19 of the report, where we have committee observations and recommendations. Page 19.
And Chair, ICT committee, wherever you are, you're next, I hope.
Committee observations and recommendations. 8.1, inadequate allocation of funds for core activities. Observation. The committee noted that during the consideration of the National Budget Framework paper, the Budget Committee made several recommendations to provide additional funding to MIACA to enable it to undertake various activities, which included the following: 1.762 billion for countrywide data collection and verification of all claimants of the defunct ESC employees using the existing district local government structures. This exercise is to be concluded within one financial year. 2.2 billion to facilitate MIACA to participate in key regional mandatory and statutory meetings and ministerial engagements. Also 1.4 billion to facilitate MIACA to source for market information to effectively carry out public sensitization and awareness of the ESC integration and trade opportunities for the benefit of all Ugandans. It also provided for 0.460 billion to facilitate MIACA for coordinating regional and national efforts towards drafting of the ESC Political Confederation Constitution for in the financial year 2023-24. 3.25 billion for coordination and promotion of Kiswahili as an official language, and the 0.680 billion to provide for to enable the ministry to participate in international engagements. However, Right Honorable Speaker, none of the recommendations that were adopted by this House were considered by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The committee therefore reiterates its earlier recommendation to provide funding for the above priority areas. 8.2, payment of ESC gratuity for pension arrears. Observation. On 12th April 2023, the House adopted the report of the committee on payment of former employees of the defunct ESC, in which the ministry was instructed to hold countrywide verification and validation of pensioners and reconstruction of files for pensioners whose files were incomplete. As a result of this directive, Right Honorable Speaker, MIACA will require a provisional sum of 10 billion to pay former employees whose files will have been fully verified or fully reconstructed. Right Honorable Speaker, even if I don't go into the details, I can read the recommendation since this was discussed. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development avails 1.762 billion to facilitate MIACA for verification and validation exercise of former employees of the defunct ESC. In addition, a provision of 10 billion should be made for payment of eligible former employees whose files will have been fully verified and or fully reconstructed. On law sensitization and public awareness on ESC integration matters, the committee observed that despite the earlier recommendation to enhance awareness, there is still low public awareness and sensitization of Ugandans on ESC integration, which continues to disadvantage Ugandans from benefiting from the ESC integration. Right Honorable Speaker, on this, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development avails Uganda shillings 1.702 billion to facilitate MIACA to effectively carry out public awareness or public sensitization and awareness on the ESC integration for the benefit of Ugandans. And on 8.4, inadequate funding for implementation of ESC resolutions and directives. The committee observed that the implementation of ESC resolutions and directives continue to be curtailed by the apparent inadequate funding, which consequently hampers the implementation of the integration agenda in Uganda. Additionally, lack of a legal framework mandating MIACA to compel affected MDAs to domesticate ESC resolutions and directives into policies, laws, budgets, and programs continue to frustrate the integration. The ministry only performs a coordination and supervisory role, which is not only critically underfunded, but also ESC resolutions are not often given priorities by most MDAs. The committee therefore recommends that Ministries, departments, and agencies should prioritize implementation of EAC resolutions passed by the Council of Ministers and the Summit. All MDAs should work towards domesticating and implementing all EAC resolutions and directives into policies, laws, budgets, and programs. 8.5, EAC mandatory and statutory meetings. The committee was informed that MIACA has on a number of occasions failed to participate in key regional meetings due to lack of funding. Attending regional meetings, participating in bilateral engagements, joint permanent commissions, and trade negotiations is key for Uganda to benefit from the EAC integration. Lack of participation in these meetings greatly affect Uganda's position in the negotiations. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development avails funding of Uganda shillings 2.2 billion to facilitate MIACA to participate in the key ministerial, statutory, and regional mandatory meetings. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, on 8.6, development funds stroke retooling of Ministry of East African Community Affairs, the committee was informed that upon recruitment of new staff in MIACA, the ministry requires Uganda shillings 0.215 billion for retooling to enable the newly recruited staff to perform their duties. Furthermore, the committee was informed that Uganda shillings 1.78 billion is needed to purchase one vehicle for the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Community Affairs, 2 pickup vehicles to boost the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of East African Community Affairs security, 2 motor vehicles for technical officers, and 2 vehicles to complement public awareness campaigns. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development avails Uganda shillings 1.995 billion to facilitate MIACA on this development expenditure. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 24, the table summarizes the funding gap for which the committee calls upon the House to support the ministry with this budget. The total funding gap is Uganda shillings 23.449 billion. On page 25, Right Honorable Speaker, we have a table of supply. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that Parliament adopts this report and approves the budgetary estimate as follows. For the financial year 2023-2024, Uganda shillings 1,285,111,000 for wage, Uganda shillings 36,380,231,000 for non-wage, and Uganda shillings 215,180,000 for GOU development. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
No, can you, the total? Read the total.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Right Honorable Speaker, the total supply is Uganda shillings 38,361,231,000. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Chair and members. Thank you. I'll pick 5 colleagues and then we go to the next. Yes, Dr. Banika, Honorable Rem Richa. Youth. Giantonde and Paparu.
Thank you.
We have many statements. I'll be picking you correct. The one I've picked in this, I won't pick on the next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the chairperson for a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, last year in April, the Democratic Republic of Congo join the East African community. The Democratic Republic of Congo is a huge market and provides opportunity for trade and for growing the economy of Uganda. This nation has invested heavily in the infrastructure in terms of roads, but also in terms of providing security. I wanted to hear in this report how Uganda has come up with a strategy to benefit our people and the funding towards that strategy. In the report, it is very clear that they did not provide for money for market information. And this is very critical for our traders, very critical for the people of Uganda in order to harness and also benefit from that market. So I would want to clarity from the chairperson and also from the ministry on our strategy. And then lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, about the gratuity and the pension for the workers of the defunct East African community. Most of them, they are now dead. And those who are living, they are in their tail end. They have been waiting for ages for them to be paid. They went to court and court ruled in their favor, but they are not paid. And we seem not to be have provided for funds in this ministerial statement. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pray that the 10 billion becomes a priority so that these old people and their families benefit from the works of their hands. I so submit, Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you. Thank you, Honorable colleague. Now, colleagues, when we are submitting on this, we have to limit ourselves within the priorities that were covered in the NPS. We can't introduce new items, okay, at this stage. So you have to ensure that your submission is in line with the priorities that are covered in the NPS. Otherwise, if you make a recommendation that is not within the priorities, we can't introduce a new item at this stage. Either funded or unfunded, they were captured as priorities. Honorable Mricha.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the chair for the good report. The Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I think as a country, I'm so surprised with the minutes of finance when there are recommendations made by the committee and they are not taken into consideration. It's so hurting because the chair really told us what happened in the last this financial that we are ending, that they made a recommendation of 1.4 billion to be set aside to help in the market information. You know, East Africa now is growing big. Congo is now part of us. We have Sudan and all other countries. We have potential of selling our products in these countries, but people lack information. People don't have information. So I really want to urge this parliament to prevail over the Minister of Finance so that these recommendations that are done, the monies are provided. And two, it's about Kiswahili. Swahili is something that really we should go for as East Africa. We have our traders who move to Tanzania, move to Kenya, but get middlemen to help them in connecting with the other traders. Some of them are, sometimes they are cheated. So I want really to urge government through parliament that this money, 3.5 billion, should be really provided so that even parliament, sometimes here we should really have a session of Swahili, no problem, so that we have a language that unites us as South African. Lastly, it's about integration awareness. The Right Honorable Speaker, people don't know is the issue of East African integration. It's just on paper. When you go to our areas, people just, it's like a myth. So at least this money is 1.7 should be provided so that people get to know what is East African integration, so that they own the mission and work towards that goal. I want to thank you, the Right Honorable.
Thank you. I'd pick Honorable Nyamatoro. So Honorable Sirwanyi, we've already picked people. You have just entered, so we already picked people to speak on this. I request you be patient. I'll pick you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last year in July, Cabinet passed a resolution under the revised curriculum that Swahili as a language be made compulsory in both primary and secondary school. As it is now, Right Honorable Speaker, we get time as youth members of parliament and make routine visits to different schools on a surprise occasion. There are barely any Swahili teachers in these schools. The students are confused on what to do because they have to sit tests and exams at the end of the day and they have nothing to attest to. So my plea, Right Honorable Speaker, is to the Ministry of Finance. Priorities as these of education that is fundamental in the country should not be neglected. Ministry of Finance has over time cut down the education budget at the cost of the young people that are in schools. Right Honorable Speaker, 3.25 billion to support the ministry to enroll Swahili as a program and have teachers trained across the country is not something that this parliament can fail to appropriate. Let Ministry of Finance do its job, for we have done ours, because the education of our children cannot be compromised at any cost. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nyamatoro, we still have a job to do. We haven't done ours. We have what we discretionary funds under the budget. If we find it a priority, we go through those discretionary funds and we provide money. That's when we should have done, because at this stage, well, the Minister of Finance can bring a core agenda, but within the budget provided to us, we can still take action. So I think it is very important for colleagues to know that we have not yet finished our job. They are still doing it. I'm not seeing committee chairpersons. I need committee chairpersons in so that we present reports and we finish. If they are in the corridors, please whips help me. I need committee chairpersons in so that we present reports and we finish. Lilian?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson for the good report. On the area of participation in key regional mandatory and statutory meetings, it is not an area that has been prioritized. And for me, this is a key area. I come from a border district, and there's a lot of illegal trade going on within the border districts. The people within the areas of West Nile bordering Congo trade illegally because they believe, and the fact is that some items in Congo are cheaper than the items in Uganda. So they trade in fuel, sugar, and other items. Congo has joined the East African community. We're looking forward for common markets and common rates across the East African community countries. In the processes of these illegal trades, people lose lives because along the way with URA, they interject, and at times we end up losing lives in such a confusion because the illegal traders at times end up being sought by the URA operatives. So this area of participating in the statutory regional meetings should be financed so that we add our voice to the common East African regulations, especially in the areas of market. I also want to add my voice on the issue of awareness on East African, the existence of the East African community. I got interested in an area where they said they need to buy 2 vehicles to complement public awareness. I wanted to understand what is this public awareness. You need vehicles to do public awareness and campaign. For me, that area is a redundant area. Such money should be allocated for better activities within the ministry. There are also common terms, retooling, which is running across our budgets. And it is also here in this report. Retooling means so many things by different ministries. And at times when we are assessing the previous budgets, we realize those are redundant budgets that people can easily use for anything in form of retooling. So as Parliament, it is very important for us to be specific on those areas so that people don't end up misusing the funds we appropriate. Thank you.
Yes. Under what rule, Honorable? Thank you. Under what rule?
59, I'm the privilege of a member of parliament, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I move under the privilege of a member of parliament to raise a procedural matter. And the procedural matter I'm raising, Right Honorable Speaker, from yesterday, when we started receiving the ministerial policy statement, we received trade, we received agriculture, and now we are receiving the East African ministry budget. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the proposals, these are the same proposals that were given in the previous financial year, and they were never respected.
Honorable,
I was looking at the budget performance. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm
Honorable
driving.
colleague, can you first take a seat? Honorable colleague, points that can disrupt a debate are provided for under Rule 78. Rule 59 is for motions. Please. Please. I don't want us to do guesswork, okay? Whom had I picked? I had picked a colleague already. I had picked Honorable Enos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank
You see,
the,
Honorable colleague, there are many ways of approaching me, but when you try to be clever, then it's wrong. Okay?
thank you, Chair. I want to thank the committee and headed by the chair for the good report. But I want to make observations. Actually, I want to seek guidance from the speaker and one of your members. On page 22, the committee is noting that there is lack of legal framework mandating the ministry to compel affected MDAs to domesticate the resolutions from the community. I'm wondering why we should be limited, funding should be limiting us to do this work, bringing in laws that can mandate the ministry. I want to, unfortunately, the minister is not here. I don't know whether there's somebody representing the ministry. I think this is something we can do without waiting for the budget. We can work within the current budget or the additional resources to at least bring laws that allow us to domesticate the resolutions of the community. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice on supporting the committee on funding mandatory and statutory meetings. Uganda is one of the countries that has been spearheading the integration of the community and supporting all the protocols. It is very unfortunate if we cannot fund the mandatory meetings. Every time we do not attend these meetings, we are not showing our commitment to the cause. So I want to compel Parliament and the Budget Committee to provide resources for these mandatory meetings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sarani.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for your ruling, and next time I will consult. It was an oversight. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise under Rule
Just
78.
raise your point.
Right Honorable Speaker, the point I was raising is that when you look at the budget performance for the previous proposals that were made in different ministries, Right Honorable Speaker, nothing was completely done. Actually, 40% or even less than 40% was respected. Now today, Right Honorable Speaker, Minister of East Africa is coming up with very good proposals, promoting Kiswahili, promoting trade, integration. All these proposals are very brilliant, Right Honorable Speaker. But we are attaching a budget to them. And when this comes to pass, we pass as Parliament, it is not respected, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural matter I'm raising would need to be procedural, right Honorable Speaker, for you to first invite the Minister of Finance here, commit himself, because we are doing an exercise, Right Honorable Speaker, but when you look at the budget performance, nothing. Actually, I thought, Right Honorable Speaker, if we had reviewed and saw the achievements we did in the previous years that have ended, Right Honorable Speaker, it would even be better, because we are passing a budget, but these proposals are not going to be respected. Yet these committees have taken time, members have taken their time to look at all these documents. So the procedural matter I'm raising would be procedural right for you to invite the Minister of Finance to first come here and commit themselves that what we are passing, they are going to respect Parliament, and they are going to respect what we are going to pass as ministerial policy statements, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, this is really a valid concern, Honorable colleague. A valid concern, because maybe are we supplying air? We, but you see, the only limitation now, I have honorable colleagues. These reports we are considering now, the process is clearly provided for under Rule 149. I can't go outside Rule 49, whereby we receive the reports here, we debate them, and we refer them to the budget committee. But I think it's very critical for the budget committee to emphasize this. And then also that commitment before we pass a budget here. Okay, and that's why I was saying we don't need to do the practice which I used not to appreciate, of stampeding on the budget. Okay, the budget committee is signing a report, and the speaker is here waiting for the budget. The speaker also even handles the report he or she has not read. Now, how do I handle a report which I haven't read? And I'm going to commit trillions. Okay, and I'm going to guide the House in committing trillions. So we've made it very clear, the budget committee must finish the report in time. We applaud it. We give it a day of debate. We pass it when members know what they've passed. Okay? So I think at that stage, we shall be able to first make a minister commit. Honorable Jonathan, you wanted to add something on it?
Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2020, we underwent the same process. And I remember we are seated outside in the tent, and we raised this matter, how the recommendations made by the different committees and the implication of adopting some of the recommendations in the minority report, how it would impact on the budget. That time, the late Speaker Jacob Olanya was seated, and he made a proposal that we should have carried forward to review some of our rules and the PFMA. That the government argument at that time, the executive, was that this resource envelope is now determined, and they may not be able to accommodate within the budget the recommendations, but in the subsequent years they would consider those recommendations first. And that is where I see Honorable Silwanyi coming from, where the executive is constrained to accommodate. In the subsequent years, they have time to integrate the proposals by this House. I think that is the direction that we should take, that should help us move forward going from now.
Thank you. And also, honorable colleagues, the alternative budget was submitted in time. So since it was submitted in time, I hope the budget committee and the committees have considered the views in the alternative budget. Because this helps us, especially on issues of minority and all that. So I hope they consider, especially when they are doing consolidation, They look at the priorities when they are doing reallocation proposals. They look at all these issues, ensure they are considered. Colleagues, I want us to move because we are holding ourselves back. Procedure?
Raising under Rule 50, attendance ministers to attend the House to answer questions. Right Honorable Speaker, I want you to compel the government chief whip to call the ministers to this House, because some of the issues we're discussing right now, they need their answers. For example, unfortunately, when I was raising my issues, Honorable Sirwani was talking to you. I was asking a question, for example, as to why we are failing to domesticate the East African resolutions. And such a question would be well answered if the minister is here, because it does not need, it's not about the budget constraints. The little money that she has, I believe she can push for domestication of these laws. So
Okay.
is it procedurally right for us to continue discussing these ministerial policy statements without the ministers in charge of the ministries?
Honorable Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Government Chief Whip endeavors every day to officially notify all ministers to be personally present in Parliament. In this particular case, including this morning, ministers were notified, and I have it on record, to be present, listen to the reports of the committees, sector by sector. If there are issues that are raised, they respond to. Maybe it is high time we invoke the rules. It is high time we invoke the rules, because the rules of every game is set before, and we have the rules. If there are people who are failing to comply, the rules of procedure of Parliament can be invoked. Just like in any game, you can be warned, you can be given a yellow card, but if the fault is beyond, you can even be given a red card.
Thank you. Now, this is very good clearance from the Chief Whip. Okay? But also, the rest are a bit administrative, we shall talk. But today, after lunch break, Honorable Chief Whip, I'll give you time before we go to the statements to present, lay on table, and give some little bit of detail, the rota which the ministers have worked on, so that we know which minister is supposed to be appearing on which day, and we start holding them accountable. Rob?
Right Honourable Speaker, I know that some ministers are in hiding. I know that some ministers are in hiding because of the work the police is doing, but that cannot stop us from proceeding as Parliament. That's why I don't see the ministers of finance and many others. But we are concerned about the way they frustrate our work as Parliament. Even as we proceed now, it looks as if passing these statements is a ritual, because of when they bring the statements. On the 15th of March is the deadline, but they can even bring them at the end of Feb. But they bring them towards the end or on the day of deadline. We would use the whole of March to process, and then the 2 weeks in April would be debating so that all members have enough time. Now we have to get just 5 members to debate, and then others have to wait. And we don't sit on all the sector committees. So at the end of the day, when they don't do their work in time, right, Honourable Speaker, it affects us. So we need to put it very clearly that this is the last time we shall allow them to bog down our work, because they just bring, and it is deliberate, bring them towards the end so that you bog them down. It is very deliberate. So you need to really make it clear to them that this is the last time, because we have in the past said last time, but it has not been the last. This should be the very last time that we allow you to bog us down. Thank you.
Thank you. I totally agree with the rope. I totally agree with the rope. And Honorable Chief Whip, in the afternoon, any minister who won't be here, I won't admit their policy statement on the floor. That's number one. And number two, that means I want to refer a committee report to the budget committee. And that means the budget committee cannot process a budget for that ministry. Okay, so that's very, very clear. There's no negotiation about it. Let's have this, let us be lenient a bit. We give them up to 1 p.m. Okay, from 1 p.m., any minister who want to be here, I will not admit the report. And I'm finishing tomorrow. I want to give you this information. I'm not going beyond the deadline tomorrow. That's what the deadline is. It's statutory. Everyone knows it. This is an activity that happens once in a year. So if once in a year you can't have a day for parliament to process your budget. By the way, how are you going to run your ministry? How are you going to run your ministry if you don't have a budget? Okay. Is Chair Finance here? I need Chair Finance in the house. I need Chair Finance in the house. Number two, colleagues. I had expected the rope to appreciate us because these policy statements used to be bundled. The debate used to be bundled. They would just report, and then they bundle the debate. But now we have said no for each sector, even if it's only 10 minutes. So I'm constrained by time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have picked only 5 members. Yeah, so next time we shall ensure that at least we reach 10 members. But also we are tactical in a way. There are sectors like infrastructure, I ensure I pick more than 10, like health, like those service-related sectors, ensure we give them water.
Right, Honorable Speaker, we appreciate the pain you're going through, the circumstances under which you're working. We appreciate, we are only saying it is not your problem. It is the problem of the ministers who are not here, who don't do their work well, and those who are hiding from the police.
After finance, ICT, then defense and internal affairs, I want us to do all morning. Chief Whip, you wanted to say something? I think you're done, you're okay. Yeah, colleagues, the issues were very clear. There was nothing controversial, not what. So I now put a question that the report of the Committee on East African Community Affairs and the Ministerial Policy Statement for financial year 2023-2024 for the Ministry of East African Community Affairs be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the committee. The report is referred to the Budget Committee for processing.
Consideration of the reports of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the Ministerial Policy Statements for financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Chair. Procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We have been debating the report for the East African Community Ministry.
No, we are not debating. We are done.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. Okay, we are done, right, Honorable Speaker. However, the question I want to raise, members were raising issues that needed response, right, Honorable Speaker. Now, where does that fall?
Please, Honorable colleague.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
I have told you I listened properly. Okay? I was listening properly. Most of the issues which you're talking about were not of a financial nature. You see, when we are processing ministerial policy statements, the debate, anything to do with the submission on the debate, must have a financial implication because we are referring to the budget committee, either to look for money or reduce money. So issues of a policy nature are not for this stage. And I guided since yesterday. Issues of a policy nature, where I feel there are issues to do with financing and gaps, I ensure. Number two, I have not received any communication from the Minister for East African Affairs that she's not here or has sent a representative. Now, Minister of Foreign Affairs is totally different from Minister of East African Affairs. I don't want to mistake Honorable Murimba's being here as representing East African community because I have not been informed that he or she is standing here. Okay? So I want to be very clear. So what if I call a minister and there is no minister? So when you have a minister representing you, you inform the speaker that I've delegated so and so to handle my docket. I cannot use guesswork. And that's why I called the chief whip. The chief whip would have informed me that the minister for regional cooperation is standing in for the Minister for East African Affairs. I didn't receive that. So I don't have a Minister for East African Affairs here. Chair committee.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity for the Committee on Finance to present its report. I've prepared an executive summary which summarizes the report, and the report also has been uploaded. Right Honorable Speaker, Article 155(4) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rule 148 of Rule of Procedure of Parliament, the Sector Committee on Finance Planning and Economic Development was tasked to process ministerial policy statement of 15 votes. In light of the above, I now take this opportunity to present to this House for the consideration and adoption of the report of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development. In respect of ministerial policy statement for the financial year 2023-2024. The report is structured in 3 parts. The first part is the introduction. The second part is an overview of the sector's budget performance for financial year 2021-2022 and the first half of financial year 2022-2023, the half year
Procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am raising a point of procedure, but I also want to inform you that I'm a member of the Committee on Finance Planning and Economic Development. The point of procedure I want to raise is, while also seeking guidance from you, is yesterday when we were debating, one of the members of this house referred to rules of procedure, Rule 183, on the roles of the sectoral committees. And one of the specific roles, and I think very key roles of the committees, is to ensure that we have a detailed analysis of the submissions from the MDS, so that what comes out of these MPSs and the recommendations therefrom inform the budget that we are planning to prepare. Now, I want to seek some guidance from you, Right Honorable Speaker. In a situation where the MDA has not provided the necessary information that can heavily make members of the committee to assess, to evaluate, and recommend to this House the proposals from that particular MDA. Is it procedure right to go on with less informed recommendation? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable, satisfaction is a relative word. It's a relative word. Because the people who signed the report are satisfied with the information they got. Those ones who didn't, who have not signed, maybe are not satisfied. So, in such a circumstance where you are not satisfied, you write a minority report. Okay? But we have a deadline, which we must. So, if it's not a signed report by member, then I would be having a problem, but it's a report signed by members. So meaning some were satisfied, others are still not yet satisfied. Now, these are issues we bring here, we debate, and we make recommendations to the budget committee. That would be my guiding. Chair, continue.
The report, as I was saying, is structured in 3 parts. The first part is the introduction. The second part is an overview of the sector's budget performance for financial year 2021-2022, and the first half of financial year 2022-2023. This covers real sector, monetary, fiscal performance, fiscal, and then physical performance. And that is from pages 9 to pages 33. Part 3 is an overview of the sector's budget proposal for financial year 23-24, and that is from pages 34 to pages 57. Part 4 is the committee's observation and recommendation, which are from pages 58 to pages 87. Right Honorable Speaker, the 15 votes under the committee and their respective mandates are presented from pages 2 to page 5 of the report. For the record, there are 14 votes under the direct supervision of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The other vote is Office of the Auditor General, which is part of Parliament, with a mandate under the committee's jurisdiction.
Chair, you have 20 minutes, so start from page 58.
Okay, page 58, we have the general, first we have the general observation, pragmatic approach to planning and budgeting, which is 4.1. The committee observes that whereas the National Development Plan, whereas the National Development Plan 3 migrated from sector to program-based budgeting, parliamentary analysis, vote budget remained under sector committees. This matter was referred to the Sector Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on 29th January, but no report has been brought to the House for consideration. In effect, the committee being the lead committee that covers the development plan implementation program did not interact with some agencies that contribute to the program. Such agencies include Office of the President, Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs, as well as Kampala Capital City Authority. Our recommendation, the committee recommends that the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs expedites the task of advising Parliament on aligning sector committees as provided for under Rule 189 to accommodate program-based budgeting and processing of budgets for spending agencies of government. Ministerial Policy Statement. The committee observes that the provision of section 13 and 14 and 15 are instructive on what committees ought to consider during the processing of ministerial policy statements. Given the short period given to the committee, the process given to the committee to process 15 ministerial policy statements, almost at the same time initiate the processing of tax bills, it becomes hard for a thorough analysis of the policy statement. The committee further observes that there is total silence on counterpart funding for loan projects presented in ministerial policy statements. A further observation is made on lack of separation of donor and domestic development financing in the work plans produced of the program budgeting system, PBS. And the committee recommends that in the next budgeting round, votes should submit their draft ministerial policy statement to the office of the clerk pending formulating at a later date as provided for in the Public Finance Management Act. This would enable the committees with many votes to have reasonable time to go through the costed work plans and seek clarification from spending agencies ahead of the formal hearing in Parliament. The committee further recommends that the PBS should expressly provide counterpart funding where there is need for one. Economic modeling, I think I'll skip that. Now, these are now the vote specific issues. Page 59, 50. Vote 008, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic.
Chair, you don't need to read the whole detail in terms of observation. Ensure we get a picture and then a recommendation.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable. The committee observes that in financial year 23-24 budgeting cycle, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has laid before Parliament physical documents not backed by any empirical studies to guide policy making. Specifically, all the tax proposals in the tax bills were not based on any single study to assess the effect on revenue collection as well as the economy. The committee has established from, I read all this because it's a bond of contention. The committee has established from the ministerial policy statement of the vote that the macroeconomic policy department in the ministry has an annual budget of shillings 1.724 billion. 1.724 billion to support the macroeconomic model, which never produces any estimates to guide tax policy. The committee also observes that the ministry is not able to demonstrate any tax policy studies undertaken by the tax policy department for any other department, including the macroeconomic policy department. This failure to undertake tax policy studies has fed into the committee's inability to quantitatively guide the House of the effect of changes in tax policy on tax efforts and the economy. The committee therefore recommends that the minister ensures that the macroeconomic policy department supports the tax policy department to produce impact studies on all the current tax heads, as well as the proposed tax measures to be included in financial year 24-25 tax bills. The committee further recommends that the macro modeling team is supported with all the necessary tools to produce studies on topical issues like the impact of capitalization of Post Bank, Agricultural Credit Facility, Uganda Development Bank, as well as other programs like Youth Livelihood Program and the EMIOGA and the Parish Development Model PDM. The next part is on the Parish Development Model. We note some of the challenges. We note the pillars of the Parish Development Model, and then we note the challenges. I think we've had a lot on this recently. On that, the committee is recommending that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development continues to engage the responsible local government to ensure that the areas of omission and commission around still unfunded PDM circles are addressed. There are a number of circles that have not yet received the money, and we are recommending that this is expedited in liaison with the different government departments that are responsible. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should immediately disperse at least 50 million to each of the 9,760 circles that have passed the requirement for disbursement. This will bring the total amount of money released to each of the circle to Uganda shillings 75 million each for the period up to the third quarter for the financial year 22-23. Financing of Uganda Development Bank. Financing of Uganda Development Bank, the committee is recommending that Uganda Development Bank be capitalized with additional resources to serve more Ugandan enterprises. Accumulated gold exports. On accumulated gold, accumulated revenue on gold export, the committee to inquire into the circumstances that the committee recommends that relevant committee inquire into the circumstances that led to the write-off of accumulated revenue of Uganda shillings 573 billion and the implication on the current legal provision on the resources mobilization potential for the country. And then the committee also recommends that Uganda Revenue Authority should undertake to collect all tax areas due from the export of gold following the enactment of the Mining and Minerals Act 2022. Special operations, that's vote 130. The committee recommends that Parliament, together with the executive, identifies Uganda shillings 877 billion within the entire budget as cost as statutory and therefore unavoidable, but to be paid on the dates when they fall due. Now, here there is a number of statutory obligations which should have been budgeted for. And this includes the payment of promissory notes for Rural Hospital. It includes local and a number of other expenses. They are not budgeted before. They are being shown in the budget as unfunded priority. So the committee is recommending that that issue is resolved because these are statutory obligations which the executive has to, which have to be paid. National Planning Authority, with the National Planning Authority, the committee recommends that an additional Uganda shillings 5.8 billion be allocated to NPA for the support of Critical Africa peer review mechanism activities. Financial Intelligence Authority, with the Financial Intelligence Authority, I think it's important to note that we are just still recovering from the effect of being on the gray list. And the activities of the Financial Intelligence Authority are the activities that will get Uganda off the gray list. And it's as a result of that, we recently passed a number of legislation which went a long way in addressing the what was being required in order for us to be removed from the gray list. But the agency remain unfunded. And here we are recommending that committee recommends that an additional 2 billion be allocated to Financial Intelligence Authority for conducting of financial due diligence. Then they have an operational shortfall as a result of staff recruitment of 1 billion, which we are recommending that is provided for them. Then there is a budget for travel abroad. The committee is recommending that restriction on travel abroad should have regard to financial intelligence specific circumstances, and an additional 0.5 billion, 500 million be allocated to the Financial Intelligence Authority for travel abroad. They have a requirement for ICT equipment, which is 1.5 billion. We're recommending that 1.5 billion is allocated to Financial Intelligence Authority for enhancement of their IT system in the financial year 23-24. They have a shortfall of 4.5 billion for retooling. The committee is recommending that an additional shillings 4.5 billion be allocated to the Financial Intelligence Authority for its retooling project. And then they have a wage shortfall. They have a wage shortfall of 1 billion, which the committee is recommending that an additional 1 billion is allocated to the Financial Intelligence Authority to enhance their salary, to enhance salaries of lower level officer. Office of the Auditor General have a shortfall on capacity building of 1.8 billion, and the committee is recommending that that is made available to the Office of the Auditor General to enable them undertake capacity building for the staff. And then expanding range and the scope of audits. They have an expanding range and the scope of audits. This is because of newer local administration structures, the parish development, the PDM, the parish development model, the new structures that have been created. Now, all these have added to their scope of work, but this has not been followed up by corresponding resources. So the committee is recommending that an additional shillings 19.61 billion be allocated to the Office of the Auditor General for the expanding scope of audit in light of the parish development model, the value for money audits. Some of them we have asked them to do, Parliament has asked them to do, forensic audits, the 20 forensic investigation, infrastructure audits. So generally the scope of work here is increasing, but it has not been matched with the corresponding resources. And that's what this recommendation is about. They have a requirement for field vehicles to replace aging fleet of 7 billion, which we are recommending that it's made available. They have also an issue of audit of missions abroad. Now, in last year's budget, because they were not given enough money to for the audit of missions abroad, they just sampled. They just audited some and they didn't audit others, which is very risky for the public money. So we are recommending that 2.5 billion is made available for that work. Stakeholder engagement and international obligations, they require 0.92 billion. We are recommending that that's made available. Upgrading of ICT infrastructure, it's become obsolete. We are recommending that hardware and software, including server, that the area.
Chair, I'm not seeing urgency in your submission. You're very comfortable, and I don't have much time.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm on page 78. I've just a few pages to go. The Committee on Development of an In-House Audit Management System, the committee recommends that an additional Uganda shillings 5.4 billion be allocated to the Office of the Auditor General for the development of an in-house audit management system. Then they require acquisition of additional land for construction of a Center of Audit Excellency, where we're recommending 1.8 billion. Okay, OAG impact assessment perception survey, which requires 1.203, 1.203 billion, which we are recommending that's made available. Uganda Investment Authority, the committee recommends that Uganda shillings 251 be allocated to Uganda investment, 251 billion be allocated to Uganda Investment Authority for the development of industrial and business parks. Setup of regional one-stop centers and implementation of automated e-biz services requires 4 billion, which we are recommending. Then enhancing the foreign direct investment and DDI development in the country requires 2 billion, which we are recommending. Enhancement of viable investment opportunities, Uganda shillings 2 billion, which we are recommending. Implementation of the Kabale Industrial Business Park, Namamve project, requires 9 billion, which the committee is recommending that's made available. Okay, the others are Capital Market Authority. It's a small budget there that's required. Uganda Revenue Authority, rental tax compliance management system, they have a deficit of 17.785 to do with the rental tax compliance management system, which the committee is recommending that's made available. Then specialized audit, they require 16.72, which the committee is recommending that's made available to them. And then the other one is Uganda Bureau of Statistics. With the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, they have a big shortfall regarding population census of which is this year. Actually, it was supposed to have been in the month of August. 160 billion has not been made available for their preparatory activity. It will be in the next financial year, so the budget is in the next financial year. But they haven't been given the 160 billion for the preparatory activity for the population census, which the committee is recommending that all possible measures are explored to see that is identified to support the population census activity. Without it, then the population census activity may have to be deferred to next year. Okay, the others are about public procurement and disposal of public assets. And I think Right Honorable Speaker, the rest I leave the members to read for themselves. Those are the key highlights of our.
So can I have the total of the amounts you want? Because per vote, we should have this per vote. How much are you recommending per vote? And then the total that would go to the sector.
It's not summarized on the last because of the rush, but
so I can do it. Please, let's be debating, and you ensure that is because we shall need. That's what is critical. Here we are looking at figures and referring them to the budget committee. So that's very, very critical. Also, Chair, I think you didn't relay the minutes. I would need copies of the report, a copy of the report to be laid and the minutes.
I have it in my hands, right, Honorable.
And the minutes also?
Yes, it's being delivered.
Yeah, I will allow you before we adopt, okay?
Okay.
Before we adopt, I will allow you to read the report and the minutes before we adopt.
Okay, thank you very much, right.
I know I've put you colleagues on pressure, so this is, it's not surprising, but I put you on too much pressure to ensure that we, so please get the minutes, read the clerk, please communicate to the clerk. The clerk should be the custodian of minutes. So the minutes, the report is already here, and also a table showing per vote, because we will need to read per vote. What is the total per vote? Even if you don't go to the current development, just give us the total per vote. This is the total, and then we do a total for the whole sector, and then we refer to the committee on budget. Okay, so honorable colleagues, I'm going to open up. I'll start with Honorable Kambare Ferigo I add on Nakasongora. I'll pick Oseru, pick Kugonza. I pick I pick Oyam. I'll pick Whip DP, and then so 2 minutes each, quickly.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank the chair for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the chair in the report recommended that there is a need to expedite the issue of collecting gold tax arrears. The other time, Honorable Kivumbi mentioned that from gold tax arrears, we are supposed to collect around 600 billion. I wanted to request through you, Right Honorable Speaker, that this recommendation should be taken very, very serious. We can't leave tax arrears worth 600 billion, even when we know where the taxpayers, where to get the money from the taxpayers that are clearly specified and known. 600 billion is a lot of money. So I'm requesting that this should be taken very serious. Minister of Finance, please. And if possible, we'll even agree on the timeline. And we should even get updates on how far these colleagues have gone collecting the 600 billion. Then, Right Honorable Speaker, when the chair was presenting, he recommended that certain votes should be given money. This one, for example, NPA.
The committee recommended.
The committee recommended, like, for example, Auditor General should get money for expanding of the expanded scope of work. Now, my concern is, he has not recommended, the committee has not recommended by telling us whether there are certain areas he would recommend to be declined in this report. Is the report saying we should get extra funding to that sector so that we reorganize what was declared as the total resource envelope? Or recommendations and adjustments should be within the resource envelope so far allocated to the sector? Well, because the report is silent about that. So without wasting time, those are the two issues I wanted to clarification on.
Yeah, thank you. Now, colleagues, the issue of gold, which Honorable Chivumbi touched. I'm waiting to see the energy sector coming and saying also add us money when they gave away money. I'm just waiting where they will also be saying add us money when they gave away money. But you see what is so interesting with that sector, even after revising the law, and now I think we put 200, currently 200 per kilo, they have gone ahead. There are companies which are paying, I think 3 companies, and there are 3 companies which have refused to pay, have failed to pay, and they have petitioned the minister, and it seems there is some consent, some consensus being given to allow them not to even pay the 200. Some are paying, others are not paying. First of all, even around the one of areas, we are talking even the one current. Some are paying, others are not paying. And it seems the ministry is agreeing with those ones who are not paying, allowing them not pay. But you see, one reason as to why even that tax is considered on gold, if you don't, it means you're not registering and clearly certifying your gold. Because if you are doing it, then you should pay tax. Otherwise, that's gold laundering. And it's one of the things which the UN, why the UN was watching us. In fact, one of the reasons that's why we are on gray list is to do with gold laundering. Because criminals, money laundering is usually done using precious metal materials. Okay? Honorable Chivumbi.
Right, Honorable Speaker. On this, we need to be very tough as Parliament. One, I think we need to investigate this minister, who, after knowing that there were areas of 616 billion, went ahead and issued an instrument, and effectively, because of that instrument, we came to 43. We need to investigate this minister, but clearly. The second issue is in the whole mineral revenue. It is so saddening when you go to Mubende, you go to Busia, you go to Karamoja, Mabo, everywhere. It's amazing that the minister comes to a committee and confesses that we don't earn any money from mineral. The mineral revenue for this year is zero. Yet all over the country, there is mining going on. Our people are being displaced. So some few individuals are pocketing this money. So we need to be very tough as Parliament on this issue.
On Tuesday, the Minister for Energy, on Tuesday, because I want this considered before we can discuss the budget. This is a resource envelope. On Tuesday, the Minister for Energy should bring a statement, one, clarifying on how we wrote off areas to reduce from 600 billion to around 42 billion. They should give an explanation to the House because that tax was based on a law. It wasn't based on their discretion or comfort. It was based on a law. So we need that. That's number one. Number two, we need to know currently if the current tax is being paid. If it is being paid, otherwise, how do we capture zero as the revenue from minerals? Then it means we are just making people rich. We are just making people rich without paying. How are we going to widen the tax base? If you cannot get gold, which goes via the airport, something which goes through the airport and you certify and it's such a precious, and you can't even correct man on it. Then, so we need to know the status of the payment of the current tax, who is complying and who is not, and why. And then number three, because we need first pick the issues of gold which are clear. Also other minerals. Other minerals, why aren't we correcting taxes from other minerals? Who gave these exemptions and were they based on law? And I will request the Attorney General also to be in the House. Chief Whip, ensure the Attorney General is in. Tuesday, I'm having two very critical statements. One on potholes in cases here. That one I can't forget. Okay, because we might handle it when the expo has ended. We want to handle when the expo is still going on. I've seen a statement from KCC and the Minister for Finance kindly be preparing a clear response, because KCC is saying it has no money, and for us we appropriated money to do that work. And I also know you go through the same portals. Okay. Honorable Kino Jara, you wanted to say something about that?
Yeah, thank you.
If
Thank
it is
you.
to add on,
Is
the
to add on what you have
recommendations
just
I-
been ruling on, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recall in this very house, I raised a concern about the deposit and the mining of gold in this country. And I remember very well that from a very reliable source, there was even an exploration done that the deposit of gold in this country is actually worth $14 trillion, which is over and above the deposit of even the oil in which we are trying to exploit. So in regards to your ruling, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that the minister in charge should get the overall portfolio of mineral deposit in this country and lay in this parliament.
Thank you.
We need a mapping, which mineral is found where and what quantity and how is the level of exploitation, so that we are able to determine whether, we are really doing the right thing, because most of these minerals seems to be mined undercover.
Thank you.
So I would like to concur with your directive, but add on that, let us have the whole mapping of the minerals in this country laid before this parliament so that we are able to determine. What
Yeah,
it is.
but Honorable colleague, on Tuesday, I would want Tuesday we focus on the revenue component. You see, we shall get lost into many things, but what you're raising is very critical. For example, we passed a loan last term from the Spanish government for the aerial survey of Caramoja, and to be done by Excalibur from Spain. It was a high concessional loan, and the report should be ready by now. We should be given an update. We gave you 20 million euros to go and do a survey of Caramoja. What did you find? And how are you going to utilize it? Is it also going to be given some individuals, or you're going to run a public auction like how in other countries it's done? We identified ABCD. Therefore, now we invite interested developers to come and do ABCD. So, Honorable Kino Jara, I've taken note. I will also require the minister to do that. But for Tuesday, since we are in budgeting, let us first look at the revenues so that we don't get lost. Honorable Jonathan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on that matter of the revenue from gold, you will remember that the Prime Minister made a statement here, and I did question the projection on revenue for financial year 2023-2024 that was captured at 10 billion shillings. If the 2 years had the tax arrears of up to 600 billion, what would inform the government to project and reduce from 600 to only 10? That is questionable, and that should be clarified. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the past, in the 10th Parliament, I made an attempt here to ask that this House should consider a committee or assigning the responsibility of examining statutory instruments specifically to a committee that should report to us. And we have the Committee of Legal. This old waiver was done under the statutory instrument. We even don't know whether that statutory instrument was actually brought here and laid, because that is performing a delegated responsibility. The final responsibility of making the law lies with us. It means we must ratify that instrument. If it is made, it must be brought here so that we examine and confirm that that is the intention that we had given to the minister. So on Tuesday, I beg that the minister comes with that instrument. I don't know whether it was laid here before or not, but should come. And in addition, the Attorney General should come with an opinion on that very instrument so that we test the legality. The moment the instrument is defective, then that waiver falls on its floor, and we shall then have to move to recover that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, why don't we discuss it on Tuesday? Because you see, a statutory instrument cannot amend a law passed by this House and assented to by the President. Yeah, okay. And those statutory instruments should come here. Rob, you wanted to because I don't want us now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
We are in the 30 minutes for the committee. I'm about to put a question.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance. Of course, as we look at the law, we also have to look at who is mining. Because then when you know why they are not paying taxes. In Buweju, it is the daughter of Rokeris, Modesta Rokeris, who is mining. And she has brought down all the roads. The daughter of a Minister of Energy.
Minister for Minerals.
Yes. So the daughter is in Buweju mining, and you're saying, why are they not paying taxes? She said, because people in the government are doing business with the government. So we can look at the taxes, at the taxes, but we also need to know who is mining, because there are people who are mining and they believe they must not pay taxes.
Thank you. And it will be helpful on Monday. Colleagues, on Tuesday, collect as much information as possible so that, for example, if so and so is mining here, we can table evidence for colleagues who don't know about that person and all that. It would be very, very helpful. Honorable Wanzara.
Thank you very much.
Just a minute. Honorable Basil, you're a member of Finance Committee. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. for the opportunity. When you talk of a write-off of 616 billion, it points to how much total output is being generated, and therefore how much revenue is coming from this end.
Because that was
But
based
the
on,
issue
that
I'm
was
raising,
based,
yes,
that was based on 5%.
yes,
The law we had passed,
yes,
we had passed was 5% tax on refined gold.
yes, yes, right,
So
Honorable
if
Speaker.
the 600 billion, then that was only 5%.
So it shows you how much is in that mineral sector. Now, the issue I'm raising here is more often than not under Section 79 of the Public Finance and Management Act, very many people get charged for causing financial loss. And I'm wondering, when you unilaterally write off a tax in this manner, whether it does not tantamount to causing financial loss to this country. So I'm seeking your clarification, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, you cannot get it from me because the statement is coming on Tuesday. Okay, now you're debating a statement which is coming on Tuesday. What if whatever you're saying, she says I didn't do? What will I do? Okay. So, but on Tuesday, that will be a very good question to answer, and you put it direct. So, Honorable Wanzara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson of the Finance Committee for the report. The committee has recommended the allocation of 2.5 billions for auditing our missions abroad. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter, and I entirely agree with them. I am a member of Foreign Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, we've tried to go to some missions abroad. I want to mention a few. We went to the mission in Algeria or in Algiers. We went to our mission in Cairo. We were in Addis Ababa. But when you go there, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of challenges. You find that the accounting officer and the ambassador, of course, they are fighting. The ambassador has taken over powers of the accounting officer and is the one managing the finances. So this is coming because they are not audited, they are far. So I entirely agree with the committee that this money be allocated, the 2.5 billions, so that our missions abroad are audited, so that we have value for money in those embassies. It's really important to go there, the Auditor General's office, and of course audit them, because there are a lot of that at the embassies because they are abroad. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is about the 1.8 billion for capacity building. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of changes in the Ministry of Finance. When they are paying our districts, of course, they are using tier 1, tier 2, the other day tier 3, the other day tier 4. So without capacity building, we are going to have problems in finance. I entirely agree that this 1.8 billion be identified so that our people are mentored on how to utilize our funds. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Oh, now let me finish Oseru.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the chair for presenting a report on finance. However, I have concerns. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to first of all appreciate the committee for having stated rightful that under PDM, we should have a continuous community mobilization and sensitization. Right Honorable Speaker, I understand the Ministry of Gender had trained more than 20 people. Those are TOTs, trainers of trainers, and who later on went ahead to train more than 885 officers in all the local government. But the messages that are passed by the officers and also the different guidelines that are issued by the different ministries do not actually match. And if you are to go to the mass down there, there is a lot of confusion. So I think we needed to do a lot when it comes to training, because we understand we are in a planning process. And at the same time, if you are to take IMYOGA and also PDM, in all the funds that we do appropriate here, right, Honorable Speaker, there is no money or there is no budget available for the technical staffs. For example, there are many commercial officers at local governments, but most of them end up using their monies to run around, to do follow-ups, and even the applications. I think as we plan for PDM and other projects, we should think of also putting their money for the operation funds, such that the project that we are relying on should not come at waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kugonza.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the report that has been ably presented to the Parliament. I've picked the issue of the industrial parks because the industrial parks and the business parks are one of those strategies that have been approved to really promote industrialization. And the money that has been proposed, the 254 billions, in my opinion, is an investment that is a budget that is way below what would have actually been needed. We need to support this for the beginning because our country deserves this. If you look at the new wars, it's not going actually to be in the guerrilla type and all this. It's actually around poverty, it is unemployment, it's water poverty, and these are things that we need to address. But also, industrial park development and business park development has got to go along with the support of the marketing. Many countries have invested in industrial parks and failed to provide resources for marketing the industrial parks. At the end of the day, they have turned out to be white elephants. We need to ensure that the investment in industrial park is matched with investment in the marketing of industrial parks. So even the proposal around the setup of the regional one-stop centers that are proposed in the report is a very good issue. It should be taken as priority because this is what also will facilitate the local investors also take part in the industrial parks, because many other countries have realized that even when they came up with this good strategy, it is foreigners that have taken advantage because the locals remain ignorant about what happens. So the regional one-stop centers would be able to inform the locals about the opportunities. So I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, I had picked DP and then Oyam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, the Chairperson of the committee, for the report. Mr. Speaker, my attention is drawn to one particular very silent and very serious matter of counterpart funding. The chairperson in this report said that the ministerial policy statement was silent on this counterpart funding by government. Mr. Speaker, depending on the implementation cycle where counterpart funding is required, counterpart funding can affect a program or project in very many ways. At the beginning, it can frustrate takeoff. During implementation, it can stop. It can lead to no completion of programs and projects. May I request the chairperson, and through you maybe the ministers, to name those projects and programs that require counterpart funding so that we deal with the matter here and now, so that money is provided where money is required. I thank you very much.
Thank you. If we don't get that now, at least by budget committee, at the time the budget committee interfaces. Honorable Mwizuche? Oh, I had picked Chiboga. Oh, sorry, Oyam. I had picked Oyam. No, I had picked Oyam. Oyam, yes. I'm ending with Honorable Mujuche.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Allow me also thank the Committee of Finance for coming with this report. But however, Mr. Speaker, it seems there are so many unfunded priorities. So I wish the committee, amongst these very many unfunded priorities, what are your priorities amongst them? Mr. Speaker, I want to start by the issue on population. The committee has presented that there is about 1.790 shillings as unfunded priority for the population census. Mr. Speaker, all the planning ideally should be based on the population. And if this money is not got and it remains under unfunded priority, then what will be the basis of planning in this country? Many times, Mr. Speaker, you wonder whether we do planning. And here we are, a report is given, and what is supposed to go for planning, we are seeing a lot of money being mentioned as unfunded. So I would support the committee that this money for the population census must be found. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of parish development model, where the committee has stated that about 50 million is needed to the 9,660 circles all over the country. Honorable Speaker, we have been told that the parish development model is a magic bullet, and a lot of money is going down there. So
No, Mujuche.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, mentioning that we have a shortfall for money for census doesn't go well with me. Because then this would mean that this may lead to a postponement of the census. The census, like a colleague has just said, is a basis for planning for development. It's a basis for planning for electoral processes, demarcation of polling stations, electoral areas, and this is a basis for democracy and good governance in this country. So you cannot talk about planning electoral processes without a census. I therefore would want to request that money is found so that this census is not postponed. Otherwise, we shall be planning in vain. Thank you.
Thank you. You see, what which is raising is very critical. If we don't update our figures, our statistics, me, for example, the government records, me, I've been doing my own census in my constituents. How do I do it? I buy exercise books, I give chairperson 0C1. Write for me each household. Because there are activities I tried, the moment I went for government figures, it was a trouble, extreme trouble. So I have to, and like the households where I have around, I think they are talking of around 16,000, the official figure they have, I have 23,000, okay? And they are growing. So it's very, very critical that we bring money, we provide money for the census. And I'm really happy you touched on the issue of many investments, because we are talking about sectors which will generate more revenue for the country. So, Honorable Minister, the issues raised by our colleagues.
Chair, I happen to come from a region where I chair as a chairperson of Central Region. We are so keen on census for obvious reasons. Look at PDM, Parish Development Model. Our region has the hugest, the biggest population, is receiving the least amount of money. Reason is we have less parishes. Parishes were demarcated not based on demography. Two, we are the biggest region per number of voters. We have the hugest number of, least number of constituencies. I have MPs here in my constituency like Honorable Medad Rubega Segona, representing over 500,000 people. Huge population. Voters, 250. Huge populations. We are being disadvantaged even in secondary school. I know of a district that got 4 first grades. 4 first grades. It has got 28 sub-counties. That means per the development model of this country, this district has got a secondary school in every sub-county with the 4 first grades. Who will occupy those grades? That's why, Right Honorable Speaker, if there is a money we want and we need, and the government need not to find anywhere around, is the money for the census.
I totally agree with you, and the Committee on Budget, please, and also Minister for Finance. I'm sure it's going to respond to these issues. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin with census. The shortfall we have on the census relates to this financial year for preparatory activities. In the budget we are debating now for 2023-24, we have a provision of 175 billion for the census. However, we are making all the effort to provide funding for the preparatory activities for this year because we need these numbers. Time and again, we tell you economic growth. We base on these numbers to provide our projections for the economy, and many other decisions we make are informed by these numbers. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to assure you and the House that funding for the census will be provided because we cannot afford to postpone the census for the future years. On counterpart funding, this was a problem in the past. Now we are encouraging, we are promoting good planning. Mr. Speaker, we don't want poor planning to continue causing unnecessary emergency. If you
Switch on, Honorable.
If you know that you don't have counterpart funding, why do you go ahead and move with the project? We are saying projects which do not have adequate counterpart funding should not continue. They should be stayed until when there is adequate counterpart funding. And I would like to...
But Honorable Minister, sorry for the interruption. I know we agreed. Any loan, because the loans are presented by Minister of Finance. And clearly with a certificate of NPA, but also with a very clear approval, commitment that counterpart funding will be provided. Now, if finance doesn't along the way, if you reach and you talk, and yet the loan is running, you remember we are paying interest on undisbursed funds. So where is the problem? The problem is not with the sector. The problem with finance who made the commitment.
Mr. Speaker, me and you are on the same page. That is what has been, I know where the member is coming from, probably is on the U-Gift programs, which started way back before this anomaly was addressed. Now, in all the stages we go through to pass loans, the requirement for counterpart funding is one of the conditions that must be satisfied. And we are careful. That's why I'm saying that we are saying no projects should pass without counterpart funding and will require support of Parliament so that we all move in the same direction. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of gold,
That one on Tuesday.
here the Minister of Energy
Yeah.
will respond. And also, when we come to present the tax proposals for this year, we could give more highlight about this. On the tax studies, yes, we have an expectation gap here. The expectation gap in the sense that what our stakeholders, including Parliament, wants us to do vis-a-vis what we think should be done. But this is a matter we continue to debate, Mr. Speaker. Our proposals are largely informed by the information we gather from various ways, but to justify, convince our stakeholders, including Parliament, that this information amounts to tax studies is still a challenge, which I'm sure we shall gradually come to appreciate it. As I see Chipumbi is looking at me with a funny face, but I know I'm trying to tell the House what I've been discussing with him, and this is not something we shall address now. It is something we need time to keep explaining to each other, so that at some point we come to the middle ground.
Honorable, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I have actually concluded.
Thank
I
you.
want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good. Honorable Chair, I need you to lay on table.
Right Honorable Speaker, there was a question from Honorable Member regarding our recommendation, which are not backed by source of revenue. We are continuing to work, we'll be working with the budget committee to make sure that the budget is harmonized. Actually, that's why we are looking for more details from the Ministry of Finance. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for allowing us to present the summary later. But these are the summaries now, which I guess I have to read. Vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is 2,420,235,953 shillings. Vote 123, National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board. It's 14,181,604,000. Financial Intelligence Authority, it's 30,592 shillings and 63. Uganda Investment Authority. Uganda Investment Authority is 168,666 billion.
No, yeah. Chair, I hope these are figures from the draft estimates.
Yes, you're right, Honorable.
Yeah.
These are the total estimates. Uganda Revenue Authority, 622,208,515. Capital Markets Authority, 9,286,883. National Population Council, 12,905,601. Uganda Bureau of Statistics, 250,400,000. 424,704,000. Public procurement and disposal of assets, PPDA, 26,433. Uganda Free Zones Authority, 12,178,402. Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, 10,148,820. Uganda Retirement Benefit Regulatory Authority, 14,587,000.
14 billion.
14 billion 587,057. National Planning Authority, 49 billion 802,151. Auditor General, vote 131, 97 billion 250,294. Treasury operations. Treasury operations is 18 trillion 747 billion 153,591. So it's a total of 22 trillion 485,648,309.
Yes, Honorable Chivumbi.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I heard you say that these are draft estimates. I would like to be clarified because one, if they are draft estimates from the ministerial policy statement are there, the committee has, and we adopt them as draft estimates. That consequently means we've dropped all the other recommendations made by the committee. My humble opinion is that the figure he reads must be the total sums of those agencies capturing the recommendations as they have been made in his committee report, for which the budget committee will harmonize alongside those that are in the budget estimate and those that have been recommended by plenary to the budget committee for harmonization.
Honorable Chivumbi, the practice has been, you can only, at this stage, the committee can only call and read out those ones which are given in the draft estimates. Then the other ones are still recommendations. Then the budget committee now will go and review the recommendations and add on, because they drop some and accept some. Okay, and that's what we have been doing, and that's what we did yesterday. This is what we are continuing with. So I don't think we can change midway.
Chair, yeah. I believe because budget committee considers matters referred to them by the plenary. Now, if that has been the practice, it has been a little bit in error. Because my humble view, as it were, once the figures are recommended to the committee by the plenary and they are adopted by the committee and for harmonization, then you have consequently ignored all your estimates which you have put in your recommendations.
But you
if that has been the practice, I don't know how that fares well with what we do. I know we go back there.
Honorable Chivumbi, we don't only recommend the figures. We adopt a report, and the whole report plus its recommendations is referred to the Committee on Budget. When they reach in the Committee on Budget, they don't only pick figures. Honorable Msasisi wanted to clarify something?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In fact, that is the point I wanted to make. Here we are adopting the committee report with all its recommendations. But for emphasis, and in order to help the budget committee engage in focused discussions, we are saying begin with the estimates as provided for, as laid in the House. Then beyond the estimates, the committee, the budget committee, will sit to consider, to evaluate and consider the recommendations which the committees will have passed. And together with this table, they evaluate and see which one can be taken and which one cannot be taken. In the past, we have instances, Mr. Speaker, where we have even reduced. The budget committee can increase or between now and when we get to the budget committee. I want to lay the agenda before this house, which will revise these estimates further. And all this, Mr. Speaker, together we'll go to the budget committee, we harmonize our numbers, we come back here, debate and surprise.
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
So to satisfy Honorable Chivumbi, not only the figures we have just considered here. The figures are part of the report. Chair, can you lay the other document?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I now beg to lay in the signed report of the committee. And then I also beg to lay the minutes together with some of the documents which may be of interest to members, which were laid by the agencies that we might.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the Ministerial Policy Statement for the financial year 2023-2024 to 2027-2028 be adopted. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Chair. The report is referred to the Committee on Budget. Chair, now I want your committee to concentrate on tax bills. You know, we need them as urgently as possible. Maybe we shall discuss further on how to manage the process. If some are ready, we would say we're bringing them. But there are very many controversial proposals that have come from government. Some of the proposals I know, last year there was too much pressure, they were dropped. Now they are back. You know, I've been reading through the proposals. They are causing a lot of mayhem and uncertainty. So please take time, allow various groups to present before you, allow finance enough time to explain so that we have very clear tax proposals that will all finance the budget, but without crippling the economy, especially the private sector.
Can I just mention, Right Honorable, that we're working around completing the process by the end of this month.
Thank you, Chair. Next.
Consideration of the report of the Committee of ICT on the Ministerial Policy Statement for the financial year 2023-2024.
Chair ICT, you have 15 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I'll be presenting the report from the Committee of ICT and National Guidance that was laid before Parliament under the Ministerial Policy Statement for the financial year 2023-2024 for the Digital Transformation Program, Program 11, in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act and the rules of procedure of Parliament. In the interest of the 15 minutes, I will only mention that in facilitating the in-depth analysis of the policy statements, and it's important for us also to mention that the Sector Committee on ICT and National Guidance covers the vote 20, Ministry of Information, Communication, Technology and National Guidance, and vote 126, National Information Technology Authority of Uganda. But it's also important to mention that we cover public operations and state enterprises, Uganda Communications Commission, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, Uganda Posts Limited, Uganda Institute of Information and Communication Technology, the Media Council, the Media Center, and the Vision Group. I would also like to mention that the committee analyzed the ministerial policy statements in compliance against the law, NDP 3, and in NDP 3, we found that the program performed below the overall compliance, being 64, and the program was rated at 62%. There was also a test against the gender and equity compliance, environmental issues as well. But I'd like to interest myself to page 11, which talks about the performance of the budget 2022-2023. And although it's indicating half year, but we have been able to analyze it against the release by end of March. And you can see that there was a good performance in terms of payment of the areas, 100%. And that is for the former workers of the Uganda Posts and Telecommunication. But there was also good performance in as far as wage and an overall performance of 75% budget release. On page 13 of the report, the committee noted with for in the budget allocation to the ministry, and yet in the strategic priorities, it's listed among the key drivers of the economy to full recovery. The allocation cannot support the much needed infrastructure development and maintenance to spur the ICT penetration and usage for private sector to deepen the application of ICT. And the committee accordingly recommends that government walks the talk by allocating sufficient funds to prioritized programs in the budget allocations. On page 14, we also looked at key achievements of the ministry, and I will concentrate on one of them being the extension of the national backbone infrastructure countrywide under the last mile connectivity, a total of 30 MDAs and DLGs, and target user sites had been connected to the national backbone infrastructure. This particular program is cross-cutting, with the bulk of the works being undertaken by NITAU. I also like to mention a few challenges, and one of them being insufficient and inadequate release of funds, especially in Q1 and Q2, that left critical activities not undertaken. Case in point was UBC, where acquisition of critical broadcasting and communication equipment for TV and radio
you first lay one, so that I use it for.
Thank you for the guidance, Right Honorable Speaker. And if allowed, I will lay
Please.
the copy of the signed report.
Thank you. Continue.
I was talking about the challenges, the second one being the non-payment of satellite charges and fees to Intelsat due to reduced performance of internally generated revenue by UBC. I also go to page 23 in the interest of the time allocated to me, and this is about the ICT consumption items. ICT expenditure across the government MDAs continues to be procured, maintained, and charged by the different vote levels, where government has prioritized the use of the e-services under e-governance. The budget items consumed on ICT-related services have not related into the desired savings, given the investment and strategic direction in revolutionizing the digitalization of the economy. And on page 24, the recommendation of the committee is that ICT budget items be decentralized and given prominence in acquisition, maintenance, and disposal through appropriate government agency that is ICT dominated. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, on page 24 are the observations and recommendations of the committee. And I'll concentrate in the interest of time on the recommendations, especially vote 20. And one of the recommendations is that the committee recommends that government allocates 4.9 billion to the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance to boost the digital transformation program. The committee also observed a funding gap in the Directorate of Information Dissemination and National Guidance. And the committee recommends that government allocates 23.77 billion to the Directorate of Information Dissemination and National Guidance for the year 2023-2024. In the agency of the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, UBC intends to expand the digital terrestrial television and radio broadcasting network, digitize, archive, and commercialize local content and data by acquiring equipment for additional DTT and upgrade existing TV and radio sites to ensure redundancy. Relatedly, on page 26, the need to enhance financial resources to UBC was stated by His Excellency the President in a letter to the Minister of Finance on 12th April, where he had directed UPC to be allocated 30 billion annually. And there's also been another follow-up letter recently on 6th March to the Right Honourable Prime Minister. The committee also observed, and this is very critical, Right Honourable Speaker and members, that 9 billion was appropriated in the current financial year 2022-2023 for purposes of installing direct-to-home and renovation and equipment of the Master Control Center in Kololo, which is dilapidated, for the free-to-air signal distribution, but this has not been released by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and this has resulted in Ugandans being subjected to an indirect television tax by the private carriers for the free-to-air channels. The committee recommendation, 9 billion be immediately released during this existing financial year to UBC for the implementation of direct-to-home. For the colleagues, direct-to-home means that users of this service will be able to receive free-to-air television signals across the entire continent, up the hills, down the valleys, without paying. At the moment, the entire country has actually been switched off. It is only Kampala that is receiving the free-to-air television channels without paying, meaning that the entire country must pay for them to be able to receive the channels that are given a license by UCC to be free, but being paid for, because that's the only way the signal can get up country. And then we also recommend that 30 billion is provided for the financial year 2023-2024 to UBC to enable it to improve and expand services to the country so as to enhance the performance of the national broadcaster. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, another recommendation is that the committee recommends that the government enhances the wage bill of UBC by paying 6.5 billion from financial year 2023-2024. This payment, the committee further recommends that be paid through the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, there is also the issue of the vote. UBC is a national broadcaster fully owned by government of the Republic of Uganda with a mandate to inform, educate, and entertain. 16th June 2020 to a letter from the Minister of ICT and National Guidance to PSST on the need to provide UBC with a vote code. And the letter even subject was written on the 20th of February of the consideration of the opinion of availing a vote code to UBC, that this will allow ease of resource mobilization and acquisition, recognition by the Ministry of Finance, the Parliament of Uganda, and proper identification during planning, budgeting, and budget execution. Having a vote code will enable UBC partners. The committee recommends that UBC is provided a vote code for the financial year 2023-2024 to enhance performance and productivity. Again, also about UBC, the management of the debt. UBC has over the years accrued a debt that currently stands at 87 billion. And that's the detail of it provided in table 11 attached. This has affected operations and consequently service delivery at the corporation. The liability of URA and the penalties thereof, NSSF, UMEME, National Water, and Sewerage Corporation, which debts are carried forward, including those from the audit entity of Radio Uganda and UTV. Appreciate that UBC has not been allocated funds to cover these obligations, and therefore the committee recommends as follows. The tax areas UBC owes to URA and the penalties thereof should be ascertained and written off. The penalties NSSF imposed on UBC should be ascertained and written off. The government should take over the remaining UBC dates and work out schedules and timeframes of payments of outstanding liabilities as indicated in His Excellency the President's letter to the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the lead of government business in Parliament dated 6th March 2023 on the issues at UBC. Right Honorable Speaker and members, another entity we looked at was the Uganda Communications Commission. And our recommendation from the observations that the committee the Communications Tribunal. There is also the issue on the levy of the gross annual revenues of licensed operators. And you know that UCC collects 2% of the gross annual revenue, of which 50% is always remitted to the consolidated fund. The committee notes with concern that the resources remitted to the consolidated fund from the ICT operators are not directed, but rather form part of the national resource envelope. Yet the ICT sector, which is grossly underfunded, has areas that the program should be funding. And the committee recommends that the levy collected by UCC in this regard be earmarked and ring-fenced for purposes of ICT development and rural communication as provided in the Uganda Communications Act. Right Honorable Speaker and members, we also looked at the cost of internet. The cost of internet to the public sector has reduced over years as a result of the extension of the national backbone infrastructure across the country. While the cost of internet supplied by NITA Uganda to government stands at $70 per Mbps, this is still viewed as an expensive cost in relation to the private internet connectivity providers. The committee was informed that the cost of internet should reduce up to 35 starting financial year 2023-2024. And the committee recommendation is that the Minister of ICT and National Guidance through UCC should put in place guidelines to operationalize the national broadband policy to ensure infrastructure sharing among internet service providers in both private and public sector. Of course, this would bring down the operational costs. There should be deliberate inter-program coordination between digital information and energy development programs to ensure that electricity is extended to most of the areas of the country as a measure to address lack of access to electricity in some of the country that has spiked the cost of the internet. The other agency we looked at is Uganda Post Limited, and the recommendation of the committee is that Uganda Post Limited is allocated 7.24 billion for the financial year 2023 and roll out the establishment and operationalization of the service center across the country, and also the commitment be made by the Minister of Finance to further fund the subsequent 3 years in order to raise the 23 point. The other agency is the Uganda Institute of Information Communication and Technology. And since there is an expected funding that has been received, the financing of the budget being proposed to be through a grant and counterpart funding, the Minister of ICT and National Guidance and the Minister of Education and Sports have identified an international corporation, a world leader in virtual reality, that is best knowledge transfer in education and industry, to provide funding through a grant guarantee program. And this will, however, require government to counterfund a tune of 6.6 billion for the grant to be released. The committee recommendation is that 6.6 billion is allocated to the Institute for the full operationalization of a specialized center of excellency. There is also a further recommendation that government allocates 2 billion towards ICT skills to the Institute. Vote 126, and that is NITAU. The committee recommends that 4.344 billion is allocated to NITA for operationalization of the Data Protection Center, which is provided for by law. There is also enhancement of the National Data Center, and the recommendation is that 12 billion is allocated to NITA for the enhancement of the National Data Center. Government should put in place a policy that ensures that NITA hosts all applications and systems, as opposed to the current arrangement where MDAs build private data centers and instead centralize application systems management, with the NITA in charge of all these finances and processes. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, is that to make it cheaper and more effective. There was also consideration on provision of ICT services to additional 700 sites. And the government, through the Ministry of Finance, has from 2016-2017 consolidated ICT to a tune of 15 billion under NITA for the provision of services to the MDAs, such as internet bandwidth, data centers, hosting services, and software license. However, with an additional 781 sites, MDAs, hospitals, schools, sports stadiums, and tertiary institutions that are connected under the last mile project, NITA-U will require an additional 22 billion to cater for service provision for these sites connected to the National Data Transmission NBI, also to provide accumulation of areas. The recommendation of the committee is that 22.7 billion is allocated to NITA-U for provision of these ICT services to the additional 780 sites connected. Right, Honorable Speaker, the supply table. Honorable members, in light of the above, the committee therefore recommends that the House do adopt the report and approves the budget estimates for the ministries, departments, and agencies under the digital transformation program contained herein for the financial year 2023-2024 as follows below. Vote 20, Ministry of Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance. The proposed budget total for both recurrent and development being 94 billion 847 million 91,000 Uganda shillings. Vote 126, National Information Authority Uganda, NITA-U. The proposed budget for both recurrent and development being 139 billion 216 million 461,000, and a total of 234 billion 63 million 552,000 Uganda shillings. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and members, It's the committee's humble prayer that the funding needs for the digital transformation program are considered for appropriation, as this will increase ICT penetration and the use of ICT services for social and economic development in the country, and also ensure achievement of the objectives of NDP 3. I beg to report.
Thank you, Chairman, and members of the committee. Good job. You've done a very deep analysis of this sector, because you see, some of us are concerned. This appreciation on driving permits is reducing human interaction. You remember, colleagues, when you used to pass through brokers to either get a permit, you know, those days were interesting. Some people could first get a permit and then go to learn how to drive, because the broker could do anything. I don't know whether it has changed on that one of testing, but I think a lot has improved. So I hope we support NITAU on this. I happened to have attended the Mobile World Expo in Barcelona, where you see how, you know, governments are just even exhibiting to show where they've reached with the digital transformation. So we really need to do a lot on this. I'm really concerned with UBC. I know every government must support the public broadcaster, but we are giving UBC too much comfort. It's making money. I don't know whether you can go at UBC and I get a free advert. Okay? It's making money. I don't know if you're covering a whole country, you have the support of government, why you cannot make money. For us to recommend that we write off NSSF area, this is money for people. This is statutory money. So really NSSF, and who will pay for it? Because it means when we write it off, colleagues, it means we have to pay. We write off taxes, we give, and we making them comfortable. And even I'm concerned on the issue of the vote. Would want UBC to make business. Yeah, UBC should make business. It should make money. I'm really concerned when we make government agencies comfortable. What is it that other private sectors who are registering billions in profit are doing that UBC is not doing? And they don't even have that equipment. They don't have this kind of support from government. So I support the fact that, Honorable Minister, we give more adverts to UBC, but not on exclusive UBC. I saw the president's letter. I think you need to share with him that if you kill private broadcasters by giving all adverts to UBC, then you're killing, you're really killing the media sector in the country. This is something you should share with the president, and I'm sure it's very, very reasonable once you explain to him this. But we are making UBC extremely comfortable. Honorable Minister, you need to give them strong targets, and I will require the Committee for ICT to go and see the underperformance to the extent of UBC wanting to be we babysit it all the time when new entities are coming up and are making much more money. Why aren't they making money? They should explain. Then issues of UCC, more support. But, Honorable Minister, I know this has no financial implication, but the issue of interconnection fees, I saw President Ruto with President Kagame announcing that now they've removed, I think, interconnection fees, of course, between Rwanda and Kenya. But for us, we still have interconnection charges for local calls. That's why you find me, I'm carrying 3 phones so that I'm able to cheaply call MTN to MTN, Airtel to Airtel, UTL to UTL. Why? And yet this by a stroke of a pen, honorable minister, from your side, you can stop it. Why are telecoms still, why do I need to be charged for calling locally? A charge between the two telecoms. Honorable Minister, we beg you, that one, do it for us. And I know you have the power and we gave you the power. And you're a very strong Muchiga man. So you do it that way. We remove interconnection fees. That's number one. Number two, expiration of bundles. They expire and go to who? They go to who? Who determines that now they are rotten? These bundles are rotten and expired. And if you consume them, you'll get a problem. You're going to get sick. So you might feel mrago because you have used the expired bundles. Huh? How? Honorable Minister, do for us those two things. We shall be grateful and we support your sector. Okay? Isn't it, honorable colleagues? Please, let me open up to you. I'll start. I'm trying to see those ones who were here early morning. She was here early morning. No, sorry, I've just picked you. Enos was here in time. No. I know when you came. All of you came late. In fact, Kazini, you spoke. You were here, Remricha, but you spoke. Solomon, you spoke twice. Aaron Mayanja and Judith Achan. Okay? Yes. No, colleagues, let me tell you. I know not on this, but what I usually do, I want first give priority to those who have not yet spoken at all. But then I will do a round because I have people started with at 10. Like Kambari Ferigo was here at 10. So I will give them rewards of coming early. So that tomorrow by 10 you are all here. Let's do 2 minutes each. Starting with Honorable Christine, then Honorable Kazin.
Thank you,
And
Right
the
Honorable
Honorable-
Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee for bringing in and sharing in their compliance to environmental issues. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the environmental issues very pertinent to this ministry is the radioactive emissions from the masts, from the network masts, and then the monitoring of the economic activities taking around the masts, especially the safety of the people. They develop environmental and social impact assessments for these establishments, but following up with them, I think stops at the establishment of the masts. So we would like to urge the sector to incorporate some fee for monitoring compliance. Otherwise, people are not safe in that line. And also to provide us with the waste disposal plan for ICT-related gadgets. It is missing. People yes, people just throw radios, phones, and a lot of emissions come from them. So we wanted to hear from you. Otherwise, we are very grateful for provision of this. Right Honorable Speaker, you have talked about UBC. At the beginning of this term, we started by getting information on the need to rationalize entities. Now, when we start requesting for votes for some of these entities, I thought the reason for rationalization was to reduce expense. And now when we give a vote, when we request for votes for some of these entities, I feel we are going back. And the most important to note is that, for example, UBC is a sister company to very many private entities that generate a lot of money. So we...
Thank you. Now, if we give UBC a vote, the implication will be all the money they collect must come to the consolidated fund. And now they become purely public. But now you remember, when you're a media of that nature, you have to pay commissions. For example, for people who are soliciting adverts and all that, how will you cover it? They'll be stuck. In fact, a vote might end up becoming a problem to UBC if they are to make money as an entity. Honorable Christine has raised a very critical issue, Chair and colleagues, which we should pay attention to. E-waste. You move to your schools, all computers which are old. In fact, your home, start with your home. You'll find the computers and even fridges. I'm told fridges are even more dangerous. But computers, like at Makerere University, I remember when I was on the council, we had a whole floor full of computers and we had nowhere to put them. E-waste is a very, very important issue, I think, whose funding must be considered. Yes. Azin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and thank you, Chair, for the report. Mr. Speaker, I want to add something more on UBC. That in fact, when you compare these other televisions.
Switch on the microphone, Honorable. Yes.
I was saying when you compare other television with UBC, UBC is the worst and yet it is only by the government. But this parliament, Mr. Speaker, through you, can help UBC by making all government adverts compulsory to be used by to go through your UBC, such as that it boosts itself. Otherwise, this system of saying that maybe we subject them of paying tax and pay their debts, I don't support it. Secondly, there are post properties that are in rural areas, especially in Hoima, they are idle. Actually, you find goats playing in their compounds. They should utilize them. It is their properties. They should utilize them using their own resources. Because the government have overseated it, especially UPC, they are now like children. They want to be helped in every department. So I would request that the ministry and the UPC department, you learn to be yourself, work for yourself. Otherwise, you can have other duties to do other than babysitting you. I thank you.
In fact, we should be getting revenue from them. They should be contributing money, the consolidated fund. Yes, Honorable Enos.
Yeah. Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I want to support the committee and emphasize the recommendation on IT expenditure across government MDAs. You will realize that as we process the budget, every MDA has a budget for IT consultancy. At least in the sector where I'm involved, the other day, Minister of Finance wanted 50 billion for IT related services. URA wanted something in the range of 45 billion. I recommend, I want us to support the team to recommend that we re-centralize these services. For example, NITA Uganda, one of its strategic objectives is to provide IT services to government agencies. Why can't we get all this money to this agency or other agency working in that sector, and we empower them so that we reduce on these expenses to foreign companies? That is my take on that. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is to emphasize the issue of data center. The Honorable Minister, you're here. Kindly put in all the efforts that you can, and of course with the support of the budget committee, to provide money for the budget for the data center. It is very hard now that we're moving into the IT era and digitalizing the entire government agencies. There's no way we can have our data in the hands of private operators. Time will come and we'll be in trouble with this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Judith Achan.
I want to thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the chair and the committee for an informed report. Colleagues, I want to thank the committee on the issues of digitalized informations, the data system that we have in Uganda. As we plan to go for insurance services to our people, let's try to look at the information that we have, the system that we have today. I am admitted in a hospital, in Lacho Hospital, but when I'm referred to Mulago Hospital, we don't have the informations or the data in the system. So I would also join my other colleagues that to support the committee that the data information system is something that we should also look into. And then, for example, if someone is arrested in
Kiriadongo police stations, the person can easily escape through porous border because the information is in the counter book and it's not in the system. It is very difficult to trace such a criminal because we don't have the information. So right now we have so many criminals within the country. They are robbing people on the way. When they are arrested, you cannot track them. Mutukula borders, they're escaping with the motorcycles, they're escaping with the vehicles, and their data is not in the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Mayande.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. My concern is about the Communication Tribunal. And I concur with the committee, the recommendation which has made that this Communication Tribunal should be approved as soon as possible. And I need clarification from the minister. Good enough, you are here. Since 2015, this tribunal is not approved. What's the challenge? What could be the problem? The media houses are suffering because of your pronouncements you are making, the guidelines. So the tribunal should be implemented as soon as possible. And secondly, it's about Facebook. Good enough, the minister, you are here. Why don't you lift the ban on Facebook? It has taken too long. Students are suffering. People can't market their own goods. So you need to give us a reason, a genuine reason. Why is Facebook not, the ban is not lifted? And lastly, it's about the 2 billion shilling the committee which has recommended towards ICT skill development and initiatives. I concur with the committee, and this money specifically should solve a problem in universities, institutions, higher learning. Students are suffering. They are paying a lot of fees towards the e-learning platforms. There is a certain university, I will not mention. They are charging a lot of money for these students toward these e-learning platforms. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. And this is very critical. Honorable Minister, so for example, you have all your universities in the country, higher institutions. They are under National Council for Higher Education. And then why don't we have a system for public universities? Okay, we have a system for public universities. I've forgotten, but I remember it was developed by Chambogo University and finance supported. Why don't we, for example, standardize for all universities, and we say, because it manages marks, it manages money, finances, it manages timetable, it manages registration process, and then we have a standardized, because you have some universities which don't have anything, or they are finding it, and then it manages the ID, and then you find students are just paying a subscription fee across, like how we use IFMIS across all government entities to manage money issues. So this would be one way of standardizing, and many universities, many counties are now doing it that way. Instead of having a multitude of softwares, it becomes even cheaper the moment you allow many users on it and many institutions. It would be one way of supporting. If you could tell us here, we could support you, could work it out, and we support you. The youth are the ones who are on ICT. And Facebook, which one has raised. Facebook generates money for the county. We would be, do you know we have very many young people who are just running business on Twitter, on Instagram, on WhatsApp, and a person goes to Owino, they identify they have very good jackets, they are cleaned, they are ironed, and they put on their WhatsApp status, on their Twitter page, on their Instagram, and those are the ones we put on. We buy, and that's how we get designer coats and designer jackets, and we support such young people. So the issue of Facebook, we need to look into it deeply. Honorable Minister, so that we open e-commerce for our young people. It's one way of enabling a side hustle.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I salute the good report from the Committee of ICT. I just have two quick concerns. One is on the issue of Uganda Institute of Information Communication Technology. Certainly, Right Honorable Speaker, the centrality of ICT skills development and specialized ICT training cannot be underestimated, especially post-COVID. COVID trained us that we need to go virtual and go E. And the president has been seen and heard multiply, suggesting in even the State of the Nation address that the ICT sector is one of the 4 core sectors that we should prioritize for our transformation as a country. Right Honorable Speaker, I highly support the in the interest of creating jobs for our young people, that the counterpart funding of 6.6 billion shillings be offered to the Institute of Information Communication Technology. But the Institute as well should be able to decentralize to all the regions of Uganda so that there is equity in this training. Right Honorable Speaker, what you are speaking about is ideally the idea of startups. Many countries around the world have legislative incentives for to support startups and innovations. And this is the way to go. As a country, it's unfortunate that we still do not have a startup bill, a national startup bill. I would also implore the ministry that this should be one of the considerations for this particular.
Thank you, Honorable Ferigo.
Thank you for the opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is to emphasize one of the points that has been presented, releasing of 9 billion to UBC this financial year so that the Signet is able to switch on.
That's very critical.
So that Signet is able to switch on the FTA air services, free-to-air services. It's now over 6 months when all these rural sites are switched off. And yet the 9 billion, Right Honorable Speaker, is provided for in the running budget. It's my humble request. I want to request Minister of Finance to consider this so that our people are switched on. Second today, Right Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the consideration for ring-fencing what is being collected by Uganda Communication Commission that is being transferred to consolidated fund. This recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we should emphasize it. Whereas we are saying we are babysitting UBC, but it is one of the entities under ICT remitting a lot of money to consolidated fund. So if we ring-fence some percentage and it is taken back to the ICT organizations like UBC, we may not be looking at just giving them money, yet they are already remitting money to consolidated fund. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for a good report. The committee talks about expediting the composition of the tribunal. Of course, we are concerned. Honorable Minister, where is the tribunal? What is the problem? Where we can assist you? So to assist you because it's very important. We have seen very many conflicts between media and government, but we don't know how they are resolved. 2, the issue of Facebook. We can't allow to have a minister who accesses Facebook illegally. And of course, members of parliament and the ministers and the public accessing Facebook illegally. It's criminal. So we really need to know what to do as parliament as we pass this, we adopt and pass this report.
But Honorable Speaker, bringing down the cost of ICT devices is also very important. They're very expensive, and if we have to digitalize, then we have to bring them down. Finally, I want to salute the committee on the recommendation of bringing down the cost of internet. Students are suffering, and nowadays learning is online. Even for people in Chibanda, Chibanda knows where Rinos comes from. They also now know internet. But at the time they had started
Even
knowing
Irinos
internet,
now knows.
even now Irinos knows. At the time they had started knowing, now it becomes very expensive. We need to assist them. Of course, Buheju is now a bit better
Digital Buheju.
because of the good leader. But we also need the support. Otherwise, I want to thank you for the report, and we hope the minister can clarify on some.
Thank you. It seems it has become legal to legal access Facebook. Because, but what is painful, some people abuse us, some people put their misinformation, and some of us are not able to go on it because I can't be seen to be there illegally. Okay, so I mean, all people in my constituents, I've sent you a message on Facebook, I've done, but I can't access Facebook. So I say, how do you do it? They say, but I mean, we access Facebook, only you. You are not accessing it. So, Honourable Minister, please help us address the concerns. Yeah. You can use just 3 minutes summary.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I also add my voice to thank the chair and members of the committee for a very good report, which we support, and also to thank the members of parliament for that overwhelming support for the sector of ICT. I think we are moving together that we should support the sector so that we realize digital transformation in this country. Now, just responses to a few issues. I have taken note of the issues. A number of them are pieces of advice, like what my sister, the one woman named Peach Boga, was raising, issues of e-waste, looking at the radioactive emissions. I take note of all these issues, and we shall definitely act on them as a ministry. UBC, like the chair noted, inherited debts and liabilities from UTV and Radio Uganda, and a number of them haven't been covered. I agree with you that UBC should run like a business and compete with the private sector. And I have made that point to the management. But they need some support to waive off some of the debts, to get some injection of resources, and then they get going. And indeed, the president has made some directives, like he has directed that all government departments should put their adverts through UBC. But together with the Prime Minister, to whom the directive was given, we are discussing how this can be meaningfully implemented. Because on the other side also, if you had put all the adverts, then UBC would just run adverts. And we also, so right now, Honourable Speaker, we are discussing it to see how to implement this directive, but is intended to support UBC to have resources in order for it to run and be able to stand on its own eventually. So the challenge of UBC is the resource envelope. Like being cut off by the international satellite company is a challenge. That's why the other upcountry stations have been switched off. And I also add my appeal to the Minister of Finance to find money so that we take back the stations, but also we complete the migration process so that that free-to-air service covers the whole country. Because at the moment, like the chair said, like majority of Ugandans have to hook on the pay TVs like DSTV, GoTV in order to access UBC, and yet it's a service which everybody should access without paying through the pay TVs. Now, there were points about UCC. Indeed, They are correct that we raise money through UCC. The law stipulates that the 50% of the money is remitted to the consolidated fund. So we expect the Ministry of Finance and the government to remit back substantial amounts in order for us to extend ICT services in the country. So we hope through this engagement with the budget committee and parliament, we should be able to get more resources. Yes, construction of data centers. We recently passed a loan which is going to be implemented by NITAU, supported by the World Bank, and we have a provision of constructing additional data centers. Because currently we have one in Jinja, another one in Kampala, but as you know, we generate a lot of data. There are countries which store their data outside in other countries. We don't want to go that way. We must be in charge of our own data, and therefore through that project, under NITAU, we are going to construct additional data centers so that we can hold our own data. The Communications Tribunal. The Communications Act provides for establishment of a tribunal, and the tribunal will work as an appellate court where decisions taken by UCC or the Minister of Information can be appealed if the affected person is not comfortable with the decisions. Unfortunately, the tribunal is not yet in place. We have done the preliminary work by preparing a cabinet paper, which we submitted the cabinet secretariat. But like I said last time, that discussion of creation of a tribunal is being made alongside the discussions of rationalizing government agencies. But just also to inform the House that the tribunal is appointed by the president, not the minister. The president with advice from the Judicial Service Commission. So from our side as a ministry, we have prepared what is required. We have done budget estimates. We need about 6 billion shillings to start off the tribunal. The paper is before cabinet. I take your concerns as parliament, and I will definitely raise it again in the cabinet to prioritize it, but also with the president, who has the responsibility to appoint the tribunal with the support from Judicial Service Commission.
No, Honorable
permission
Minister, I
of
don't
the
accept
Speaker.
clarification at this stage. We don't have time, colleagues. We need to break off for lunch, but after doing natural resources.
So the process is on, Honorable Speaker and members, and I will keep updating Parliament on that the tribunal because we need it. I agree. Facebook conflicted with government a few years back, and the state closed the Facebook. For clarity, I am not on Facebook, like the right honorable speaker also said. So I also don't access communication and transactions on Facebook. So, and those of you on the Facebook, we are on it illegally. But the government, we established an arrangement for our team in the government, led by UCC, to start engaging Facebook. Because you see all these platforms and agencies are here on our invitation and should also pray to the terms set. And the discussions, I can say, I have had a report from UCC. They have agreed on a number of issues. They will remain with the 2 sticking issues. I think the message I take from Parliament is that they should resolve those issues, and we open Facebook as soon as possible. So I take the concern, and we shall work around the clock to have this issue.
Honorable Minister,
resolved.
conclude. I'm sure you've concluded.
Just assurance that we yes, like the chair did report, that the cost of internet beginning in next financial year will drop from the current $70 per megabyte per second. And this is a drop from about 300 in 2016. So it has been coming down, but still it will drop to 35, but still this is high. We shall be coming here with proposals and seek your support so that we extend the national fiber to the rest of the country. Because one of the reasons why internet cost is high is that fewer people are hooked on the internet. And if we can expand the connectivity to the rest of the country, and then we have many users, that automatically also bring down the cost of internet, plus other measures which we shall bring. So we seek your support, that we work together to see that every Ugandan should be able to afford to use internet and connectivity, because this is the way to go for all of us. Finally, the issue that you raised, the academic management information system, which was developed by students in Chambogo with the support of Ministry of ICT through the Innovation Fund. I agree with you, but I think the challenge has been when Makere took it over, there were some conflicts that happened, and I think the students went to court. So we have been trying to help resolve that conflict.
In fact, the Minister of Finance,
yes,
not Makerere.
Actually, yeah, Minister of Finance.
Yeah.
So we've been trying to help resolve those conflicts, but the way forward is that all the universities, public and if possible private, should adopt this system so that they can have automated systems across the ministries, and that's how they can improve their efficiency and effectiveness. So I thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and members, and call upon your support to continue working with us for the day.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister of Finance, I'll again cross-check with you on Tuesday on the issue of Signet. Release of that money for Signet. We really need that money released. We need that money released urgently. But then, Honorable, the issue of the tribunal, I think when you have an existing law, okay, you cannot fail to implement because of an anticipated amendment. This tribunal really take it up, Honorable Minister. And you see, you're the one to guide the nation. So guide everyone in the cabinet that this is very necessary. Okay, and you ask for a waiver, you agree with cabinet, because this tribunal is extremely important before conflicts can finish us. Honorable Chair, you had an issue wanted to.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you've clearly guided on the issue. It was about Signet, that colleagues, UBC has a dual responsibility. There is the issue of being a media house, but there is also the issue of carrying free-to-air channels to the rest of the country. So as we are castigating them in terms of being a business entity that can be able to generate resources from operations of the media, there is the responsibility of ensuring that the television signals of free-to-air are delivered across the country. And I think we need to support that side, and that's what the Right Honourable Speaker has guided. Thank you for the guidance.
Thank you, thank you. We shall follow it up here to ensure that money is released. Colleagues, now I put the question that the report of the Committee on Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for Financial Year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Report referred to the Committee on Budget for further consolidation. Chair, congratulations, and members, thank you really for doing it on time. Colleagues, it seems you're doing a good job. I'm really happy. You're doing a good job. Because of business today, we shall have broken the record. Okay? Yeah, so we go to the next.
Consideration of the report on the committee.
Yes, we can't go for lunch before we finish another report. It's still early.
Consideration of the committee.
I woke up at 3 a.m. There is a colleague I sent a message asking something. He was asking, you don't sleep. So it should be me who should be sleeping. So, but we are going to be here until we push this is the deadline that we must meet. Yeah. Yes.
Consideration of the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for the financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Chair, 15 minutes of presentation and 30 minutes of debate. We shall go for lunch at 2.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I dive into my report, I want to lay on table the minutes and other accompanying documents of the proceedings for the scrutiny of the ministerial policy statements. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, before I go into my report, allow me to state 2 important issues. That one, my committee oversees the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, that is vote 017, and the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, vote 139, as well as the Ministry of Water and Environment, vote 019, and the agencies under that ministry, namely National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, vote 150, National Forest Authority, vote 157, Uganda National Meteorological Authority, UNMA, vote 109, and the following subventions: National Water and Sewerage Corporation, Atomic Energy Council, Uganda Electricity Credit Capitalization Company, and Electricity Disputes Tribunal. Right Honorable Speaker, you find that these 2 sectors are very cross-cutting, and so whereas they should be generating income, I must say that the funding is still low, although they have been prioritized by government. And that is why you will find that my report contains quite enormous gaps in unfunded priorities. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I thought I needed to highlight this. For example, if we could give adequate funding to the mineral subsector alone, we would be able to generate
the report.
We would be able to generate, thank you, about 3 trillion shillings per year. So, Right Honorable, you will find that I have enormous unfunding gaps, which I would like to call upon this honorable parliament to recommend to government for approval. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm presenting this report following Article 155A of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 149 of our Rules of Procedure. I've already talked about the votes that we are considering, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, and the methodology that we adopted is as indicated in our report. The structure that we followed is the overall structure given by the Minister of Finance. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to move to the energy and mineral development sector. Under this ministry, we oversee the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which is vote 017, and Petroleum Authority of Uganda, which is vote 139. And these votes contribute to 3 NDP programs, namely Sustainable Energy Development, Mineral Development, Regional Balanced Development, and Sustainable Energy Development. When we scrutinized the ministerial policy statement for this sector, we found that it was in compliance with the the ministerial with the PFMA, and the details of the compliance are as indicated on page 7, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. In those details, you find that there is also gender compliance as indicated. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is showing an upward trend in its compliance with the gender issues, moving from 64% this current financial year to 73%.
Chairman, got issues to do with financial implication. And I briefed you before you went there.
Right,
So
Honorable
you have
Speaker.
15 minutes. Once they are done, please, I'm cutting you off.
Okay, most obliged, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, the mandate of the ministry is as indicated on page 8. The proposed budget for financial year 2023-2024 is as indicated in table 3. And the table 4 shows the allocation, the proposed allocations by programs. That is the 3 programs: mineral development, sustainable petroleum development, and sustainable energy development. The half-year performance of the sector is as indicated in table 4, Right Honorable Speaker. I now move to Petroleum Authority, Right Honorable Speaker. The strategic objectives are as indicated in page 10. The MTEF budget for next financial year is as indicated in table 5. The half-year performance is as indicated in table 6. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me now move to observations. Regarding Community Development Action Plan for Karuma and Isimba, Right Honorable Speaker, whereas the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development planned and disclosed various community development action plans or interventions to project host communities under Karuma and Isimba, to date only 5% and 50% of these interventions have been implemented. My committee therefore recommends that, but we also observe, Right Honorable Speaker, that these dams are already, one of them is already functional, Karuma is soon about to be functional, and that these communities could actually benefit from corporate social responsibility, other than really saying we continue to pursue government to provide construction of schools, health centers, tree planting, etc., which money government does not have. So although Uganda shillings 45 billion is required for seed-up activities under Karuma and Isimba hydropower plants, the committee recommends that 5 billion be availed next financial year, 2023-2024. Regarding electricity access scale-up project, Right Honorable Speaker, this is the project for which we passed a loan in this house recently. The details of the progress being made so far are as indicated on table 12, that crosses over to table 13. And I must say that progress is being made. Most importantly, the project coordination unit in both the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, as well as Uganda Energy Capital, Uganda Energy Capitalization Credit Company is also putting in place the coordination unit. So there is progress. We therefore recommend that government expedites the establishment of the project implementation unit to enable seamless coordination and execution of project activities. I move now to Uganda Rural Electrification Access Project, Europe. The Uganda Rural Access Project, Europe, budget allocation this financial year is 28.5 billion, despite the fact that it is expected to be closed in the 4th quarter of next financial year. My committee therefore recommends that in addition to the 28.5 billion which is provided, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development provides 47.5 billion to enable the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development fully settle outstanding obligations under UREC.
Now, Chairman, I want to guide you to make your work easy, because I can see you have 7 minutes. Okay?
Yes.
The report will be adopted and referred to the budget committee. Now, when it is referred to the budget committee, it only deals with issues of money. The budget committee can't go into these other recommendations of establish, expedite this, do what? No. So read for us only recommendations that have a financial implication, because it's what the budget committee will handle. The rest of the recommendations, you as a sector, as a sectoral committee, will continue following up with the entity. Because I can see you have very many recommendations that have no budget implication.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. In view of your guidance, I will omit 6.3.4, and I move to underfunding of Atomic Energy Council. The committee was informed that the Atomic Energy Council has a budget provision of 22 billion next financial year, leaving a budget shortfall of Uganda shillings 37.3 billion. More funding is required to pursue radiation detection and inspection equipment, as well as field vehicles for use in the day-to-day regulatory work. The committee therefore recommends that Uganda shillings 5 billion be reallocated from a retooling project to the Atomic Energy Council, and that Minister of Finance grants vote status to the Atomic Energy Council, given that its output cuts across so many sectors, namely health, agriculture, and many others. Regarding preparedness of UEDCL to take over from UMEME, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, Cabinet approved a roadmap for the power sector reforms in the country. Among the key reforms was the takeover of the UMEME at the expiry of the concession agreement in 2025. My committee therefore is recommending that the Minister of Finance avails funding to UEDCL to commence investment in the distribution network. That Minister of Energy and Mineral Development and ERA should engage UEDCL and UMEME to resolve the issues on lease fees, because UEDCL is right now losing about 19 billion by not charging UMEME lease fees for using its infrastructure. UMEME should pay the amount of lease fees to UEDCL to facilitate rehabilitation of the distribution network. I move to buyout amount for UMEME concession. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee was informed that the buyout amount for UMEME concession is based on UMEME investment approved and verified by ERA that are not yet recovered from the tariff. The final buyout amount will be determined towards the end of the concession and will largely depend on additional UMEME investments in the network. As of 31st December 2021, the buyout amount was $215.6 million US. My committee recommends that government carries out a comprehensive network diagnostic study to ascertain status of network before takeover to ensure a smooth transition after the exit of UMEME. I move to delay the completion of Isimba hydropower plant. Right Honorable Speaker, just last week I presented here on the status of Simba, and so I just want to highlight the recommendation that the contractor should be penalized for non-performance as per the contract. Government of Uganda should expedite all pending
Budget
works.
committee chairperson cannot do anything about that. Please. Budget committee deals with money. Honorable, there is what we call verbosity. Okay?
Most obliged, sir. Regarding late commissioning of Karuma, Right Honorable Speaker, that is also mainly policy on. Okay, I now move to mineral development subsector. Regarding, that is page 20, regarding inadequate funding of the mineral subsector that I've already articulated in my introduction remarks, the committee recommends that government provides Uganda shilling 127 billion for various interventions under the mineral development program. that would enable us to collect revenue to the tune of 3 trillion shillings per year. I now take you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, to page 23 of my report regarding LPG supply promotion and infrastructure intervention project. With a budget allocation of only 10.5 billion next financial year, the project requires an additional 92 billion. The cooking energy mix in Uganda today is fundamentally skewed with 94% of the 10 million households using biomass. My committee therefore recommends that the budget framework paper that government provided 92 billion for the project, and this should be the same in the final budget for the year, for next financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding inadequate funding for Petroleum Authority of Uganda, you find that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is monitoring and regulating 6 key projects being implemented concurrently. These include the Tilenga project, Kingfisher Development Area, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, Kabale Refinery Project, Kanyuataba, and Ngasa Deep and Shallow Exploration Contract Areas. But they have a deficit in their funding. So therefore, the committee recommends that government allocates additional 22.44 billion to enable PAO effectively execute its regulatory role in the oil and gas sector. I now move to the Ministry of Water and Environment, Right Honorable Speaker, and Table 7 shows the compliance of the ministry with PFMA. Table 8 shows the gender compliance. Unfortunately, most of the votes are on the decline in gender compliance, although NFA has shown an improvement. The mandate is as indicated on page 27.
It's because your time is up, Chair, but let me add you 5 minutes.
Right, Honorable, I beg that you give me some
5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable. The proposed budget estimates for Ministry of Water and Environment is as indicated in Table 8. The allocations by program are as indicated in Table 9, and the half-year performance is as indicated in Table 10. Right Honorable Speaker, I now move to Vote 157, National Forest Authority. No, I move to Vote 150, National Environment Management Authority, NEMA. And Table 11 shows their projections, financial projections for next year. And the half-year performance is as indicated in Table 12. I move to National Forest Authority, Right Honorable Speaker. Table 13 shows their budget estimates. Table 14, their half-year performance. Under UNIMA, Uganda National Meteorological Authority of Uganda, National Meteorological Authority. Table 15 shows their estimates for next financial year and what is approved this year. Table 16 shows their half-year budget performance. I move now to observations. Under water supply and access in tourism districts, that's a policy matter that we are recommending. Under restoration of the environment through tree planting, Right Honorable Speaker, we observed that very little money was allocated for tree planting. Only 2 billion is provided for tree planting activities. The committee was informed that the Ministry of Water and Environment requires 20 billion for raising tree seedlings and 10 billion for unpaid certificates for seedlings already supplied. The tree seedlings will be used for restoration of forest cover and degraded wetlands. We therefore recommend that the Ministry of Water and Environment be provided with a total of 30 billion for the restoration of environment through tree planting. Regarding inadequate budgetary allocation to the deconcentrated regional centers, those we recommend that government provides an additional 15 billion for the above projects, namely 6 billion for project implementation for Southwestern Water and Sanitation Facility, 3 billion for water supply development under the Water and Sanitation Development Facility in the East, 6 billion for water supply development under the Water and Sanitation Development Facilities in the North. Regarding inadequate budgetary allocation to urban water and sewerage services, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that government provides 15 billion for project 1532, which has really impact on provision of improved water supply services to the urban poor population countrywide. Regarding repair and maintenance of boreholes in rural areas, my committee recommends that Ministry of Finance provides a total of 30 billion specifically for the purpose of repair and maintenance of the already existing boreholes. Regarding improvement of water storage and network expansion countrywide, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that government should provide an additional 50 billion to support improvement of water storage and network expansion countrywide. Regarding support to rural water projects, source per village, we observe that over 20,000, specifically 21,410 villages have no single safe water source. We therefore recommend that additional 50 billion be provided for the rural water project. Regarding solar water irrigation and the water supply scheme, which is commonly known as Nexus Green, this requires a counterpart funding, and Uganda has never even put a drop towards that cause. So the committee recommends that government provides 22 billion as counterpart financing required for Nexus Green project under the Ministry of Water and Environment. And this project is national. Right Honorable, I beg for one.
Conclude, Chair.
Yeah.
You're moving.
Thank you. Thank you. Regarding the outstanding financial obligation under Water Service Accelerated Project under National Water and Sewerage Corporation, Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to state that these are our obligation. These are domestic debts. National Water has already implemented a number of projects. Most of them are exiting, but we have not honored our obligations. So the committee recommends that government should prioritize the provision of 40 billion to National Water and Sewerage Corporation to clear outstanding financial obligations for the various contractors, which I've indicated above on page 2038. Regarding outstanding obligation under Kampala Sanitation Project KSP, we recommend that this is again another domestic debt. We recommend that government provides 50.4 billion to National Water and Sewerage Corporation to clear outstanding financial obligations under the project. Regarding outstanding obligations under Integrated Water Management Development Project, again under National Water, this is another obligation which is outstanding. Government should provide 17.18 billion to National Water and Sewerage Corporation to clear outstanding financial obligation for various contractors under the project. Regarding unpaid arrears, okay, I will skip that one. I now move, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, to National Forest Authority. And we have here quite a number of recommendations regarding the budget shortfall for provision of tree seedlings that is under NFA. there is tree seedling under the ministry, but also under NFA. So we recommend that NFA expedites creation of the National Tree Planting Project, which was the project idea at the start. And we further recommend that government allocates 4 billion to provide tree seedlings under NFA. In respect to resurveying and the demarcation of Central Forest Reserve boundaries, the committee recommends that the government provides 1.5 billion for resurveying and demarcation of forest boundaries, and that the Ministry of Water should amend the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act. I move to NEMA. The committee recommends that government allocates 5.9 billion to enable NEMA recruit additional staff, especially for operation under the oil and gas subsector. And they have a very, very dilapidated fleet of vehicles, and the committee recommends that government provides 4.5 billion to NEMA to purchase vehicles for environment monitoring. Regarding automation of environmental social impact assessment studies that NEMA undertakes, the committee recommends that government provides 11.25 billion to NEMA for procurement of the environment monitoring and licensing system. Right Honorable Speaker, I move now to National Meteorological Authority, UNMA, and the Uganda National Meteorological Authority is responsible for establishing and maintaining weather and climate observing station network countrywide. And the committee recommends that government provides 11.25 billion for the following: 10 billion for procurement of a supercomputer to improve the modeling and development of weather patterns and forecasts, so that they can report with accuracy, high degree of accuracy. 1 billion for dissemination of weather forecasts, and 0.25 billion to revamp and operationalize the upper air station at Entebbe. Otherwise, very soon, if we don't do that, then aircrafts will be stopped from landing at Entebbe. Right Honorable, in summary, the budget estimate for financial year 2023-2024 by vote, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, we are requesting that this House approves these estimates: 96,633,093 shillings.
Just do totals, Chairman.
Okay, right.
Yeah, just do totals.
So, right Honorable, for Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, I'm requesting this House to approve these estimates of 1,714,203,333. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, I request that this House approves 82,376,508 shillings. Ministry of Water and Environment, I request this House to approve 1,405,572,189 shillings. Uganda National Meteorological Authority, UNMA, I request this House to approve 14,217,587 shillings. Uganda Forestry, National Forest Authority, NFA, I request this House to approve 24,208,938 shillings. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, page 48 is a summary of the unfunded gaps.
Have you read NEMA?
NEMA.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for NEMA, I request this House to approve 40,142,961 shillings.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted you so much, but you see, I caucused with you and then you didn't follow what we agreed. So I had to come in, but take your seat, Chair. No, the rest are okay. Just take your seat. You finished on the figure. Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, there is a minority report to our main report. It is to be presented by the Honorable Christine Kaya Nashimweru, Shadow Minister for Water and Environment. Unfortunately, I must observe that she was with us in the committee throughout, but she never raised any objections to our discussion. And it is also being raised by the Shadow Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Nyakato Asinansi. Unfortunately, she was absent during our discussions.
Yeah, thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to.
Thank you. Now,
to submit.
Yes. Next time I will check when someone is raising a minority report, I'll look for the attendance book of the committee. If I find you have not been attending, then there is no way you can come to say, But for now, I haven't checked, so I can't rely on that not to get the views. But when a member is supposed to attend, they should attend. Number two, Chair, you are saying, I request the House to approve. At this stage, we cannot. That will be brought by the Budget Committee. Okay? Because there is more money you need. If we approve this and yet you need more money, then you're gone. Okay? Your unfunded priorities are gone. So yes, at this stage, we receive the figures as supplied under budget estimates. I'm sure that's what you've used, not the ones in the ministerial policy statement, because budget estimates figures came much later. Then once we take to the budget committee, it consolidates, sees whether it addresses some of the unfunded priorities, and then it comes here and requests for the House to approve. So I wanted that. So Honorable Christine, please come. Don't mind going into so much detail, because the practice at this stage, we adopt both reports and send them to the budget committee. So don't be scared that we shall have so much on your issues and we leave them behind.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Presenting this minority report under Rule 205 of our Rules of Procedure. Our points of dissent are few, but for our benefit. One is the need for us to incorporate a budget for conducting boundary surveys, demarcating, restoring, and gazetting wetlands and evicting encroachers. According to our budget, didn't have money, and we request that it is considered. And so we are recommending that at least an allocation of 15 billion for wetland survey, wetland demarcation, and registration takes place. And we also recommend that at least 10 wetlands per district are surveyed. The second one, under water and environment, is it relates to National Forest Authority. Tree planting has been emphasized, but the issue of establishing tree nursery beds is wanting. We request for serious additional allocations to establish at least a tree seed nursery per sub-county in Uganda this coming financial year. Those are some of the related water and environment options. I call upon my colleague for energy to also raise the departing points.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Shadow, and the Speaker for giving us this opportunity. Another point of dissent in the Ministry of Energy, under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, was on the PAPs, the project affected persons who have not been paid since 2018 to date, yet the evaluations were done and people are still complaining. And we did recommend that 400 billion be allocated to ensure that all the PAPs, both the ECOP and the Tilenga project PAPs are being compensated. And secondly, We did also recommend on the operationalizing of the existing national fuel reserves and also operating regional reserves. And we did recommend that 10 billion Uganda shillings be allocated to fill that gap. The third one is prioritizing exploration and mining of iron ore to supply raw materials for the iron and steel industry. And we did recommend 15 billion shillings to be allocated.
Honorable colleague, on a report, when they are reading a report, a point of
uploaded.
clarification cannot come in.
It is uploaded.
But we shall debate. I'll allow you during debate.
Finally, Chair, another one was on the issue of increased access to renewable energy. And we did recommend that 1 trillion shilling be allocated to connect at least 300 new connections per district, both in rural and urban centers. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. So, Honorable colleagues, I open up and I start with Honorable Naomi Chibaju. Then Honorable Tom. Then Madi Okoro.
Amen.
Oseru. Max. Pius. Chairman, budget here, I will not give you a chance because they are coming to you. But yes, Honorable Timuge. Yes, Honorable Naomi, each one 2 minutes. We are breaking for lunch, colleagues, and then
Thank
we
you.
receive more statements.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. My observation was that much as we appreciate the minority report, but were these points brought in the committee and they were rejected, so that that would save us having to present a minority report here in the House. Secondly, what I want to thank the chair for the report, but I also wanted to emphasize that NEMA has not done its work efficiently. Yesterday I was coming from Mbarara. We followed these huge buses and they take advantage of their size and they keep throwing bottles, kavera, food everywhere. I don't know what can be put in place. Kavera is polythene paper, which and secondly, on tree planting, right, Honorable Chair, on tree planting, we are not doing as much as we should. I recommend that money be given for that purpose. But recently I was given plants, tree seedlings take to my constituency. And in a very, very short time, they were taken. So which shows that people are hungry to get these trees and plant. That would go a long way in helping our environment. Thank you, Chair. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I want to guide, especially on that issue which Honorable Naomi Chibaju, and I know she would agree with me and support. To complement government efforts, I think we can coordinate with the Minister for Environment. They provide us seeds. We try to do seedlings in our communities as members of parliament. I know someone will say, where will the money come from? But as part of our community corporate social responsibility, a nursery bed, I'm sure, because I've done it before, a nursery bed is not that costly. And you find it's very easy to transport them in your country. But for quality purposes, we would coordinate it with the minister. Minister, you can engage members on this issue. Then for members who are interested, they would come to you and you provide us seeds, then we do nursery beds and give seedlings. Okay? Otherwise, what you give us from here can't be enough. Yes, who else I had picked? Because, yes, Honorable Tom Bright.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Chair, for the good report. I want to concur with the committee on page 36, point number 9.65, repair of boreholes and maintenance. It is very true. Some places it's a water stretched area, like our area in Chegegwa district, and many districts are suffering because of no clean water. I really support the 15 billion to be given to water sector so that we can improve our lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you, Madi Okolo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee, the chair and the committee for the report. My comment is also on the 50 billion for the rural water for fixing boreholes. Many women and children spend a lot of productive time in search of water, so this will go a long way. However, I would like to get clarification, because a lot of these boreholes are made by contractors who use inferior method, should I say materials, especially deep down in the villages, so that you find after 3 months, some of these boreholes are unusable. So in such cases, I believe motorized boreholes would benefit the community better as they have a longer lifespan. On the issue of rural electrification, the government is now using concrete poles, but in some very swampy areas, they have continued to use wooden poles. And I hope that that has been catered for, that some of these wooden poles would be replaced with concrete poles, especially in areas where you have seasonal rivers, which last maybe 8 or 9 months, like we do in Madiokolo. I thank you.
Thank you, Terego.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to applaud the committee and the chairperson. That is when you touch my heart. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to be on record that currently I'm doing 2 million seedlings to be given to my community so that we really change the environment. Right Honorable Speaker, we need total help to NEMA. We need NEMA to have our backbones to ride on. Many people are encroaching the wetlands. They're not doing service to this country. And we are poor and hungry because we have refused to plant fruits. We have refused to be part of the environment. And the day we decide to give all the monies NEMA needs, then we'll be able to change the face of this country and feed our community and children. Thank you so much.
Pius.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have some few comments to make. One is about the money provided for tree planting to NFA. Whereas I support it very much, but more emphasis should be put in preserving the natural forests. As I speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, we are talking about planting more trees, but Bugoma forests right now, if you visit Bugoma forests, it has been totally destroyed. So I think more emphasis should be put in preserving our natural forests. Then on power connections, Right Honorable Speaker, more money has been provided, but my request is we should have a balanced policy so that power connection is across each and every constituency, because some constituencies have benefited more than others. You find a constituency represented by a minister, almost power is in each and every home. You visit our constituencies represented by us, it is a problem. So I request this time, let's have a clear policy. If we have to connect power in 10 villages per constituency, let it be very clear this time. Then on the last note, Right Honorable Speaker, it is about Petroleum Authority. This authority is in charge of controlling and monitoring these oil companies. I visited some oil companies like Telega in Bulisa. This authority is supposed to control costs because all expenses are supposed to be recovered in the future when oil is out. I just visited the dining hall. That Telega project is employing 9,000 people. But when you visit them, you may think you're in Serena. I think a plate is like 100,000.
Thank you. Thank you. I had Oseru. No.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to appreciate the chair for the report he has given us. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is if you go to some districts, you find there are poles 4 years ago that have been installed, and on those poles, there are no electric wires. We wondered what could be happening. And then secondly, there are those districts that were created or that were upgraded into new cities, like Gulu City, Arua, Mbarara, and others. I understand that the government normally gives one borehole every financial year to every sub-county. But now, since we became a city, we have been cut off. So it's national water that has to extend water to all these urban centers. So, Right Honorable Speaker, our people do not have water. And you see the water that is extended by national water is too expensive. However, the money that the committee was recommending, I don't think I have anything against it. I want to support the committee on that one, but the cost of national water in urban centers is damn expensive. And knowing that some of our cities are still in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. I remember that issue, Honorable, in the 10th Parliament came up, and there is a strategy which we shared, whereby I think I was in the Committee on Natural Resources, whereby they brought their case and justified it. It's more or less the urban people subsidizing the rural. That was the strategy. The urban subsidizing the rural so that we have wide water coverage. But what pains me is to find that projects which are performing well, you're not giving them money. If an entity you've given it a loan, they have performed, they have exited, and you don't pay, and you know these contractors, the moment you delay payment, they are getting a lot of money in interest. We are losing a lot of money. The other day we were discussing UNRWA. So what is your strategy as a government? You wanted them to delay? How do you reward entities? How do you make entities work harder to consume, to absorb the money that come under projects? So this is very, very critical. Honorable Isaac?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Isaac Utemgi, Padere County. I thank the committee for the report laid. I would like to thank the ministry for commissioning Olweyu substation earlier, which is a big step towards bringing electricity to West Nile. But I would still like to inform the House that the deadlines of September 2022, also the deadline of March 2023 have still not been met by the ministry in terms of bringing electricity, the national grid into West Nile, and the people of West Nile are actually concerned. And we welcome the 35 billion which has been put on this aspect. Right Honorable Speaker, we passed a loan here, I think amounting to about 1.7 trillion, and districts were actually allocated new connections. But to date, it is actually slow. Surveyors are not on the ground, despite passing that loan, whereby districts were going to get new connections. We need to have a follow-up on that. On the aspect of water, we're actually a bit concerned on the slow pace of providing safe water to most of our villages. At the moment, I understand that 21,000 villages are actually not connected to safe water. That is very concerning. And as a house, we need to know actually which are these villages being connected. Let us be provided by the list. Now you're saying you need more money to connect more villages. Which village is next? Can we also know and have an input on that aspect? And on that note, we have the issue of Northern Umbrella in most of the areas in West Nile, and also national water. Those are all entities under the same ministry competing to provide water within the same district. In Nebi, Northern Umbrella is competing for some sub-counties. National water is also competing for some sub-counties in the same district. Can we align the providers, please? On the issue of the tree seedlings, I can say that actually national water is requesting for 30 billion. At the same time, NFA is also requesting for 4 billion. Those are entities within the same ministry. Why can't we just...
Thank you. Honorable Minister. Colleagues, I've been having peace here since 10 a.m. We said clearly we agreed 6 people per committee, and it has been followed. So if you have just come, please allow us continue how we were doing business. Honorable Minister for Water, please. Honorable Minister, I need to break for lunch. I've been seated here since 10.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, and the members. I want to thank the members for their comments. Most of them were very positive. I want to thank my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Environment. I was very grateful for the comments you made. You supported us in requiring 15 billion for tree planting. And then you were also suggesting that we restore at least 10 wetlands per district. This is a very welcome comment. Honorable Speaker, I will answer, since my Minister of State for Environment is here, I'm going to answer questions on water. I will give an opportunity.
Honorable Minister, we want you to speak in terms of money. General policy will be later.
Oh.
Yes.
Repair boreholes. I would like to request that the suggestion, the recommendation given by my committee, the Committee of Natural Resources, of 15 billion should be accepted. One of the members was saying that boreholes, contractors use inferior materials, and that he was suggesting that we should monetize these boreholes. The House, that the Ministry of Water has embarked on monetizing all these boreholes, because we would like to ensure that these boreholes serve a larger number of people in an area. So we have embarked on this, and already we have monetized some of the boreholes already. And then national water, I would like to request really that we support national water. We had this project called 100% acceleration project, which was meant to extend water even to unserved areas. This project was meant to serve even areas, poor areas in urban areas, the areas which are poor people, where poor people stay. And I would like to tell members, that our cost of water for members, the poor members of our community, the cost of water is 50 shillings a jerrycan. That is what national water charges, 50 shillings a jerrycan for poor areas. It is only unfortunate that sometimes some of the people who sell this water overcharge them. But members should ensure, when you go to your areas, please ensure that these people who are selling water to these poor members of our communities charge 50 shillings.
Maybe, Honorable Minister, for the record, national water takes 25 shillings, and then 25 shillings goes to the operator, making it 50 shillings.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
National water takes 25 shillings. 25 shillings is supposed to go to the vendor, the one who is selling the water. I think those are the questions which were.
Thank you.
For water.
Thank you, Honor.
Now let me ask Honorable Anua to come and answer questions on environment.
Honorable, 2 minutes. Honorable Anua, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and my senior minister. I would also like to appreciate the shadow minister and the whole house for really standing up on the issue of environment. On environment, we talk as one, and I greatly appreciate. I appreciate the budget additions which even have come from the opposition. This is really recommendable, and I pray, Right Honorable Speaker, that these monies are provided for, like for the seeds. We shall provide the seeds to members of parliament, to your areas, so that you are able to get the seedlings from the nearby, rather than transporting it from a different. So if we can have that monies for seeds provided, we are ready to really give out those seeds. We have been giving on some small scale, but we have been hard up now. Please, my prayer is, let's have that money provided for as suggested by my shadow minister, and the whole house approves it. We shall do the needful. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have as a ministry also tried for these people who keep on throwing items from the vehicles. It has almost cut across. It is nasty, even vehicles of big people. And NEMA has come up to say that actually in my car personally, I have a dustbin. Now, for you members of parliament, I will also pray that you also lead by example. And NEMA has already advised that people, even these big transports like buses, they should have that.
Honorable Minister, issues of a policy nature are not being handled now.
Okay, lastly, Mr. Speaker, friends, there was an issue on Bugoma. I also want to inform this house that it is a thorn in our flesh, for sure. We are handling, the president has just made a directive to the prime minister to go and handle this together with the ministry. So we stand together and we save our environment. I would like to thank you heartily. Do your part, we shall do our part.
Thank you. I now put a question that the report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the municipal statement and budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. The report is referred to the Committee on Budget. Like I had guided earlier, we should adopt both reports and refer to the Budget Committee for reconciliation and consolidation. Colleagues, I put the question that the minority report on the report of the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources on the municipal statements for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. It's equally referred to the Committee on Budget so that they can scrutinize the proposal. Our colleagues, we are breaking off for lunch of 45 minutes. So, after lunch, we shall start with the Committee on Presidential Affairs, followed by Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs as we continue with the rest of the committees. With the way we are moving, I need each and every committee. There is no committee that is telling me they are coming tomorrow. I need all committee reports today. If time allows, we handle. All committee reports need to be here. If we don't handle it, members will read through and we handle it tomorrow. But we need the reports, all of them finished today. Because tomorrow is the deadline. By law, tomorrow is the deadline. So at least we must have reports today. I don't want to be like in the morning when I was running around calling chairpersons, looking for who to begin with at 10. House suspended for 45 minutes.
My brother, the woman is going to one. You were so kind. And she had swayed you people were going there now. We have moved all those steps. We have moved all those steps. Now you come here, you want the thing to collapse.
Thank you. So Chief Whip, I hope your ministers are here. Colleagues, you remember I had told you that once we resume, I'll give around 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes to the Chief Whip today on table, and maybe he can give a little bit more information on the rota for ministers attending the House. We want to be serious on this issue so that we know this is the timetable for ministers, and he will explain how they generated it. Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, in compliance with your directive, let me lay on table the schedule of ministers for plenary sittings, and this list was generated from each and every MDA. We wrote to the senior ministers, they wrote back and we compiled them. I beg to lay for the second time for the record of Parliament, and this is a letter contained it is signed 6 April 2023. It was addressed to the clerk. This was in line with the 23rd sitting of the third meeting of the second session of the 11th Parliament, where you directed that the rota for ministers' attendance be uploaded on the parliamentary system. I wrote and also copied in the leadership of Parliament. I beg to lay. As permission is granted, I would want to go MDA by MDA, highlighting on Tuesday, this particular ministry, who will be in Parliament. Wednesday, then I conclude with Thursday. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, under Office of the Prime Minister, I will first go for Tuesday for all MDAs, then go for Wednesday. Under Office of the Prime Minister, Tuesday, we will be expecting the following ministers. Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, Honorable Bua Dennis Amson, Honorable Dr. Ongalo Clement Obote, Honorable Agnes Nandutu, Honorable Namiyangu Jennifer, Honorable Esther Anyakun. Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs, Tuesday, Honorable Vincent Sempija. Ministry of East African Affairs, Tuesday, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, Honorable Magode Ekuya. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Tuesday, Honorable Mlimba John. Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Tuesday, first week, Honorable Sarah Mateke. Second week, Honorable Peace Mutuzu. Third week, Honorable Asamo Ellen. Fourth week, Honorable Peace Mutuzu. Ministry of Health, still Tuesday, Honorable Margaret Muhanga. Ministry of Internal Affairs, Honorable Kahinda Otafire. Honorable General Muhozi David. Ministry of Education and Sports, Tuesday, Honorable Dr. Jesse Muyingo and Honorable Janet Museveni. Number 9, Tuesday, under Ministry of Local Government, Honorable Raphael Magezi, week 1, Honorable Victoria Rusoke, week 2. Ministry of Public Service, Honorable Grace Mary Mugasa. Ministry of Works and Transport, first and third week, Honorable General Edward Katumba Wamala. Second week, Honorable Echwero Musa Francis. Fourth week of every month, Honorable Biamukama Fred. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Okasai Opolot for Tuesday. Office of the President, Tuesday, Honorable Millie Babalanda, Honorable Beatrice Akori, Honorable Akelo Rose Lily, Honorable
Mutasingwa Diana. Ministry of Security, Honorable General Jim Muwezi, Tuesday. Ministry of Kampala Capital City Authority and Metropolitan, Honorable Minsa Ajat Kabanda and Honorable Chofa Kabuye. Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Honorable Frank Tumebaze and Honorable Adoa Ellen. Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Attorney General's Chambers, Honorable Norbert Mao, Honorable Chiriowa Chiwanuka, and Honorable Kafuzi Jackson. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, Honorable Henry Musasizi, Honorable Amos Lugorobi, Honorable Evelyn Anite, Honorable Cheyune Kasolo. Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Godfrey Kabianga. Ministry of Lands and Urban Development, Honorable Judith Nabakoba and Honorable Persis Namuganza. Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, Honorable Colonel Tom Butime, Honorable Magara Martin. Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Francis Mwebesa, Honorable Ntabazi Ariet, Honorable David Bahati. Ministry of Water and Environment, Honorable Beatrice Anwar. Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Honorable Dr. Musonero Monica. This is the rota for ministers who should be attending Parliament on Tuesday.
Now, Honorable Chief Whip, aren't we taking too much time? So what we can do, you've done your part. Let it be uploaded on al fresco for colleagues to follow up, but also you need to be updating yourself so that on a certain day, when we are looking for a certain minister and is not here, then we are able to say, no, it's so and so. But I want to thank you so much, okay, for the job well done. I hope this will help us now when we know exactly whom we can send to the rules. You know, yes, yes, we are going to take serious disciplinary, because you see, between me and you, the constitution is very clear. Parliament, the major role, we are processing government business. Now, if we are processing government business, when ministers are not here to process their business, so shall we sit here backbenchers and sometimes the shadow minister wants to step in for their colleague? That's the only time they call them colleagues. Okay? Say, I can step in for my colleague. So, honorable ministers, this is not aimed like at we are harassing ministers, we are pushing that. No, no, no. We just need cooperation to process your business. Now, imagine processing a ministerial policy statement, a budget of a minister when a minister is not there. Now, how will you run a ministry if you don't have a budget? So all this is aimed at us working together so that we don't have gaps here and there. So let's go to ministerial policy statement.
Report of the Committee on Presidential Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statements for the financial year 2023-2024.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And Honorable Chairs, you are coming. The practice is please continue. The practice is very clear. It's only 15 minutes maximum. And you straight away go to observations and then recommendations, and we do totals, so that we pick 6 contributions from members.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. This is our report. We have Office of the President, State House, Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs, Uganda AIDS Commission, Uganda Industrial Research Institute, Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, Kampala Capital City Authority, Internal Security Organization, External Security Organization, Science technology and innovations. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the guidance. Under Office of the President, our report has been uploaded. We can go to page 6. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in relation to funding gaps, we have a funding gap for investiture ceremonies and patriotism, and the funding gap is 9.1 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that's what we are requesting for. Inadequate office accommodation for RDCs, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have a funding gap of 7 billion. That is what we are requesting for, 7.2 billion. Procurement of medals for awards. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is very necessary because as a country we host heads of states, and they do the same to us when our president visits other states. And we have a funding gap of 4.23. That is what we are requesting for. Facilitation for presidential advisors. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chair, it's good, 4.23 million, billion, trillion.
Okay, thank you. It's 4.23 billion. Facilitation for presidential advisors. These positions are provided for in our constitution. Therefore, they have been appointed and we have to facilitate them. We have a funding gap of 5.1 billion. That is what we are requesting for. Under monitoring and evaluation, Office of the President, we have a funding gap of 10 billion. That's what we are requesting for. Monitoring manifesto implementation. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have a funding gap of 1.5 billion. That is what we are requesting. Lack of funding for intelligent transport monitoring system. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this country took a decision that we must ensure safety of everybody, and therefore there is a need to have a tracking system. And we can't do this if we don't have the infrastructure to aid it. And therefore we are requesting for 1.5 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, and a continuous capacity building of cabinet members. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are aware these members get appointed and reshuffled, therefore their capacities need to be continuously built. Regular inductions are needed, and we have a funding gap of 1.3 billion. Maintenance of NALI, we thank this parliament for having given money to do some work at NALI, but the maintenance requires 2.2 billion. That's what we are requesting for. Facilitating the resident district commissioners, they are in place by the empowerment of our constitution, and they have to be facilitated. We have a funding gap of 4.5 billion. That's what we are requesting for. Support to the Afro-Arab Youth Council. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our country is blessed. We are going to have the headquarters for Afro-Arab Youth Council in Uganda, and we have been given a condition to buy land, and we appreciate the support given by this house. The money needed for 50 acres is 15 billion. We have already got 4 billion. We have a balance of 11 billion. That is what we are requesting. Under State House, that is from page 12, going to the observations and recommendations. The first one is presidential donations. This country benefits either directly or indirectly through other institutions like the churches, the cultural leaders, but we have a funding gap of 30 billion. That is what we are requesting for. Logistical and administrative support to the presidency. We need to support the Fountain of Honor, and we have a budget gap of 8 billion. That is what we are requesting for. Retooling State House. we need to ensure that the State House appears to its befitting level, because that is the face for our country in one way or the other. And we have state lodges for renovating. We have a funding gap of 35.4 billion for the State House in Entebbe, Nakasero, but also the state lodges. The cumulative figure is 35.42 billion. That's what we are requesting. Uganda AIDS Commission, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are aware that there is increasing rate of infection among the young people, but also the old or the adults. And we are requesting for 1.94 to ensure that dissemination of well-packaged informations are done across the country, and monitoring and mainstreaming of HIV/AIDS guidelines. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we discovered that some of the informations given out are misleading. Especially, we were concerned, and we are still concerned, that others preach that HIV/AIDS does not kill. And therefore, we have advised Uganda AIDS Commission to review the package, and this has to be disseminated. For these guidelines, we have a funding gap, which we have already stated, for the monitoring, recruitment of human resource and support services for HIV/AIDS to trickle down with its messages. We are having a funding gap of 2.73 billion. That is what we are requesting for. And Uganda Industrial Research Institute, that is URI. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for research and development, URI has a funding gap of 2.14 billion. That's what we are requesting for, but also for wage and utility costs. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have a funding gap of 4.466 billion. Ethics and integrity, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, under page 27, we are requesting for correction of an anomaly. There was 3 billion meant for development, but it was put under wage. So we are requesting that that is corrected in the coming financial year, because it was appropriated, but just an anomaly was done. Establishment of vote, that is police matter. Lack of funding to pornographic control committee. We have a committee to control with what is happening, especially with the homosexuality issues. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we feel this committee needs to be empowered, and they need 4.2 billion. Dissemination of anti-corruption laws. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we feel we should do more. Ethics and integrity needs to move from the headquarters up to the lower level, including our schools and other institutions, to talk about corruption, but also the laws which are meant to manage issues of corruption. And we are asking for 2.85 billion. Internal security organization, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our major priority is to ensure transport equipment for ISO. Right Honorable Speaker, our requests cut across, requesting for motorcycles, motor vehicles, and the funding gap that we want to address is 10 billion. Facilitation to internal intelligence collection by ISO. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to repeat this. For ISO, we have a funding gap of 10 billion, and that's what we are requesting for transport cumulatively. Facilitation to internal intelligence collection by ISO for our safety and management of our peace. We feel ESO's intelligence work has to be enhanced, and we have a funding gap of 10 billion. That's what we are requesting for. Enhancement of technical infrastructure. Intelligence surveillance cannot be done if we don't equip our infrastructure, which can aid that surveillance. And the money we are asking for is 15 billion. Construction of Institute of Security and Strategic Studies. Right on, our speaker and colleagues, we have been losing a lot of money yearly because our staff are being trained outside the country at a tune of 3 billion per annum. And therefore, we would love that we get support to have our own institute to reduce on this recurrent expenditure. And therefore, we are requesting, we are recommending to have this facility constructed in our country. It requires 123.9 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, under construction of transport equipment workshop, we are requesting for 8.3 billion to ensure that our cars, which are for security services, are not serviced in ordinary workshops, because anything can be put in our cars, we can be tracked. Therefore, we are asking to have our own workshop. External security organization, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on page 36, that's where we have our observations and recommendations. Foreign intelligence collection, we are recommending to enhance on that, and the budget gap is 15.7 billion. That's what we are requesting for. Retooling of external security organization, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our budget gap is 28.8 billion. That's what we are requesting. Budget enhancement to administration and finance, our budget gap is 7.112 billion. That's what we are requesting. Construction of ESO headquarters. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have our headquarters, but it has been challenged because many of the structures surrounding it are now taller than what we have, and that poses a security threat. We need our country and we need the people to be safe. So we are requesting for 31.324 billion. Science, technology, and innovation. Chair, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our observations and recommendations begin from page 41. Lack of budget provision for aeronautics and space. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a budget gap of 5 billion. That's what we are requesting for. Inadequate budget provision to pathogen economy. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a budget gap of 10 billion. That's what we are requesting for. Inadequate budget provision to sericulture, we are requesting for 16.4.5 billion. None. Page 43, Right Honorable Speaker, inadequate funding for the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. We have a funding gap of 15 billion. That is what we are.
Switch on, Honorable Chair.
On page 44, proposed budget allocation to Chira Motors. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we want Chira Motors to move to commercialization, and we are proposing for 20 billion to be appropriated to support their activities. Ministry of Kampala, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our observations and recommendations begin from page 48. Under police planning and budget services, our major concern is about the planning, which we want to enhance. The committee recommends that 4.4 billion be provided to ensure that critical fiscal studies are coordinated to enhance the implementation in Greater Kampala metropolitan area. Retooling of KCCMA, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we need to equip our office, but also facilitate the ministry. And we have a funding gap of 2.3 billion. That's what we are requesting for. Kampala Capital City Authority, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our observations and recommendations start from page 51. Our major recommendation is on the implementation of presidential directive on city markets. We are requesting for 2.3 billion to ensure that implementation is well implemented. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on the issues of roads, we apologize. You had guided earlier, it is our other committee on fiscal infrastructure that handle issues of roads. So we apologize, it goes to them. Staff wages and related costs. Under this, we are having a funding gap of 35.791 billion. That's what we are requesting you to support us. Fiscal planning of the city, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have a funding gap of 2.5 billion, and that is our request. Office of the Prime Minister, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our observations and recommendations start from 55, page 55. Budget enhancement for strengthening government-wide coordination, monitoring, and evaluation. This is a constitutional mandate, and we have a funding gap of 15 billion. That's what we are providing for. Operationalization of the disaster risk management plan. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the ministry has ever shared this plan with us. We are requesting to operationalize this plan to ensure that issues of disaster are minimized. And we are requesting for 20 billion as a starting point. Refugees protection and management. Here we are only restricting ourselves to resettlement of internal displaced persons. These are our citizens. And we have cases in Changwali, including other places. We are requesting for 7.7 billion to ensure that our people are resettled. Uganda Red Cross Society, which plays an auxiliary role, and we have been appropriating for it. And through Office of the Prime Minister, they have a funding gap of 12.5 billion. That is what we are requesting for. That is what they're asking, but we are requesting for 5 billion out of the 12.563 billion. Facilitation of Prime Minister's Delivery Unit. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have a funding gap of 9.727 billion. That's what we are requesting for. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that marks the end of our presentation. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me lay a copy of our report and copies of our minutes. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you so
Chair.
much.
I will request you to read the budget allocations vote by vote totals, because that's what the Committee on Budget is going to be mainly dealing with. You have it or no?
My king, he was compiling.
I see it. I see it as part of the report. A
Okay.
copy of the report I have.
Okay. Chair, I have a
Maybe it doesn't have totals. I don't know if that's what you are waiting for.
okay. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, under Office of the President, Under recurrent budget, we are asking for 228.1 billion. Development expenditure, we are asking for 22 billion. State House, under recurrent budget, we are asking for 401 billion. Development expenditure, we are asking for 21.7 billion. Office of the Prime Minister, under recurrent expenditure, we are asking for 27.1 billion. 87.1 billion. I repeat, under recurrent expenditure, for Office of the Prime Minister, we are asking for 87.1 billion. Development expenditure, we are asking for 135.3 billion. Ministry of KCCA and Metropolitan Affairs, under recurrent expenditure, we are asking for 7.8 billion. Development expenditure, we are asking for 45.6 billion. Uganda AIDS Commission, recurrent expenditure, we are asking for 15.9 billion. Development expenditure, we are asking for 619 million. Uganda Industrial Research Institute, recurrent budget, we are asking for 11.9 billion.
Procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural point I raise on is that when we are at this point, we are supposed to capture the figures as they are. When you read 15.8 for the record purposes, we shall not know the exact figure that maybe the State House or the Office of the Presidency will require. I would implore my sister that you read the entire figure. If it is 15,575, blah, 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 up to the last figure. Right Honorable Speaker, would we?
Thank you. So, please, thank you. It's okay. Honorable colleague, point noted. What honorable members are meaning here, we don't deal with ETC. We deal with complete statements, but it's okay. It's good guidance. Yeah, Chair, continue. But the good thing, don't go back, because you see the whole report will be sent to the committee.
Yes.
And it has all details. But to do the figure as Honorable Pachuto has guided.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Under ethics and integrity, under recurrent expenditure, we are requesting for 15,169,635,000. Under development expenditure, we are asking for 150 million. Kampala Capital City Authority, under recurrent budget, we are asking for 218,979,201,000. Development expenditure, we are asking for 133,913,187,000. Internal Security Organization, recurrent budget, we are asking for 172,102,984,000. Development expenditure, we are asking for 10,680,000,000. External Security Organization, under recurrent budget, we are asking for 96,253,009,000. Development expenditure, we are asking for 1,002,960,000. Science, technology, and innovation, we are asking under recurrent expenditure, 161,419,037,000. Development expenditure, we are asking for 106,544,389,000. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Processing all these votes in time. I want to thank you and your team. The job well done. Our colleagues, as we were doing, 5 people are going to contribute on the debate. That's number 1. Number 2, your submission should be enriching the processing and consolidation of this report by the budget committee. So meaning issues of a policy nature are not helpful at this time. We want issues that have a financial implication so that budget committee can take note. I'll start with Honorable Nathan Bianyima. I don't know Kwaringa. I don't know. I would pick you on the other one. I'll pick Honorable Max Ochai. From 10 a.m. he has been here. I haven't given. No. I know was here. But we still have statements. I'll give you opportunity. Okay. Honorable Azatom. Okay. And then I'll pick from opposition and an independent. Yes. Honorable Jonathan, Honorable Barimwezo, and Honorable Susan Amel. 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Chair for the report. But I think, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I am being perturbed, especially when these funding gaps are all over. Do we cross ministries? What do we do? Because our work is to set priorities among priorities. But when you look at, when you hear her report, like tracking of these vehicles, that is an investor who is supposed to bring in money here and invest. Today we have been even in a meeting. Which money do we require? I think there are some things that ministers don't explain to the committee members. There is money, I think, hidden somewhere. Today we have been in a thorough meeting with the Minister of State for Security, Minister of Security, where a Russian company is going to bring $256 million so that he can recoup the money by giving us the plate numbers. We pay for them, we pay for the gadgets, and then even fines, which has been a non-tax revenue for government to be taken away by the what? By the investor. So I would want to really, for such a ministries, Mr. Speaker, to get back, we can pass, of course, the budget, but let's be more polished a bit. Ministers, when they read their policy statements here, they were dummies. They came back after 2 weeks. These members have been in the policy statements yesterday, even today. They haven't had a chance to read in and out. They haven't. So our ministers, actually we need them, they need to put up so that we can get the policy statements in a simple way. You show your wishful list. We want to do the following in this financial year.
Thank you. Honorable Kwaringa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for that report. But my concern is on the issue of ESO. The committee rightly notices that 15 billion, there's a gap for 15 billion for mainly collecting intelligence from abroad. And I'm wondering how even that money will be enough. Looking at the space, the scope, the coverage, and looking at the global threats. If, for example, ESO was given more money, we wouldn't have had the ADF last time infiltrating, because intelligence gives you a forewarning and guides policy. So I would really implore that ESO their budget be increased because of the scope of coverage. Because this will actually lead into mitigation and addressing threats before they occur. Because it's very expensive for us to go on after the threat has already occurred. We rather increase the money now so that we are forewarned before the threat has occurred. I thank you.
Thank you. The committee has prioritized the security sector seriously, because and there were concerns, because I remember like ESO, ISO had last bought cars in 1997. So how will you work? I think before us financial year, a diesel was getting 1,540 shillings per day as a fuel to monitor the whole district. Yes, 1,000 on average, the money they were giving. So what do they end up encroaching on? That's why you could find these intelligence officers are disturbing UMPs. Facilitate me. So, and when I facilitate you, I influence the outcome of whatever you're doing. So, yes, Honorable Max Ochai.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I want to thank the chairperson of the committee. I want to thank the chairperson of the committee for the elaborate report. Having listened to the presentation, Mr. Speaker, I get a feeling that what in my mind is critical priorities, they are instead treated as secondary. I'm glad you have actually pointed towards the need for facilitating ISO in gathering intelligence. Mr. Speaker, security is a sine qua non for economic growth and development. And that's why Uganda has for a long time prioritized security. In this case, therefore, when we see the committee flagging out a funding gap of about 10 billion to procure transport equipment to facilitate ISO to gather intelligence, the software that's needed for security, it only emphasizes the fact that we need to provide that money to guarantee our security. And therefore, support the recommendation that that funding gap be filled. The second critical issue that I see in this report is lack of funding to finance maintenance of National Leadership Institute, Chankwanzi. NALI was established in 1981 for the sole purpose of training national leaders in public service. And we all know that public service is critical for improving welfare of our people. And so anything that will contribute towards building that capacity, that critical capacity, should actually not be looked down upon. And therefore, request.
Honorable Baza. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the good report. Mr. Speaker, I am an MP from the border. That's the Sudan border. And really there's need for us to increase money for the security agencies, especially the RDC being the chairperson for the security committee. There's need to increase for ISO. There's need to increase for ESO. There's need for security tracking system for these agencies. Need for motorcycles, motor vehicles, and foreign intelligence gathering. This is simply because our country is surrounded by our countries that are really at war. You take, for example, Congo. There are issues in Congo. There are issues in Sudan right now as I talk. So there's need really for us to increase the funding for the security agencies, for border security, and more so, especially if you take that stretch from Koboko, Yumbe, Moyo, Adjumani, along the border, there are always other issues, and the proliferation of small arms. We normally get these small arms coming, being brought by the refugees into the country. So the intelligence system must be strengthened. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Susan Amero, then Honorable Arimweza, Honorable Jonathan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. However, I have a few issues. The way it looks, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to have enough time to look at things. We seem to be doing double budgeting. When we ask for money for monitoring and evaluation, and then we're asking for money for manifesto implementation, I expect that ministries are doing their work and we just need to use other arms to do the monitoring. But now you find that money is asked from both sides, and I don't know how we are going to handle this kind of issue. The issue of city markets and city markets, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of markets comes under local government. I don't know why we need money in KCCA for markets when local government that I was sitting in is also working on the same markets. If we are not putting money in one pot from different angles, then I don't know what we should be doing. Then I had the report of the committee. I am a little bit disturbed because we have not heard about these affirmative action ministries. We wanted to know how much is in each ministry so that it is possible for us when we are doing our monitoring to disaggregate from this ministry of Prime Minister's office, because in most cases, the money once put in a pool in the Prime Minister's office, we don't know what goes in Teso, we don't know what goes to Karamoja, and that's why we find things going amiss. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to get clarification from the chair how much is going to Teso, Karamoja, Luero, Bunyoro, and the rest. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, wish to appreciate you for your tweet on the state of Kampala roads. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, Kampala is the capital city of Uganda, the face of Uganda, and the economic hub for this country. Kampala contributes over 60% to the national GDP. So when you look at the development budget of Kampala, a budget of 133 billion is too little for this face of Kampala, for the economic hub of Kampala, of Uganda. Therefore, it's important for us to recognize it as the capital which houses our parliament. I pray that you find it fit to increase the budget, the development budget of KCCA to a tune of 500 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, I was a mayor during the tenure of Jennifer Musisi, the person that you have been praising for making miracles in the city. And the budget was 700 billion. So Kampala cannot make miracles now. We need to make sure that we feed this cow. Therefore, I pray that Right Honorable Speaker, we cut wherever we can cut and basically fund Kampala so that we can have that pride of it being the capital and the city of Uganda. I beg to submit.
Thank you. No, I've already picked the members to speak. We have a formula we are following. Only one is remaining. Now, colleagues, Honorable Mwezo is raising a very critical issue, which I need the budget committee to look at critically. Because you see, the Kampala city, and I think the chair will clarify, maybe some of the money might be traced in the physical infrastructure committee report, because now we do program-based budgeting. So the road sector, some of the money is captured under physical infrastructure. But when we reach there, we shall pool, I will need the chair budget to clear a pool or money for cases, especially to do with roads. Especially to do with roads. Because you see, colleagues, we have visitors who visit this country. The moment you veer off the highway, yes, the highway, it's really, really, really embarrassing. And I think it will be a very big mistake. Let's listen to one another. It will be a very big mistake if we start blaming the leadership at KCCA. Like I had seen some people had started doing on social media. But these are people we've not given capacity. We've not given them capacity. So it will be our duty to ensure that KCCA, I'm assigning committee on budget. Please, chair committee on budget. The issue of roads in KCCA it's an issue we must look at critically. Critically. This is the face of the country. We cannot dodge it. We cannot avoid it. Jonathan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the chairperson of the committee, but I must mention that I'm constrained to fully support the report of the committee for the following reasons. First and foremost is the proposal by the committee to rent office premises for the presidential advisors. I don't know whether the committee gave full attention to the role of an advisor and the number of presidential advisors that we have, and when and at what point they are needed to render advice to the president. With the cabinet being the principal body mandated to give advice to the president, I think this should be reconsidered. And I invite the House to reject this proposal to allocate 5.1 billion. The second is about the intelligent transport monitoring system. Right, Honorable Speaker, this matter is before this House and it was referred for investigations. The investigations was calling into question the existence of the company called Joint Stock Global Security. For this House to sit at this moment before we even receive the report whether that project should go ahead and propose to allocate 1.5 billion would be undermining our own authority. I propose that we put this on hold until we receive the reports by the committees that are mandated. The third issue is about the facilitation for RDCs. I have a problem using the word facilitation. Are you asking for fuel? Are you asking for salary? Are you asking for airtime? What is it that you want us to appropriate? You cannot say appropriate 4.5 billion as facilitation. What is it? In budgeting, we have even moved away from issues of contingency on issues that are not clearly defined. That is no longer tenable in budgeting. Lastly, I propose that since we have identified in...
Thank you. It's like the word I've seen trending in each and every ministerial policy statement, retooling, and billions. Government has a language, they have a way of retooling. I mean, if you can analyze and you aggregate the budget for retooling, there is where I saw 32 billion for retooling. What is retooling? Why don't we be clear? So, budget committee, please, that's the money we should be reallocating to more critical things. If it can't be cleared, fine. How do you say retooling? And you already toured. Rob.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I agree with you on retooling. I see retooling State House, 35 billion, 35.4 billion. Retooling in State House. Are they going to buy hose? Are they buying spears? Retooling for State House. I'm not minimizing. I want to know because I don't just approve. Because if, right, Honourable Speaker, I don't just approve. I should know before I approve because I must defend this budget. So if I don't know, why should I approve? But two, I see money for donations. Recently, I saw a letter from the president to the prime minister. And he was referring to political corruption. That if you go and distribute earn sheets, that is political corruption. Now we want to pass money for donations for the president to go and do political corruption. Right, Honourable Speaker, these donations should also be clear, because what is bad for the ministers and members of parliament is bad for the president. You can't say, and when we say the president does it in the media, you find an Ofono saying it is you who gives it to him. Now it is a time for us to exonerate ourselves. Should we go on with political corruption, or it should stop? Because his is institutionalized and budgeted by us. But lastly, right, Honourable Speaker, when in my district there are no medicines, how do I come and start passing money for special workshops for vehicles? And the Minister for Health tells me he has no money for she has no money for medicine. I also see it's not in the health centers, and my voters are seeing me here passing money for workshops.
Thank you. Thank you.
Speaker, just one.
No, colleagues, listen to me.
Just one.
I have my argument with Rob on a report of a committee. On a report of a committee, Rob has no right of reply or comment. He's like any other member. Okay? But I had allowed him, and we had agreed that he does quickly.
Thank you very much for your kind guidance. Honorable Speaker, if we have to do donations, then let's have donations for all political leaders. So that we know members of parliament can donate, ministers can donate, the president can donate. And if we must not have donations, then we should not have donations for everybody. Because that's why the Constitutional Fund was removed. Finally, Honorable Speaker, as a member on the opposition, why should I approve money for Chankwanzi? Chankwanzi has been made an NRM thing. The FDC cannot go to Chankwanzi. The UPC cannot go to Chankwanzi. NUP cannot go to Chankwanzi. So why should I, and I am being, why should I? Unless we agree that we are now going to have delegates conferences of all political parties in Chankwanzi. But if it's going to remain an NRM thing, then it becomes difficult for me to sit down, adopt and approve money for it. Then it should be through the NRM Secretariat. Otherwise, for me, it doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, colleagues, Right Honorable Prime Minister, can FDC, can opposition access Chankwanzi once they request? Just clarify.
Right Honorable Speaker, all the opposition members of parliament and the other political parties, because yes, there are those who are not in parliament. You are all entitled. Nobody has denied you to access Chankwanzi. So if you want, we can even organize after this, after the policy statements
point of order
session, we
point
can arrange
order.
and invite all colleagues
Point of order.
for the opposition to go to Chankwanzi.
Right
Thank
Honorable,
you.
Point of order.
The Right Honorable Speaker, I belong to an opposition party called the Forum for Democratic Change. And I hold a very high portfolio there. And it's on record that FDC has ever written a letter to allow this institute to be used to facilitate their meeting. And there was no response completely, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this is on record. Is the Honorable Prime Minister in order to deceive the whole House that other political parties are also free to access the facility called Chankwanzi to conduct their businesses? Is he in order?
Thank you. Please, colleagues, please, we don't have much time. Honorable, now, the moment you say it is on record, I ask you to share with me the record so that I can be able to judge. So if you have the record, share it with me of the request by FDC, then I'll be able to rule whether the ministry is in order or not. Otherwise, now I don't know whether it's on record. And I remember the time I was with Mwijuche, the other side, we never made any request. That's also on record. Honorable Babiku, 2 minutes, because I've not seen anything for the minister. They need you to clarify. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for the detailed insight you have given to our report. One of the issues you have raised is about the money we have proposed to ensure that we have a better tracking system to our mobilities. Chair, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you cannot just contract somebody and leave the person do the work without doing oversight. We are requesting for 1.5 billion because what is contracted out is of security nature, and therefore we need to oversee it. So that money is for the oversight. It's not for what Honorable Nathan has explained. The contractor is going to continue to do its work, but as government, we need to do oversight to ensure that there's quality assurance. To Chair, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, there was issue about double budgeting. We want to clarify, first of all, ministries implement, but what we are budgeting for ensuring streamlining manifesto operation is not going directly to enhance implementation, but to ensure that these implementations are done. They do monitoring and evaluation, they report to the country, they even disseminate, they report on the progress report. So we have a difference between the two, what the manifesto implementation does and what the ministries are doing. On the issue of the roads, Right Honorable Speaker, you answered rightly. It goes to our sister committee. On the issue of the presidential advisors, the president has got as the prerogative, and he has his own schedule. He doesn't share the schedule with us. So he will decide on when to interact with these presidential advisors. We don't have control, but they are there because of the provision of our constitution. Therefore, they're existing legally. And we cannot keep paying.
Chair, conclude. Thank you. I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Presidential Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement for Presidency, Kampala, Capital City Authority, and Office of the Prime Minister for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. The report is referred to the Committee on Budget for scrutiny, consolidation, and ensuring that final figures are proposed. Congratulations, Chair. Congratulations, honorable members of the committee. We go to the next.
Consideration.
But I must put it on record that the no's were also closer.
Consideration of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs reports on the policy statements for the financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present the report of the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for 2023-2024. Right Honorable Speaker, before I proceed, we also have a minority report of the members of the committee on a specific issue. And after my presentation, I request you to allow them to present their concerns.
Thank you. Chair, as you prepare your documents, allow me to recognize our visitors. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Lingira Living Hope Secondary School from Buvuma Islands County, Buvuma District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Migad Robert Ndugwa and Honorable Mugabe Susan. They have come to observe proceedings of the House. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable Migade is not able to be here, colleagues. He just called me before I entered here. He lost a brother, his elder brother, and they are burying tomorrow. Otherwise, he had already arranged this, so he's not able to be with them here. And Susan is also helping him. They called me earlier on. Thank you. Honorable Chair, resume. You have 15 minutes. Exactly.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I will not go to the background because it is the usual stuff. However, we are handling Vote 004, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Vote 009, Minister of Internal Affairs, Vote 309, National Citizenship and Immigration Control, Vote 144, Uganda Police Force, Vote 145, Uganda Prisons, Vote 135, Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, Vote 135, National Identification and Registration Authority. Right Honourable Speaker.
Can I request you first lay a copy on table so that I can be able to use it to follow and minutes and everything else.
I beg play on table the copy of the report and all the attachments.
The minutes?
Yes, please.
The minutes are not attachments.
And the minutes, thank you for the correction. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I will go to page 8. That is Vote 004, Minister of Defense and Veterans Affairs. And since I'm given limited time, I beg that we go to budget estimates for the overall budget, which is page 9. And the committee observed that the Minister of Defense budget is projected to register a reduction in budget provision of 27.74 billion in financial year 2023-2024, primarily due to a significant decline in external financing towards the peacekeeping mission in Somalia by 52% relative to the current financial year 2022-2023. Despite this reduction, there is an increase in the recurrent budget arising from the enhancement of salaries for higher cadre UPDF officers and attendant costs of 177.66 billion shillings. However, the land forces budget is insufficient to meet fuel expenses with funding gap of 49 billion arising from increased fuel costs, uniforms 76.2 billion, which also includes projected recruitment of 14,000 LDPs. Food worth 133 billion will be required due to increased operations and recruitment. Additionally, the Air Force has a similar shortfall budget of 41 billion. The committee recommends that 90 billion be provided as additional resources towards fuel and land forces, Air Force 76.2 billion for procurement of uniforms, 133 billion for the procurement of food for UPDF. The wage bill, Right Honourable Speaker, this is the estimated increase of 92.5 billion due to enhanced salaries of senior military personnel. However, the committee, I'm just going to the recommendation because this is talking about the enhanced salaries. The committee therefore recommends that salary enhancement for lower cadre staff of UPDF be prioritized by a provision of 427.768. Honorable members, avoid being demoralized. These are the foot soldiers who are everywhere and require them to participate fully. Development budget, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs undertakes a project evaluation of the defense equipment project and the ongoing contractual obligations be transferred to the ministry's retooling project in the financial year 2023-2024. Right Honorable Speaker, the security situation in the Karamoja region, the committee recommends the provision of 27.5 billion to the ministry to combat insecurity in Karamoja region during the financial year 23-24. National Military Referral Hospital.
Colleagues, can we have order in the House?
The committee recommends that the balance of 35.2 billion be provided in the financial year, as this is a contractual obligation. Recruitment and training, the committee recommends the provision of 14.6 towards the training of reserve forces, during the financial year 2023-2024. NEC and the air cargo. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Defense has a commercial arm, that is the Air Cargo Corporation and NEC Enterprises Corporation that generate revenue. It should be noted, let me go to the recommendation. The committee recommends that both NEC and Uganda Air Cargo provide detailed budgets to Parliament for scrutiny, improve their operations, and run the enterprise more efficiently. NEC is currently profitable, and with improved efficiency of use of its resources, the much needed capital can be generated within the institution. Uganda Air Cargo should be recapitalized to continue on the path of full recovery by provision of additional funding of 381 billion in the first year of its business plan, to lease A320 aircraft, purchase B737-800, and also purchase a B737-400. One, maybe to give you just an explanation, that air cargo helps us during the transportation of our people in combat, but also our equipment. And also, therefore, sometimes the country finds it difficult to continue leasing and renting, yet if we had our own aeroplanes, they can help in transporting our own soldiers in combat. I will not go to the regulatory and legal framework. Ministry of Defense, we have pending laws that need amendment. Right Honorable Speaker, 009, vote 009, Minister of Internal Affairs. I'll go straight to the budget estimates. The committee recommends the additional funding of 7.18 billion for the NGO Bureau to be provided in the budget for 2023-2023. And the breakdown is in the detailed report. Ministry restructuring, this is a policy issue. Community service, the committee recommends provision of 3 billion in the budget of 2023-2024 to decentralize ministry services at the regional level and expedite the amendment budget to kickstart the establishment of reception centers for trafficked persons, and the balance can be provided in the medium term. Commercial explosives regulation, the committee recommends provision of additional 3 billion to regulate commercial explosives and kickstart activities of developing an explosive magazine in the central region. Vote 120, national citizenship and immigration control. I'll go to the budget estimates. The committee recommends on the issue of border control and management. The committee recommends collaboration with other sister agencies to ensure border control, and an additional of Uganda shillings 4.89 billion be provided to national citizenship, immigration, and control. Procurement of blank passports. The committee recommends that a review
of the venture between the government of Uganda and the private company Veldos in the manufacture of security documents to include expertise in the construction of the facility, importation costs of blank passport booklets before completion of the facility, quality aspects of the security document, risks associated with viability, among others. Government should review the procurement of e-passport booklets before the local manufacturing of passports, since the prices are above the market rates through international bidding. Therefore, the 42 billion 569 is sufficient for the procurement of the 450,000 booklets, pending the construction of our own factory. Vote 144, Uganda Police Force. And I will go to budget estimates. The committee recommends that 54.57 billion meant for ending the project be relocated to critical areas under the committee's purview. Ongoing contractual obligations under assistance to Uganda Police Project be transferred to retooling for the project financial year 2023-2024. In the meantime, Uganda Police Force should also provide a project completion report and evaluation report to Parliament. UPF should prepare new projects to finance infrastructure developments. On the CCTV cameras, page 3, they required an additional funding of 257 billion. The committee recommends special audit of the first phase, second phase of the project to identify how gaps emerged that currently require 187 billion to be filled before the implementation of the phase 3. Police accommodation. The committee recommends developing a successor project to continue with the infrastructure development in the forces. All outstanding contractual multi-year obligations of the ending project be met under retooling project in financial year 2023-2024. A provision of 49 billion be provided to meet the contractual obligations of provision of uniports. Operations and maintenance of fleet and other air wings. The committee recommends provision of 60 billion for fuel, 20 billion for repair and maintenance of fleet vehicles, 6.165 billion for maintenance of the air wing. Should be correction. 6.5, that is crime management. The committee recommends providing 4.65 billion for the canine unit and 40.569 billion budget for investigations of crimes. Transport equipment, the committee recommends a provision of 19.47 billion be provided to procure transport equipment for all districts over the medium term. Police welfare, given the suspended enhancement of salaries by 1 year, the committee recommends a 40% salary enhancement to provide to Uganda Police Force over the medium term. This is to bring all forces at par. You cannot just provide for the other force and then you leave the other one. Vote 145, Uganda prisons. Overall, let me go to budget estimates. On prisoners accommodation, the committee recommends prioritization in constructing low-cost security prisons by providing 3.8 billion. Uganda Prison Services should develop an infrastructure development project for material projects like constructing a regional min-max prison at Kachika. This is to decongest the prisons. And remember, every day we are sending prisoners there. ICT, the committee recommends a provision of 2.18 billion during the financial year 2023-2024 for establishing a prisons management information system phase 1. Seed production input Uganda Prisons has been identified as one of the entities to provide seeds. The committee recommends provision of 1.793 billion for seed production. Cleaning and sanitation, the committee observed that the contractual obligations of providing sanitation services to Uganda prisons has a funding gap of 5. The committee recommends 5 billion for cleaning and sanitation services. Staff accommodation. Further, the committee recommends provision of additional 45.1 billion for the procurement of construction of materials for staff accommodation facilities. They usually use their labor, but this one is for construction materials. Relocation of prisons headquarters. Right Honorable Speaker, the prisons officers together with the ministry, we were notified that Parliament wrote to them to vacate that headquarters by June this year. The committee therefore recommends that government identifies offices, premises for Uganda prisons to pave way for Parliament occupancy. Then we have to provide money for construction. But the deadline is that by June, and that they write down the letter that was written to them. Prisoners feeding, the committee recommends provision of 42.516 billion for prisoners feeding expenses. Staff uniform, the committee recommends the provision of additional uniform to staff to be prioritized over medium term. However, they need 6.142 billion. Land surveying, the committee recommends 0.5 billion for land surveying, where we have seen encroachment on government land these days. The vote 135, Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, that is DIGAL. I go to budget estimates. The committee recommends provision of 19.95 billion to DIGAL for the construction of National DNA Data Bank. Operationalization of DIGAL regional laboratories, the committee recommends a provision of 8.59 billion be provided to DIGAL for the financial year to operationalize the regional laboratories across the country. Remember, whatever happens, they have to transport them to Kampala, so we need to operationalize them. Sometimes they are distorted. Acquisition of modern scientific equipment. This scientific equipment is for forensic and analytical services, aiding in the administration of justice and safeguarding public health. The committee recommends provision of an additional 1 billion to DIGAL to acquire modern scientific equipment to aid administration. National Identification and Registration Authority, that is vote 137. And I continue to budget estimates. The budget estimates especially on the mass enrollment, that's where, and Right Honorable Speaker, this is where the controversy comes up as a minority report, but they will explain that a provision of 117.8 billion be provided for this purpose. Right Honorable Speaker, give me an opportunity to first explain on this. We are going to have a mass enrollment and renewal project of 253 billion to develop a new system and undertake mass registration of 17.2 million and registered citizens in the National Identification Register and renewal of 15.8 million national identity cards that are due to expire. The updated NIRA register is also required by Electoral Commission for the 2026 general elections by November 2024. The committee noted that procuring a new system and disregarding the existing one will be more expensive. The current system developed by Mulba High Technology International that NIRA has been using requires maintenance, upgrading of the system, and introducing new IDs with a chip and data recovery of the ID. at an exchange rate of 380, that is $1. So US dollar, yes. So when, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, when it undertook the study in Germany to meet with Mulba, this is what we discovered. And we thought that would be really saving the country a lot of money instead of engaging into new technology. But also, we also visited Veridos as a committee. When we visited Veridos, they told us that by the time they finished the construction of the factory and producing the necessary materials for the identity cards, it will be in 2027. So for us, in our own wisdom, we said, let us now recommend like this. NILA engages Mulba Technology International, the vendor of the initial national identity card system, to upgrade and maintain the current system and produce national identity cards with more security features like chip, and also set up a data recovery system to set resources of procuring a new system that has not been tested and save time. And Right Honorable Speaker, 117.8 billion, but the House will agree on this one. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends also consideration we need staff now to begin. Some districts don't have staff. Other districts are managed by like 3 districts by 1 person. The committee, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of accommodation, we've been talking about it, but government can think about it, relocating NIRA from Kororo. Right Honorable Speaker, summary of the budget estimates. Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, I'm just going to read the total. We require 3,396,117,957,145. Ministry of Internal Affairs, we require 70,306,948,557. National Citizenship and Immigration Control, we require 124,433,475,348. Uganda Police Force, 980,726,101,430. Uganda Prisons, 335,135,369,563. Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, 44,773,915,096. National Identification and Registration Authority, NIRA, 177,535,887,692. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the job well done. There is a minority report. So let us receive the minority report. As you've seen, we don't go into all those details. So 5 minutes, you should be done.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. This minority report before the August House that actually has majority members. The Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs, in accordance with Article 90 and Article 1554 of the Constitution of Uganda, Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act, and the rules 149 and 205 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, internalized the ministerial policy statements and budget estimates and alternative policy statements under its purview as enunciated in the committee report. Background. Following the range of the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024, as well as alternative policy statements for financial year 2023-24, the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs interacted with various stakeholders as stated in the majority report. From those deliberations, the committee drafted a report substantially detailing its findings, observations, and recommendations. I'm now going to our point of departure. The minority report strongly disagrees with the majority's report on one ground. The majority report makes a stray recommendation that NIRA engages Muruba High Technology International, vendor of the initial NID system, to upgrade and maintain the current system and produce new national identity cards with the more security features like a chip, and also set up a data recovery system to save resources of procuring a new system that has not been tested and to save time. And they go ahead to appropriate that a provision of Uganda shillings 117.8 billion be provided for this purpose in financial year 2023-24. The committee rightly observes that NIRA needs to develop a new system to undertake and on the National Identification Register and conduct renewal of 15.8 national identity cards that are due to expire. The updated national register is also required by the Electoral Commission for the 2026 general elections by November 2024. In spite of that observation, the committee report goes on to make the recommendation above. Note that government of Uganda signed a joint venture agreement with Veridos Identity Solutions, and that there is a running agreement with NIRA to develop a new national identification register, carry out mass enrollment, and renewal as stipulated in the NIRA roadmap. Observations. 1. The committee leadership unilaterally held private interactions with the Muruba High Technology, both in the country and in Germany. And these trips were not sanctioned by the committee. The committee is not aware, even Parliament for that matter. The decisions made in that regard are not the aggregate opinion of the committee, but the leadership was. Moreover, they did not report by the leadership overstepped their mandate by engaging in vendor selection in total contravention of the public procurement
has been very slow.
It would be of help to decongest the prisons. Because when they are sending people of better.
Conclude, Honorable, conclude.
The other issue is the security forces in upcountry border stations. Whereas we pass money here, the ministry is not committed to improving the working conditions of these security officers at the border stations. They are few in numbers, they cannot sustain shifts, they are poorly accommodated, they don't have equipment to work, yet so many cars are here. For example, the police. There are so many cars crisscrossing the town, and yet those who need them to work don't have facilitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob? We do 5 people per
Thank you so
statement.
much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I come from a background of having been, that I have faced the wrath of an annoyed policeman. A very annoyed policeman who is hungry, a policeman who sleeps badly, eats badly, and therefore, sometimes they act the way they act because of the conditions under which they live. And therefore, you should be able to defend them, make sure they get good accommodation. I have been moving around to see the unposts that are being constructed, Right Honourable Speaker. They are actually poorer than the ones that were constructed in the 60s. I support the idea that we need to give them money for accommodation, but that this money should be for decent accommodation. Decent accommodation, so that when they come to look for me, they're not as annoyed as they have always been. But to Right Honourable Speaker, we don't understand when someone tells you of an expired register. How does the register expire? You can upgrade it, and say we update it, but it doesn't expire. So where did it go? Did people die? Some of these things we don't understand. Or expired IDs. Right Honourable Speaker. Some people watch us speak and they say, but these members of parliament of ours, why do they agree with some of these embarrassing statements from some of these entities? Right Honourable Speaker, I want to end with the disagreement that happened about the committee trip. Now that it has been established that the chair sought permission from Parliament, and you okayed it, and you have just said you did, I think even that has to be should be also removed, because it stands on you, the chair, on the record, and since the speaker has okayed it, I think that one should be removed from the record. I want to thank you.
Thank you. I put a question that the amendment proposed by Honorable Mwiju to be adopted. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Honorable Minister? No, Honorable Chair. Honorable Murimba. Yes, you wanted to raise.
Mr. Speaker, I simply wanted to move an amendment which Honorable Mwiju has provided, and mine is now done.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Chair, 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker and members, for adopting the report. I just wanted to make clarification.
We've not yet adopted, Honorable. I haven't put a question.
Okay, for debating the report. However, on the issue of expiration of IDs, it is 10 years. And the fact that they want to add new features, that's why they want to do mass renewal. Iris and all those that have not been
let the minister come and
the minister will come and
explain that
explanation. Yes,
that part.
Yeah, and the issue of cameras in the report, we have said that the third phase, it should be halted until an audit is done. the education of students, whatever of soldiers, we shall continue pushing for it. And the president himself committed and said that he wants even establishment of institutions for children of soldiers. Yes.
Thank you. So, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, already we have free education for the children of the soldiers, at least from primary up to the secondary. What we are now planning is just to upgrade to the university level. And even it is universal. You are aware in this country we have universal primary education, we have USC, we all have that, but still we have affirmative action. Please, we still have affirmative action for the children of the soldiers. That's why we have the Army primary schools, Army secondary schools, specifically to look for the education of the children of the Army.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Internal Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I will go through a few of the submissions of members, starting with especially the divergences in the report. First of all, I want to thank the chair generally for the report, but I was also perturbed by the mention of a vendor in the chair's report, but even worse, Mulbauer. That said, I won't get lost in matters of procurement, and I would rather we stick to the ministerial submission in our MPS to the committee and your guidance that the budget committee considers the report as expunged, the things you wanted put off. Honorable Nsereko talked about cost, talked about integration, talked about durability of the IDs. It's true, like the chair said, Honorable Speaker, features change, not just of the ID, but also of the person after some time. And then we also have new measures in terms of young people who come of age. All this needs renewal. In the process of the new system we want, we also included the National Security Information System, which will cater also for integration, because Honorable Nsereko talked about integration and the implication of that, of course, to the enhancement of the efficacy of the CCTV. So that is well catered for, and in part explains the cost. The other member talked about accommodation for police. That is a very pertinent issue.
Thank you very much.
Honorable, no, that's not out. Please, no.
He must.
No, please,
let him
please.
be
Honorable.
courteous and yield.
Honorable Nsereko, please, I need order in the house, okay?
True, but let him be
I need
courteous.
order in the house, please. We gave you enough time here. Let us, no, please. You see, don't access a microphone before you are allowed. Colleagues, I want us to be clear on those rules. That's the only way we shall have order here. And since yesterday, we've been having order.
Thank
so
you.
I wish we could continue that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Amodo talked about, Amedi talked about community service, and the amount indicated is not justifiable. I want to differ and say that part of the reason for the slow pace of can you rescue me from?
So, colleagues, I put a question that the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no. The ayes have it. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the minority report on the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statements and budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted with amendment. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary. The ayes have it. The two reports are referred to the Committee on Budget for processing, consolidation, and members of the Budget Committee, I'm not giving you priority at this stage because these reports are coming to you. Okay, so for you at least you have an opportunity. When I have space, I will allow, but when you see me not picking you, you know it's because I know you have an opportunity. Next report.
Consideration of the reports of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statements for the financial year 2023-2024.
Chair, Committee on Foreign Affairs, 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to present a report, the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ugandan Missions Abroad for financial 2023-2024. And that is for vote 006 and votes 501 to 538. But before I go into the details of the report, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to lawn table the committee report and the minutes of the meetings of the Committee on Foreign Affairs for Ministerial Policy Statements of financial year 2023-24 for votes 006, 501 to 538. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me at this very moment to inform this House that this very sector is very unique from the rest of the sectors. And therefore, I would request that you allow me give a brief introduction of what we are dealing with. Yes, on the 14th of March this year, the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, vote 006, and the missions abroad for votes 501, 538 were laid on the table and subsequently referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs for scrutiny. Likewise, on 29th of March 2023, the Alternative Policy Statement for Foreign Affairs for financial for 2023-24 was laid on table and subsequently referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs for scrutiny. The mandate of the committee. Rule 189A and Rule 187K of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, respectively, mandate the Committee on Foreign Affairs to examine and comment on policy matters affecting the ministries covered by them, to cover missions abroad, and cover bilateral, multilateral, and intergovernmental relations. The committee considered the Ministerial Policy Statement for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, comprising of the ministry headquarters, that is vote 006, 36 diplomatic missions, and 2 consulates. The mandate of the ministry is to implement.
Honorable, I beg you don't go into that. Go to observations and recommendations so that you have time to debate your report.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you so much for that guidance, but it's something very specific I'd like to inform this House.
In 15 minutes, I'll cut you off. So it depends on how you want to use your time.
This committee was informed that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a draft foreign policy dating back to 2008. Which is currently under review in Cabinet because the draft was not aligned to the current public policy development guidelines and format. 2, the draft was not informed by regulatory impact assessment, which is currently a requirement for all policy proposals to be passed. And then 3, There are gaps such as problem statement, linkage to existing frameworks, strategic direction, strategic interventions, and priority areas which were not considered in the previous draft policy of 2008. It should be, however, noted that the foreign policy is still in draft form. In absence of the foreign policy, Uganda's foreign diplomatic interactions and relations are guided by strategic objectives which were approved by the Uganda National Planning Authority and which are detailed in ADP 3. And this can be looked at on page 2 of our report. The methodology is on 201, but unique to the rest of the entities, the Committee on Foreign Affairs was able to hold interactions physically, but also via Zoom, because it was not possible for us to interact with all the 39 votes physically here. So we deemed it very important that we interface with them over Zoom. But however, there are challenges that we encountered while executing this mandate through virtual meetings, through the heads of missions and accounting officers are highly inconvenienced because meetings are sometimes held outside official hours in different time zones. And the deliberations are also many times affected by internet or network connectivity interruptions. I felt I need to bring out this one very clearly because it informs also the budgeting process. The performance of the committee, that is page 3. The committee observed that over the years, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been at the home and epitome in promoting and protecting Uganda's image abroad at high-level international events, and at least 1 year. It has overwhelmingly promoted Uganda's economic and commercial diplomacy abroad, although it has also done this a lot of financial difficulties. As a result, Ministry of Foreign Affairs has registered the following achievements that demonstrate that it is a productive and not a consumptive government sector. And this is proved because when you look that in the last 3 years, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through its missions, has contributed to Uganda's non-tax revenue, leading to a ratio of 10,890,000,000 shillings, as indicated in Annex 3 of our report. Page 4 of our presentation, I'm trying to be brief, but I would like us to capture some of these very important aspects of our report. When it comes to cooperation assistance and framework, our mission sourced 381 scholarships in various academic fields, and this has been able to impact our young people. Resource mobilization between financial year 2020 and 2021, as I've already stated above, that the docket was able to mobilize NTR, which was able to have a lot of impact in our coffers as government. We'll go to page 6, 3.0, half-year budget performance of the ministry and the missions during financial year 2023. Ministry of Foreign Affairs headquarters half-year budget performance. The approved budget is 38.01 billion shillings. The released budget by end of quarter 2, 18.003 billion shillings. The amount spent by end of quarter 2, 10.162 billion shillings, and the percentage was 47.40%. And then the release spent was 49.90%. However, there are areas to international organizations, and this amount to 2.493 billion shillings as approved budget. What was released was the same amount. What has been spent, 2.419, and the budget released was 100%. By the end of the second quarter, 43.70% of the approved budget had been released to the ministry for expenditure. The ministry absorbed for 9.9% of the released funds during current financial year. The committee was informed that the under-absorption is attributed to the following reasons. One,
Honorable colleague, I begged you, I requested you as my colleague in the House. All chairpersons have been using 15 minutes. You have used 12, you're not yet even gone. Now you have 3 minutes. What do you want me to do? I have other statements.
Most obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Let's go on recommendations because the budget committee will only deal with finances. It won't deal with these other issues.
Honorable Speaker, this very docket has got a number of challenges, and I request that the members can go ahead and
Recommend we
read
give
them.
you money or we don't. The budget and here.
The recommendations. The committee recommends that government of Uganda should invest in the construction and acquisition of properties through mortgages for missions that are currently operating in rented premises, renovation of the existing but depleted properties, and development of the vacant plots of land. The development budget amounting to 237,837 million shillings should be considered to incorporate the security aspect of tightening security at Uganda House in London. An estimated 600,000 should be availed to cater for the head of missions accommodation during the period of the official residence are going to be under reservation. 5.0 was under compliance. We have the budget projection on page 11. Colleagues, I pray that you will go ahead and acquaint yourself with these figures. We have got table 5, where missions abroad aggregated budget production in the medium term. We have, however, critical and funded planned outputs for financial year 2023-2024, which I request, Honorable Speaker, you allow me read out, because these are very critical for the sector. The ministry, that is vote 006, requires 5.52 billion shillings, but what has been provided for is 0.97 billion, and the funding gap is 4.55 billion shillings. The justification to carry out commercial and economic diplomacy, regional and international peace and security, consular services, among others. We have got missions abroad, travel abroad for missions has been given 0 shillings. We're talking about travel for missions abroad and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The funding requirement is 11.65 billion shillings. Budget approved is 0 shillings. The funding gap is 11.65 billion shillings. And this is to carry out commercial and economic diplomacy, regional and international peace and security, consular services, among others. This docket of foreign affairs and its missions has got 11 JPCs on political and economic cooperation convened and or participated in DRC, Ethiopia, Egypt, Algeria, Nigeria, South Sudan, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, and Burundi. And we require 2.24, that is the budgeted amount of money, the funding figure. What has been provided for is 0.24 billion shillings, and the funding gap is 2 billion. We are supposed to host as a country NAM and G77. The funding requirement is 54 billion. What has been provided for is 40 billion, and the funding gap is 13 billion. Hosting the NAM and G77 summit in December 2023 and sharing the NAM activities for the next 3 years. So there is need for us as Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, to provide funding for this very important activity. We have contributions to international organizations and annual subscriptions. Right Honorable Speaker and members. The funding requirement for this activity is 32.36 billion shillings. But what has been provided for is only 6.36 billion shillings. And the funding gap is 26 billion shillings. For the proposed budget financial year 2023, the ministry subscriptions to international organizations. However, these funds are far less than the annual assessed contributions to these contributions, which amount to 26 billion shillings. Colleagues, Honorable Speaker, it is very embarrassing diplomatically if as a nation been chased away from meetings and not even allowed to vote as a result of us not being able to pay. So I would implore us to be able to allocate funds to this very important docket. Contributions to international organizations, that's areas, 34.56 billion shillings, funding requirements, and there is 0 shillings allocated to cater for these areas. Therefore, the funding gap is 4.56 billion shillings that is required to clear these outstanding areas. Have Peace and Security Council of the African Union in Addis Ababa, and you'll be aware that Uganda was elected to the Peace and Security Council of the African Union, AU-PCC. Accordingly, HE the President directed the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, consequently, and directed to provide 1 billion to the mission in Addis Ababa under financial year 2023 budget for facilitate the activities of Uganda's membership to this very important docket. However, this was not done and has left the mission struggling financially. And yet we are the chairperson of this very important activity. Uganda Consulate in Mombasa, 8.15 billion, but only 4 right on our speaker. There is a finding gap of 3.85 billion shillings. To cover the whole amount for the construction of both Chancery and the staff quarters, this is mainly to avoid a situation where the project will stall midway for lack of funds, yet this would be a violation of the building regulations in the Municipal Council of Mombasa and could lead to the cancellation of the building permit. So the committee requires, or rather prays that this is considered. Uganda Embassy in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, requires 2.0 billion shillings. What has been provided for is 1.1 billion. And this is to provide consular support to more than 250,000 Ugandan workers in countries of accreditation and facilitate engagements with other countries of accreditation to sign bilateral labor agreements. Participation of the ministry in IGAD, ICGLR, AU, ESC, COMESA, NBI, meetings and UN systems where important decisions are made. 0.85 billion shillings was required, but what has been provided in the budget is 0.15, causing a difference of 0.70 billion as gap. Facilitation to participate in regional and international organizations provide and support Uganda's interests. If we would not do this, then our interests as a country are going to be defending the country position before the Human Rights Council in Geneva. Honorable Speaker and members, we required 0.06 billion shillings, but 0 shillings has been allocated to this very important activity. And we require to participate and defend Uganda's position in Human Rights Council. It is imperative for projecting Uganda's image abroad. And our presence and visibility at all times is very crucial, right, Honorable Speaker. As a country, through our missions, we have got 30 bilateral meetings on Uganda's strategic interests on matters of regional peace and security convened and participated in DRC, as mentioned before, and 0.33 billion shillings is required, but 0 shillings has been provided for. And therefore, there is a funding gap of 0.33 billion shillings.
Thank you. Chair, go to the supply table. I've waited enough. Page 21. The rest will be captured because the whole report will go to the budget committee and you will reappear.
Honorable Speaker, I really want to appreciate your guidance, but we are looking at a docket with 38
Chair,
votes,
go to the
21 supply figures.
Yeah.
The committee recommends that funds be supplied to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and missions abroad as follows. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, headquarters, vote 006, recurrent budget draft, estimates 29,511,234,000 shillings. And development budget is 120,000 million shillings. The missions abroad, recurrent budget is 180 billion shillings, 180 billion, 148 million, 845,000. And development budget is 52 billion, 888 million shillings. In summary, Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Foreign Affairs would like to assert that this report presents in part a grim narrative of the challenges that the sector is grappling with. First of all, the sector faces the challenge of being categorized as consumptive rather than productive. And yet from objective analysis, we have gained huge trade volumes accrued to this country as a result of the tireless efforts of our missions abroad. This report demonstrates a good measure the challenges that sector faces through drastic budget cuts on the core activities that drive our missions abroad. These include the critical priorities like travel abroad, promotion of economic and commercial diplomacy, and capital development.
Thank
We
you,
therefore,
Chair.
as a committee, would like to marshal the support of this House, Right Honorable Speaker, towards this sector that in the face of Uganda abroad should be saved.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, when
Thank
you
you
want
very
my
much, Honorable
support, you
Speaker.
listen to me.
And I really want to thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, committee chairperson is coming. You see, let me tell you, all these details you're giving here are so critical in the budget committee. Here, you're just on plenary. We are just giving advice. It goes to the budget committee. So, and I have a deadline of tomorrow. If I didn't have a statutory deadline, I would have given you all this time. So even me, my hands are tied. I'm sorry for harassing you, but my hands are tied. So I open up the debate. 5 members. Yes. I would start with Honorable Jakatonda. I pick Honorable Cecilia Gwara. I pick Honorable Musana. I pick, yes, I pick Honorable Katabazi. I'm remaining with 1 member. No, I'm picking, no, chair agenda, you're going to be presenting a report, so you'll have an opportunity to speak. I'll pick Queen. Honorable Florence Aki.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the chairperson for the report.
Procedure under what rule?
According to our rules of procedure.
No, please. Rule 78, sub rule 4 says you recite the rule. So, Honorable, go on.
Thank you, Right Honorable
2 minutes
Speaker,
each.
and the chairperson for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I think the key issues, especially on economic diplomacy, is very important. But I would like to request that we are cognizant of what we need to really do on this area. 1, emerging markets. This could actually be able to absorb our aspect of export-led growth. Right Honorable Speaker, countries are now, economies are developing because of what they export. But for us, we are basically consumers of what we don't produce, and we don't actually sell through with what we produce here in the as a country. For example, now when you look at countries like Vietnam, in 1 crop, cashew nut, they are producing 450 metric tons and earning 3.2 billions US dollars, which is about 12 trillions. So, Honorable Speaker, these embassies should now refocus, rethink the strategy, and ensure that we have a very full catalog, which shows really what we can actually sell in these countries. And then these embassies require affirmative action in terms of funding. For example, when you look at the Saudi Arabia, we need really to have attaches. I think this policy statement could actually talk volumes in this, so that our labor can be regulated properly, because now the labor export alone is giving us about 12 million US dollars. This money is very big and can actually can grow. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we do this, I think we can develop our economy, because right now when you compare with our neighboring country, Kenya, they are earning, their GDP is at 87.9 billion US dollars, whereas Uganda is still at 27.5 billion US dollars. 59 billion US dollars, 49 billion US.
Thank you. Next. Colleagues, I picked you. Honorable Katabazi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to thank the chairperson for the report. Right Honorable Speaker and the chairperson, I think we should really stress the point of training people who are professionals in diplomacy. We should allocate money for that, because at the moment, most of the people who are appointed to head these missions have failed to get their mandate of the people, maybe in some constituencies, but now are given the mandate of the entire country to represent a country when, because normally they are just awarded by maybe somebody has failed somewhere and then the president says, you be the ambassador. So now the problem we are facing is that these people don't know anything about diplomacy.
But
So
we
when
are
they reach
candidates, honorable.
there- So when they reach there, when you ask them maybe what is the volume of goods and services Uganda is benefiting from this country, they really can't tell, but they are just cadres. So we should really change that and have people who are professionally ambassadors who have been trained. And then, so human resource is very important. We should have an economist in each and every mission of ours. And I think that will do so much. So we should really look at trade. How is Uganda benefiting? Not just somebody is there representing us and is being paid a salary that increases our current expenditure, but not really bringing in. I'll give an example. I had a chance of going to Somalia one time, and I was.
Thank you. Honorable, the problem is one day if I meet you for approval as ambassador, appearing before Parliament, no, it's a serious God. We are all candidates.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the chair of the committee said that the mandate of this ministry is to protect the image of the country and to make sure that becomes our image bearer wherever they are. Right, Honorable Speaker, most of the members who have gone out have wondered whether the offices where our embassies operate deserve to promote the image of the country. I think this is one area that I want the ministry to focus on. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the facilitation of the officials who are manning these offices need to be looked at. Whenever we get out, they tell us sometimes they don't even have rents. Sometimes they don't have even money to facilitate simple things. So Right Honorable Speaker, I think you need to guide the ministry to be more strategic in raising funds to make sure that these embassies can carry the image of the country. Finally, I want to say, Right Honorable Speaker, the embassies are spending a lot of money in renting, and yet they have land. They were given land many years ago. Addis Ababa has got land. You go to Washington has got land. UK has got land. You don't want to develop what do you call it, estate or whatever, in order to earn money from wherever you are. So Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need to come up with a strategy to encourage the ministry or give you money to build sanctuaries wherever the embassy.
Honorable Musana, thank you, Honorable Sagwa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to commend the chair for the good report that actually shows the bigger challenges we have as a country in terms of its foreign affairs. Mr. Speaker, there are specific issues that we need to take advantage of and be very serious. There are certain statutory obligations that Uganda must meet. The chair has made a comment about our obligations with the African Union. Our contributions and our payments are at stake. If we do not meet these payments, Uganda will not be seen as a serious country. And we are talking about building the image of Uganda. How are we going to build the image of Uganda without meeting those statutory obligations that make Uganda a serious country? Remember, these are under treaties, they are under protocols that we must honor. Sort of it, Uganda is at stake. Mr. Speaker, the chair has also made a serious comment that there seems to be a mismatch on which policy are we following. That we have the old policy, the new policy, we don't know what we are following. So as if the ministry, maybe the minister will guide us, what is guiding us in the affairs in your ministry? It's a very big challenge. And this means that we are going to have very many gaps on our diplomatic standards. Wouldn't want to have Uganda have.
Thank you, Honorable Florence Akiki. Thanks, our representative at PAP.
Thanks so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I've been able to visit some of these foreign missions. One was in Pretoria, one is in Ethiopia, and one in Kenya. One issue that I noted, or we noted, is supporting the commercial attaches. As the chair has rightly put it, that ministry can actually generate a lot of money. But if you cannot get money if you don't invest. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to put in some capital to these foreign missions so that they can generate money. For example, they can have exhibitions to show what Uganda has, the tourism potentials, then we can get more tourists coming to Uganda. So the Foreign Affairs Ministry can actually do a lot of PR and also generating money. Secondly is the human resource. Some of these missions have skeleton staff, and therefore becomes very difficult to handle some of these the duties they are supposed to do. Then there are some missions that generate income, for example, through rent, like Kenya. Actually, they are generating some good money. And we pray that some of this money is retained so that the properties are maintained. Because once the money comes to the consolidated fund, it becomes difficult to maintain these properties. And as a colleague said,
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, we do 5 only. Don't go beyond. Now, Honorable Minister, number 1. And I've shared a lot with the chair. We have issues where we find these missions abroad are grappling with statutory obligations. You post staff when there is no salary provided for them. Now you find the ambassador is touching from money for gas, from money for allowances. They are grappling, robbing. Some you say the president directed, yes, but when the president directs, you see whether there is salary. You don't just send it to an ambassador. You want an ambassador to sell their property. And because you see a presidential directive, if you are to use power, it's like a high voltage line. Now you as a minister, you step it down to be functional. So, and in stepping it down, is why you follow the procedure. If the president, for example, directs employees so and so in this embassy and you don't have a provision for salary, then the appointment can start with the next financial year. You would have implemented. So I saw that. Number 2, you have issues of fees. You have very many of your staff who are saying they are coming back to Kampala because when it's time to pay for fees, they go sell goats here to go and pay for fees in America. And they don't need much. So you need to highlight it seriously, and I hope budget captures these issues. They are very, very serious. Number 3, there is property we are about to lose. Land we are about to lose. For example, Brussels. It's next to the property of the royal family. Wrong elements were using it to do wrong things and causing insecurity to government officials. So they are saying, since it's a risk, you're not following terms of the risk. If you can't develop it and wrong, at first you are forced to break down the house and the cost of breaking it down. You have designs, you have everything ready, but we are not building. So these are issues we should take give serious consideration. And as a house, we give priority to foreign policy. We give priority to foreign policy. Finally, when you say you've removed the travel of ministers, of government officials, their work is going to be done by ambassadors. You cannot believe you post an ambassador who is in charge of 7 countries, and he cannot go to even present credentials. And then I was in Maputo, where I engaged some of the senior government officials, and they said, but it seems you downgraded our diplomatic relationship because we don't have any other ambassador. You removed the other one, this one has never. When asked the ambassador, no budget for presenting credentials. Honorable Amoru has just presented credentials in Namibia after spending near a year in Pretoria. So, I mean, the one of Australia has just presented in New Zealand. So we have commit on budget. We have to look at these issues seriously. Minister of Finance, we have to look at these issues seriously. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you so much. And I also want to thank the chairperson of the committee for the report, very well presented. I can't agree with the committee more. They have actually ably elucidated on the shortcomings which face MOFA and the missions abroad. And Mr. Speaker, in your last remarks, you have recapped everything that I had to say. But I want to emphasize that it's our duty as Parliament to appropriate, but also to strictly follow on the provisions and the import of Article 154, Sub-Article 5, in ensuring that the Appropriation Act is followed. And I hope and I pray that the Budget Committee this time around does a thorough evaluation of the Appropriation Act and inquire into the budget performance. That will give us a leeway. Mr. Speaker, I also want to hasten to add that our NDP3 highlights investment in production to increase GDP so as to deal with the debt to GDP ratio, which we are grappling with. Now, production without marketing is almost meaningless. Mr. Speaker, if we don't focus on attracting our commodities into the high-end markets, we will not redeem our GDP, our debt to GDP burden. Our priority as Minister of Foreign Affairs has been to promote commercial and economic diplomacy, and dividends speak for themselves if we had time to elucidate. However, we have not performed up to expectation because of non-releases. Like you have seen the chairperson presented here in that schedule. The performance was almost 42% recurrent. Mr. Speaker, I pray that when we interface with the Budget Committee, maybe we will leave this time to the expectation of what you have already done this evening. But we are committed, and permit me just say one example, Mr. Speaker. In our engagement in commercial and economic diplomacy in the Republic of Kenya, we took with us members of the private sector foundation, and we came along one entity, which is a fruit juice processing industry in Kenya, which had apparently closed on account of lack of supply of raw materials. One of the businessmen took an opportunity and he signed an MOU to supply pineapples. The requirement is that he supplies 20 tons of pineapples every 1 week. As we speak now in the country, Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite members who have pineapples grown in their areas to approach Foreign Affairs. We link you to the market. We actually right now have a shortage of pineapples. Mr. Speaker, in our engagement with the Republic of Algeria, we have managed to secure a market of powder milk on quota tax-free up to US$ 500 million. Our internal capacity, production capacity of all the plants that we have is only up to US$ 100 million. So we're really doing great. We'll call upon the support of this house that we can get there. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, would you love to comment on what I asked for yesterday? The post-Cotonou agreement?
I did cross-check. There was a resolution of the EAC member countries to sign jointly the EAC-EU Corona Agreement. However, Uganda, on thorough scrutiny, had reservations and did not initial. I have been briefing the mover of that requirement. I am yet to find the text which we shall be tabling here. But the crux of the matter is that Uganda did not initial. Just like Uganda has moved out of ICAO, the International Coffee Organization, on account of the imperialist formation of those organizations, which does not deliver Uganda in terms of growth.
Thank you. Honorable, I think I'll make it very easy for you. I'll assign Honorable Pierre to link up with you. I read the delegation to OACTS. Okay? I'm the leader of the delegation. We were given a list, and Uganda was included among the counties that signed. That's number one. Number two, in Africa, the country that refused is South Africa, and it withdrew. Okay? And the only reason as to why it's now not yet fully signed is because of Hungary, a European country which has blocked the EU side. So I really, Honorable Cecilio Guara and Honorable Opio, kindly link up with the minister on my behalf. We will even provide you a copy because we are officially given a copy as representatives. Okay? No, I don't want us to reopen this. So, and then on Tuesday, I will request you formally do a statement, whether one page or what, it goes on record, so that when we go back to Brussels, we present it and we say this is what our minister presented, because they are saying we sign. Okay? Thank you, honorable colleagues. I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimates for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Uganda's missions abroad for the financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Chair, congratulations. Thank you for the job well done. And sorry for the pressure, and you did your work. I had to do mine. So we have to move. The report is referred to the Committee on Budget for further scrutiny and harmonization. Thank you. Honorable, under what point?
Clarification, right, Honorable Speaker, from the chair. We are in a budget process. Where is the Minister of Finance in this process? Are we having a conversation amongst ourselves? How can we be through, right, Honorable Speaker, through this process at this critical time? And I don't see the minister as responsible for the budget.
Thank you. Yesterday we had a Minister for Finance. Today morning we had a Minister for Finance. And this afternoon he's not here, but Honorable Mwijuche said you know what is happening. Some ministers are in hiding. You might see them coming to Honorable Katuntu for services, but since the minister is going to interact with the budget committee on the same, and the prime minister is here, so we focus on sector ministers. So only one minister for finance is available, and then also is needed in committees. For example, I know he was in the Committee on Education, also clarifying the issues. So it's a current situation we are handling on Abudu. Otherwise, I had demanded from the beginning. But you know the situation. Next statement. Procedure. Yes, Honorable Kanya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, rule.
This time I'm not requiring you to refer to me.
Thank you. Rule
because you hired Honorable Kino Jara.
No, Rule 204, Sub-Rule 8 and 9. Honorable Speaker, if you do read and you guide us when we can invoke it at what level. Thank you.
No, that one I guided that I will give a ruling later. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Consideration of the reports of the Committee on Health on the sectoral ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we are still here, so ministers don't go. Even the ones who are out should come. We are doing business. There is a lot of jam outside. I don't want you to be stuck in a traffic jam. Yesterday, we did a good job. Yeah, 15 minutes strictly.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to present the report of the Committee on Health on the Sectoral Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2023-2024. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me.
Thank you.
Allow me to lay the minutes.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, we received notice that there was an alternative report by one of the members of the committee, and at that opportune time, I think you will allow him to present his report. Right Honorable Speaker.
Have you read the copy of the report?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. And the minutes captured. I hope the minority is attached onto the main report.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, the health sub-program has 29 votes, so you'll allow me to cruise through and slow down where I think we need some more clarification and more explaining. There has been a decline from 7.3 of the health sub-program budget in relation to the total budget to 6.5. 6.5%. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 9. There is a table 3.2 which shows the overall health sub-program budget for the financial year 2023-2024. The categories are wage, non-wage, domestic development, and external development. Right Honorable Speaker, you can see from the financial year 2022-2023 to 2023-2024, there has been an overall decline of 181.86 billion. That represents a negative drop of 6.8%. However, there were projected increases in wage and non-wage of 48.16 billion and 54.97 billion. The decline was in domestic development and external development. And one of the factors that was attributed to that was some of the projects were exiting. And then there's been a ban on development. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 11. I would encourage IT to flash it up. That is table 4. It shows the vote-specific allocations for the various votes. That is in table financial year 22-23 and 23-24. And it gives us the nominal change for all the votes. For the financial year 2022-23, it was 2.679 billion. 23-24, 2.497 trillion, meaning there was a negative drop of 366 billion shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 13, table 5, vote-specific allocation for wage. And we see that there is an increment of wage across all the votes combined of 48.16 billion. That represents an increment of 16.7 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to go to the committee observations and recommendations. Under Ministry of Health, there have been health budget cuts to the tune of 181.86 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that Parliament reverses the proposed cuts under non-wage amounting to 75.4 billion and adequately provides for resources to facilitate provision of subventions to the affected services in order to avoid a likely crisis during budget implementation in the financial year 2023-2024. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an annex attached, Annex A, which shows the subventions that were affected. I would like to draw attention to Annex A. But among them, Right Honorable Speaker, is allocations to private not-for-profit hospitals. Right Honorable Speaker, private not-for-profit hospitals play a very big role in health service delivery in this country. And they have really been affected by these cuts. So I would really want the budget cuts to be restored. There's been a budget cut, Right Honorable Speaker, to Uganda Red Cross Services. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda Red Cross Services is usually a first responder whenever we have emergencies. They're also involved in blood recruitment drives. And we foresee a situation where it's going to make an already bad situation of the inadequate blood in the country worse. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to Table 12, which shows staffing levels for the newly elevated hospitals. On page 26, there is an inadequate budget provision for wage. And this cuts across all hospitals to the tune of 40.78 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, Table 12 singles out the regional referral hospitals of Entebbe, Kayunga, Yumbe, Kawempe, and Chirudu, where it shows the positions filled at 28%, 24.7%, 23%, 33%, and 35%. If I singled out Kawempe, they deliver between 60 to 100 babies per day. And their staffing is at 33%. So Right Honorable Speaker, it was our humble wish that these wage percentages are increased to up between 65 and 70%. That tantamounts to an increment of 40.78 billion shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 28, inadequate funding to support renovation and equipping of hospitals. The committee recommends bullet 1, an additional 24.1 billion should be provided in the financial year 23-24 to ensure the renovation and equipping of hospitals and health facilities to be fast-tracked as a means of decongesting regional and national referral hospitals to enable them provide the much-needed specialized healthcare. 2, an additional 30 billion be provided for the upgrade of Health Center 3s to 4s and Health Center 2s to 3s, and the renovations of existing ones. Right Honorable Speaker, as you're aware that some of the projects like AMCHIP and UGIFT are exiting. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw attention to page 29, bullet 6.5, non-functional ambulance system. The committee reiterates its earlier recommendation that 73.05 billion Uganda shillings be provided for the operationalization of the national ambulance system in a phased manner, starting with 12.8 billion in the financial year 23-24. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw attention to, I'd spoken about Uganda Red Cross, of their budget cut of 4.82 billion during the reduction of the subventions. and I had made the justification of why we need to restore this money. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 32, Uganda Heart Institute. Right Honorable Speaker, as you're aware that the Parliament last year passed a loan of $70 million, tripartite funding from Badea, Islamic Development Fund, and OPEC. The committee recommends the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should fast track the processing of this loan because the heart services uptake is on the increase. Right Honorable Speaker, the catheterization laboratory, that's bullet 6.14. The committee was informed that the cath lab at Uganda Heart Institute, which has been in use for 13 years, has exited its recommended lifespan by 3 years. The lab is out of warranty and spare parts, meaning whenever it breaks down, we have to call Egypt, South Africa to cannibalize spoiled machines. The committee observed equipment in the catheterization lab has been able to serve beyond 10 years because it has been well maintained. However, since its lifespan has expired, it can break down anytime and deny patients critical diagnostic services, yet there is no alternative in the country. The committee reiterates its earlier recommendation that 7.512 billion be provided for the purchase of equipment for the catheterization lab. Right Honorable Speaker, vote 114, Uganda Cancer Institute. Bullet 6.16 is establishment of a positron emission tomography center. That is the PET center. Now the PET center, it's a multipurpose center primarily used for early detection and spread of cancers, Alzheimer's disease, sclerosis, and localization of seizures in the case of epilepsy. In summary, Right Honorable Speaker, the total cost of the PET project being undertaken by UCI is estimated at about 35 billion shillings, but is to be funded in 3 phases over 4 years. The first 2 phases were scheduled to be completed by June 2024, and contracts worth 251 billion were signed. Only 65 was provided, leaving a deficit of 285 billion. In order to complete the project, a final 99 billion will be needed for the financial year 2024. I forgot to mention, Right Honorable Speaker, that no money was appropriated in the current financial year. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm sure my colleagues at the Treasury would be interested in knowing the business case of investing in a PET center. Abroad, access to a PET center, you'll pay about $2,000 per scan. If we had subsidized in Uganda at $500 times 30 scans a day times 320 days, that would come to 4.8 billion shillings. So there is a good return on investment if we invested in this PET scan, because I'm happy to say that 15% of the patients reporting to Uganda Cancer Institute are foreigners. So already we are seeing the benefits of internal tourism, medical. The committee recommends that 50 billion be provided in the next financial year for the continuation of construction of the PET center. Bullet 6.17, inadequate funding for wage cancer medicines, operationalization of the Gulu Cancer Center. Right Honorable Speaker, as you're aware that the regional cancer center in Gulu is complete, but funds are needed for operationalization. The committee recommends a total of 28 billion be provided for medicines and sundries, 5 billion, wage shortfall for the regional cancer center in Gulu, 3.1 billion, bone marrow transplant facility, 15 billion, and non-wage for the regional center at 5 billion shillings for the financial year 23-24. Right Honorable Speaker, vote 116, that is on page 35, National Medical Stores. Bullet 6.1 is inadequate funding for essential medicines and health supplies. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, much as the NMS funding outlook for drugs looks healthy, of the 74 billion that was increased It was broken down into as follows. 50 billion was for ARVs, and then 24 billion was for the health center 3s that had been upgraded under AMCHIP. There was no increment in other areas. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to table 13, which shows the level of facilities, the need, what has been allocated, the funding gap, and the area highlighted gray is what the committee recommends. So for Health Center 2s, we recommend an additional 2 billion, Health Center 3s, 3 billion, Health Center 4s, 5 billion, General Hospitals, an extra
Honorable,
5
you
billion.
can't go into all those details.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Well
Speaker.
Yeah.
Well guided. Right Honorable Speaker, therefore, the committee recommends that an additional 87 billion shillings be allocated to national medical stores to enable them buy supplies for essential medicines, laboratory reagents, anti-malarials, TB, immunization supplies, and so forth. Right Honorable Speaker, national medical stores should be given an additional 4.5 billion for procurement of a kit of 3 items. Those are glucometers, BP machines, thermometers for 3,000 health facilities. Right Honorable Speaker, this is only 4.5. Most of our health center 3s can't do blood pressure and glucose machines. And we are prone to collapsing whenever we're in our constituencies. Right Honorable Speaker, bullet 3. The stress that comes when we are in our constituencies.
Please go on, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, 2.9 billion for the General Military Hospital in Bombo. The committee recommends 2.9 be provided to the General Military Hospital. It serves as a regional hospital for Greater Luweero and other districts. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda Blood Transfusion Services, that is vote 151. This financial year has overshot, and I must commend them, their blood collection. They have outused their supplies, and this quarter, they do not have 9.4 billion to collect blood. There is inadequate budget for blood collection and processing commodities. The committee recommends that an increment of 10 billion be allocated to NMS for commodities for UBTS in order to increase blood collection. The appropriation is done to NMS to procure for them. Lack of funds for procurement of centrifuges. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends 2.4 billion be provided to facilitate procurement of centrifuges in 6 regional blood banks across the country. These are responsible for cleaning and purifying the blood collected. National Referral Hospitals, vote 418, that is on page 40. Kawempe National Referral Hospital, there is need to overhaul the plumbing system and remodel at the hospital. Their plumbing system has given way, and since it's a twin hospital like the one in Chirudu, which overhauled, we think 1 billion, the committee reiterates its earlier recommendation that 1 billion be provided for the total overhaul of the plumbing system. Inadequate budget for essential medicine supplies. The committee recommends that an additional 1 billion be provided. Lack of budget for extension of medical gases. The committee recommends that 420 million be provided to Kawempe Regional Referral Hospital for maintenance of equipment and oxygen to the wards. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 42, vote 417, that is Chirudu National Referral Hospital. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 43, there is inadequate funding to the burns and surgery unit. Now, Chirudu acts as the National Referral Center for Burns and Surgery. The committee recommends that 1 billion be available to mitigate the shortfall for financial year 23-24. Right Honorable Speaker, bullet 6.33, insufficient budget for essential medicines, still at Chirudu. The committee recommends an extra 1 billion to be provided for essential medicines. Right Honorable Speaker, page 44. At the top is bullet 6.35, inadequate funds for decentralization of dialysis services. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Parliament and the Budget Committee that last year 2 billion was allocated for decentralization of dialysis. And I'm happy to say, Lira, the dialysis is functional. We are rolling out to Hoima. This financial year, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends 4 billion be provided to Chirudu to decentralize dialysis to Arua, Kawale, and Mbale. Right Honorable Speaker, vote 401, Mulago National Referral Hospital. Inadequate funding for essential medicines and health supplies, non-communicable disease services, and specialized services. The committee recommends that an additional 8 billion be provided for specialized units like maxillofacial, endocrine, neurology, gastroenterology, and so forth. And another 10 billion provided towards provision of essential medicines and health supplies and non-communicable disease commodities. It's quite common. Go to Mulago these days and you're asked to buy. Inadequate staff accommodation, the committee agrees that 50 units should be completed immediately to house critical care workers, and the remaining 2 blocks of 50 units each be completed in the subsequent financial years. The committee recommends that an additional 8.5 should be provided in the financial year 23-24 to complete at least 1 block of 50 units. Lack of funds for commencement of kidney transplant services. The committee recommends that 1.5 should be provided to the National Referral Hospital to start kidney transplant services in the financial year 23-24. Inadequate funds for maintenance. The committee recommends that an additional 7 billion be provided for maintenance. You saw the headline screaming in Monday's Monitor. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw your attention to page 47, bullet 6.4. Incomplete civil plumbing and sewerage, ICT and electric works. ROCO didn't complete the work for several reasons. The committee recommends that a total of 25.5 billion be provided to Mulago National Referral Hospital as a matter of urgency to fully operationalize it. Vote 420, Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to draw attention to page 48, lack of funds for purchase of a lip machine. This machine helps in early treatment of cancer of the cervix, which is our #1 cancer amongst women. We have the colposcopy machines for detection. So we need another 180 million provided for procurement of 2 lip machines in the financial year 23-24. Butabika National Referral Hospital, Mental Referral Hospital, vote 402. Still, that is on page 48. Right Honorable Speaker, when we go to page 49, bullet 6.48, lack of funds for completion of the perimeter wall. The patients in Butabika are not the ordinary patients. So we were informed that some of them have strayed out of the perimeter and fallen into, we have lost some in the swamp. So we want 2.5 to finish the perimeter wall. Regional referral hospitals, Right Honorable Speaker, that is on page 50. There was a cross-cutting issue of understaffing. That is 6.49, cross-cutting issue of incomplete infrastructure in various regional hospitals. The committee recommends that 29.81 billion be provided and allocated as follows: 3 billion to Gulu for their 54 staff housing, 500 million to Masaka for their ICU, 12 billion to Mbale for their surgical complex, 1 billion to Jinja, 4.5 to Arua, and 4 billion for Poto. These projects, Right Honorable Speaker, have been built for the last 7 years, and we are losing a lot of money through variation in costs. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the committee recommends that a total of 3,34,158,769,598 shillings be provided for. That excludes the appropriation of, that excludes KCCA, Uganda AIDS Commission, and the PHC that we give to local governments. Right Honorable Speaker, the budgetary allocations for the health sector votes for financial year 23-24 are presented in a tabular format. The first table is recurrent expenditure, and the total proposed budget by the committee is 1.614,280,648 shillings. When we move to page 53, the development budget, Right Honorable Speaker, is also presented in a tabular form. The proposed budget by the committee is 1,419,878,121 shillings. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, please support this report. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Batua, the minority report, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before you, I present the minority report on the report of the Committee on Health on the sectoral ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for financial year 2023-24. And this is moved under Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, we agreed with the majority report, but dissented in these 5 areas. The first was neglect of efforts to expand community level health promotion, education, and preventive services. This is where we desire to go preventive, rather than being curative or taking care of the diseased economy. So in this, the ministry appropriated 700 million to enable us to go preventive. The committee thankfully increased this figure to 7.7 billions. It increased it by 7 billions, but it's our view.
Honorable, the committee recommends.
Recommended.
I want it to be on record. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. The committee recommended that this figure be raised by 7 billions to be 7.7 billion. However, it is our opinion and recommendation that the budget committee sees it reasonable to increase this figure to 289 billions. This is to pay the salary or remuneration of the VHT workers, the community health extension workers, but most importantly, to give the VHTs gadgets. A VHT should have a blood pressure machine. The VHT should have a glucometer, a machine to measure glucose. In villages, we have patients of hypertension who are on drugs, and the drugs are not intelligent, that as you're taking them and they are lowering your blood pressure, they will reach a level and say it is now normal, let us stop acting. They will keep lowering it for as long as you're taking. So the ideal situation is that you should have this gadget in the comfort of your home, such that you monitor as you take. When the reading is within the normal ranges, you go back to your physician for advice. So the people in these communities may not afford these gadgets at a home-based level. So if we have them as a village, one could walk a few houses to the VHT's home and really see whether the treatment is helping or not helping. So we wish that the budget committee recognizes that. Then on the issue of improving healthcare service delivery, let's go with you to page 8. It was on page 5, but let's go to page 8. So on page 8, you will see our budget. We have a budget proposal. We are saying that when you look at the Uganda minimum health care package and you look at it together with many policies that are guiding Ministry of Health, they desire to improve our health care. And we are suggesting that we should functionalize the health center force. And for the starters, we are saying that if we have 115 billions provided for this purpose, as per the table on page 8, these facilities or this service will be well functionalized. The other dissenting issue is that we are not seeing a clear strategy that the ministry is using to eradicate malaria. Much as it acknowledges that it's the biggest disease burden leading to the death of so many Ugandans, especially daily. The numbers are very big. World Health Organization also recognizes Uganda as the third most malaria-burdened country in the world. There are countries that have eliminated malaria. We desire to join the list of those countries. We've put up a budget line that can enable us eradicate malaria, just as the countries that are on the list that have done it have done. So the budget line is on page 11. If Ministry of Health could be funded with the 270 billion, such that it does aerial spraying, going for the large sources of mosquitoes, the swamps, the wetlands, the rice fields, sugarcane plantations, these areas that actually mapped up as the highly most burdened. You'll find that there's either wetland, in Namutumba, you'll find rice fields, in Busoga, you'll find sugarcane. You can't use these backpacks to spray, plantations. You need a plane, and these are cheap planes. We have them here. They can be repurposed. These fixed wing planes in our, aeronautic teaching schools in Soroti, where seats are removed, a tank is put in, insecticide in there, and the spraying goes on. We've elaborated that, and we can elaborate it further, but it needs 270. After that expenditure, we shall have no malaria. We shall now start maintaining the threshold of the quantities of mosquitoes, but there will be no malaria. This is what other countries have done. Now, finally, these last two areas where we dissented, Right Honorable Speaker, if others could be postponed, these areas should not be left out. The first one is the budget cut to the private not-for-profit facilities. These are church-based health care facilities belonging to the Muslim faith, Catholic, Protestant, Seventh-day. Now, these facilities, some of them exist in areas where there is no government facility. These ones have been receiving government support. 50% of the money given to them goes for the drugs through national medical stores. And then the other 50% goes to help the operational cost. Part of this money has been cut. So we are asking the budget committee to ensure that it reinstates the 11.6 billions that is supposed to run these facilities, such that the vulnerable community in the villages that are benefiting from services in these facilities continue to do so in this coming financial year. Last but not least, we didn't see a budget supply for interns and senior house officers. There's been a tendency in the last 1 year or 2 years of the Ministry of Finance programming our minds and brains that there isn't enough money. Right Honorable Speaker, 2,000 medical students have finished their course. They now need to be transitioned from a theoretical knowledge to practical. And this is done through internship. It's the obligation of government to offer them this facility and people to supervise them. And as they've been doing this, they've been paid an allowance of 2.5 million shillings. We are not seeing this budget supply, and we are saying that it should be provided. It will be a political mistake to allow interns in the multitudes of 2,000, medical students to go in hospitals without money to take care of their accommodation, allowances, and their well-being. They will make patients pay money. They will make Ugandans become desperate. It will be a political mistake and a big one. Right Honorable Speaker, to rectify this, we need 80 billions. 80 billion may look a lot of money, but we've seen supplementaries suggesting in excess of 200 million, 200 billions to go to a single company. We've had supplementaries asking in excess of 300 billions to go to some business person to grow sugar canes in Atiak. We've had again others going to hotels, 80 billions going to hotels. We cannot allow to be convinced that 80 millions is a lot of money to take care of interns.
Thank you, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable
You know
colleagues,
you're my
we
OB
request
politically, so I've given you enough time as OB.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the concluding
political
line. the concluding line to eject me peacefully. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, we request you to consider and support this minority report.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dr. Batua. Yes, colleagues, I'm going to 5 people, as we've been doing. We are doing 5. Now, if you're a member of the committee, please. That's number 1. Dr. Bukenya, you're not a member of the committee? Okay, then I will start with Dr. Bukenya. If you're not, then number 2, if you've spoken today, first sit. If you know you've spoken, please, and I know you, I can see some faces. Then if you have just come, also first sit. Okay? If you know you have just come, then also first sit. Okay? So I'll do Dr. Bukenya. I pick Honorable Better War. You share the point with Better War. Ensure it is delivered. Okay? You're from one political party. Then I'll pick Honorable Muhammad Katoto. I pick Honorable Feta. And no, Koye Chenga, you have just entered. You just entered there. So, and Honorable Donald Kataro has been here since 10 a.m. Please.
Thank you.
And then Ararawe Hajatu has been here for long. And don't, colleagues, we are still going on. I'm going to pick you. So 2 minutes each.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for having a very sharp eye. I would like to first thank the committee and the member who presented the minority report for the good presentations. But allow me to thank the Minister of Health for trying to deliver under very difficult circumstances. They need to be clapped for. They are working under very difficult circumstances. But because you gave me very little time, let me mention 2 issues. One is the Uganda Red Cross. We came to support the Uganda Red Cross as Parliament after we had a blood shortage about 7 years ago. And they have been helping in mobilization. And 4.8 billion is not a lot of money. So I request the Budget Committee and the Minister of Finance to work on that one. Secondly, like the members presented, health promotion. If we invest in health promotion now, like the minister will tell you, a significant portion of people who present to our hospitals for outpatient and inpatient care come with preventable diseases. Unfortunately, the Minister of Finance has not been guided in this area. They don't want to invest there, and we are suffering. So I pray that we invest in that area. Finally, because I'm an obstetrician, I'll talk about Kawempe Hospital, the busiest hospital for maternity in the world, but it is grossly underfunded, grossly understaffed, and that is everywhere. So I would like to request that the Minister of Finance, without even Budget Committee intervening, come with a agenda and work on a few issues such that as Ugandans, we can exist peacefully. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Katoto.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee chair, both on minority and the whole committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to request honorable members of this parliament. Our government always spends money on non-issues, and yet health is very important. Health is very important. No health, no life. You give money, sometimes the Right Honorable Speaker, what bothers me very much, some committees reject ministers or ministries to get money. You find that money is allocated illegally. So I want to request honorable members, like the honorable member who has presented the minority report, the VHTs. These guys are doing a very good, recommendable work. So I humbly request we support health, we support minority report, so that at least all the emphasis is put on health facilities. I thank you.
Thank you.
I had picked Feta.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In the same vein, I want to thank the committee for a job well done. The both reports are very wonderful. I want to thank the committee specifically on the issue of 30 billion for upgrading health center 2s and health center 3s. The need is very urgent, and I think it would be important for us to support the committee on this. To the issue of operationalization of ambulances. Ambulances play a key role in the efficiency of the health systems. But I want to appeal that we should be able to put the component of the security of these ambulances, because it is not very costly to install security components, because we have seen recently ambulances are being stolen. And then the issue of national medical stores. Recently, we're debating the issue of shortage of supplies. I want to appeal to this House. The issues of health in this country are very critical. When you go out there, we have voters coming to ask us to give them money to buy medicine. So it is better we use this opportunity to give adequate appropriation to them. Thank you.
Honorable Nifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee and chair for your report. I also want to appreciate the government for having given us the water ambulance. But this water ambulance in your report, probably I would request that we put aside facilitation for fuel, because it is parked at Luzira, yet it is actually supposed to be at Mukono land site, that is Katosi, but of late it is even in Luzira, just parked.
Is it under arrest? Just parked.
It is.
Okay.
It is parked basically, and people do not have fuel to facilitate this this ambulance. Yet, we have mothers who can be in an emergency and want to have health facilities such that they can run to different health centers for assistance. We request you probably to allocate some money for the fuel for this ambulance. Thank you so much.
Honorable Award, then I come.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank also the two committees, both the majority and minority. I tried to scan through. There was nothing on the nodding syndrome. It is still a problem in the north. So I wonder, and moreover, the total budget for health is 1.6 trillion. I doubt if it will actually be about, 15% of our national budget. That is according to Abuja Declaration that we signed. So please, addition should not be a big problem. We also have problem with this dialysis. Gulu Regional Referral Hospital has not been considered. I wonder if you can make some consideration there. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also a problem in Mulago here. If you go to Mulago National Referral Hospital, where we have casualty, the ward is very small, overcrowded. Is there no way that we can really try to expand on that so that, we serve our people better? My feeling is health should be prioritized in Uganda. And so it should be able to find also space for inclusive of the minority budget, and also what I am highlighting.
Thank you, Katarua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm just building on what my sister has just mentioned. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know that Uganda has a growing population. We have an increasing disease burden. We also have increasing administrative units everywhere. My very big question today in the House, I think, of course, we shall discuss it further at another level. Why should we really have the budget for health cut? I can realize that the budget has been cut, yet in my opinion, this budget for health should be even more than that of security, Right Honorable Speaker. My opinion, Right Honorable Speaker, is that because of the health burdens we have in the country, the health budget should even be ring-fenced so that we have these solutions done completely. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, my second concern is going to the minority report. My colleague proposed an issue of using helicopters to spray. Me, I'm not a scientist, but I know some insects are more important than other insects. We know insects cause malaria like mosquitoes, but we also know insects like bees, which do pollination. We have a specific insecticide which kills mosquitoes and does not kill bees. Are we not going also to suffocate our crops and later on we have some disaster in terms of famine and the like? I beg submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the committee for this very good report. And also want to thank them for the budget. The budget actually has been reduced, but when we use it properly, it can work. 1.something trillion can do something. For example, Mr. Speaker, I have noted that in 2 years from now, UGIFT project and AMREF is not going to be working with us again. And these are the funders that have been helping us in building health center series, upgrading health center 2s, and building health center series. And when I look at the budget that has been put this time, yet there are very many sub-counties that does not have health center series. For example, myself from Queen, where I come from, I still have about 8 sub-counties without health center 2s and without health center 3s. And when you look at again the budget, I have seen allocations of money to other areas that have not much impact, yet a health center 3 can take only about 1 billion. In fact, 1 billion can build a health center 3 when used properly. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request that the 1.something trillion that we have allocated should be put on areas that are so critical, more especially making sure that at least every sub-county in this country should at least have a health center 3, even before we think of having health center 4s, because we cannot have a health center 4 when we have a sub-county without a health center 2.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you so much.
Rob. Now, let me pick someone from Karamoja. I haven't on this issue. Nabratuk or Karamoja.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. What I want to say about health is that most of the health centers, especially in Nabilatuk district, have no medical equipments. Mothers are delivering on the floor. I remember sharing this with the Minister for Health, and she says there are a lot of budget cuts. And I requested her that please consider Nabilatuk for some beds and mattresses for the mothers to deliver on. There are a lot of challenges there. And then looking at Nabilatuk as a district, we have only health center 2s. There are only 3 health center 3s which are there. The rest are 2, and 2 sub-counties have nothing. And all the health centers are along the road. There is nothing which is taken care of. The villages side there. The people are just left there. They are dying before even reaching the health center. And then the health center 4, which we have there, it is not really health center 4. I think even the Committee of Health Committee will testify this. You look at it, it is really it is in a desperate state. It is seated in the structures of health center 2. You will really be ashamed to say Nabilatuk is having health center 4. Kindly, my appeal is, let the ministry really consider Nabilatuk, upgrading Nabilatuk properly to health center 4. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Lop.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the chairman for the good report, but also thank the minister for also doing a good job. Right Honourable Speaker, I am concerned about two cancer machines for only two regional hospitals. Cancer is cancer. Cancer is killing our people everywhere in our constituencies. Why should we buy only two cancer machines for only two regional hospitals? Why don't we decide to buy cancer machines for all the regional hospitals? Because cancer is the most, is killing almost, in my constituency, almost every person who dies, they tell you cancer. And you only need 90 million shillings for each machine. And the money we spend on medical tourism in India, for even just one person to go, is a lot of money. So, Right Honourable Speaker, my view is that we buy machines for all the regional hospitals. The other view, Right Honourable Speaker, is the stopping of upgrading Health Center 3s to Health Center 4s. Yet, it's a government policy for all the constituencies. It had been phased and we have been supporting other constituencies to get. Now at some stage, when our opportunity comes, we say that is being phased out. We are duped. We thought we were supporting it because would at some stage would have all these health center 4s for all our constituencies. Our view, Right Honourable Speaker, is that all health center 4s, I mean constituencies that don't have health center 4s should get, because really it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I want to thank you for
conclude.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank you for the effort, but since we can't upgrade health center 2s to 3s, and of course now that we have a challenge of giving money to the non-profit medical bureaus you talked about, I think this is very important. Otherwise, the health of our people is paramount, and we just can't have a budget where we have not provided enough money for them. Permission.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you, Lop, for allowing me to give you information. Right Honourable Speaker, we are very concerned about primary health care, and we cannot be talking about improvement of health delivery or health service delivery when we are closing Health Center 2 and we are not upgrading. This is very, very sad. That common man there, the woman who is about to give birth, the child who is almost dying at night with malaria and has to wait to access hospital, district hospital, is very, very unfair. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm pleading with the budget committee through you that we must find money somewhere to make sure that the Ministry of Health should upgrade Health Center 2. It is our responsibility. It is, we must find money somewhere. We must find money somewhere. There's a lot of money being thrown around, but we must find money somewhere so that we can touch those rural poor. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, we passed a motion here when our speaker, our dear speaker, passed on, and we said we'll make sure the PEP Center becomes a reality. As I talk now, I'm being told there's no money to continue with the construction. Is it because we have forgotten about the death of Olanya? It was our own resolution, and the project has started. Why have we stalled? So, Right Honourable Speaker, we have to be serious, and I want to insist again that we must find money somewhere, but we must make sure that the PEP Center becomes a reality in Uganda. It is a must, Right Honourable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Conclude, Rob.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Cecilia. I conclude by asking the Minister of Health if you can avail us a list of all the health center 2s to be upgraded, health center 3s to be upgraded, and all health center 4s, so that we know where are these health centers, and we can be able to support from a background of knowledge. I want to thank you.
Thank you. Now, no, Chair, you're the one who will find out. Would want the minister to come in, but Honorable Minister and Honorable colleagues, we are going towards NAM, where we are going to have heads of state who are more than even the ones who came during Chogam. What if the unfortunate, for example, happened? Which hospital would we fly to Nairobi? You know, what if the unfortunate? Because you see, we are not saying it is going to happen. We have Pan-African Parliament is going to be here. We have Commonwealth Speakers Forum. It's going to be here. Are we waiting to be embarrassed one day so that as a country, it goes on record, when you go to Uganda, you are not safe? Never put any international conference in Uganda, and what we lose? And so, Committee on Budget, on this one, I'm very, very, very clear. Very, very clear. The resolution we made here on the issue of the rate, Jacob Boranya, when we said we must have a PEP center, on the issues of our national referral hospital, but also general health as a sector. Okay? And I'm going to really, and the Right Honorable Speaker had also emphasized this. Remember, even when we were discussing the supplementary, we said the minister must come and confirm whether he has released the 27 billion needed for Mrago. These are issues that must be clearly dealt with. That's the only way we shall serve our community, honorable colleagues. Honorable Minister, well, Chair, you wanted to first clarify one issue for the minister?
Right Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to clarify that the minority reports presented by the Honorable Batwa said they disagree with the majority report for failure to recommend appropriation of funds to cater for medical interns and senior house officers. I would like to state that this is not true. We did not disagree. We actually said that the subventions that had been cut should be reversed. There was a whole table of subventions, and one of them was about interns and senior house officers. So subventions is money that is given by the Ministry of Health to other sub-sectors. And then, honorable members, I would like to appeal to the minister that the way we undertook a loan in the 10th Parliament, for those who are here, for upgrade of health center 2s to 3s, instead of these knee-jerk reactions, why don't we also take out a loan for a total overhaul of the health center 4s, and also build health center 4s in constituencies where there are no health center 4s? For two obvious reasons. One is that health center 4s is the first point of surgical care in terms of obstetric care, but it's also politically correct. When somebody is in pain, you're the first person they will curse. So I think it is important that we also do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, issues of a policy nature, don't refer to them. We are going to issues which the budget committee will consider. So 3 minutes are enough for you. You don't need to answer everything.
Right, Honorable, I actually need less than 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I want to thank honorable members because all their interventions were in my favor. I don't have anything to complain about. I want to thank the committee and even the shadow minister. He has supported me heavily. I only want to clarify on 3 issues. One, the loan that the chair is proposing. Right, Honorable Speaker, we already quantified the needs. This is about 3 years ago and presented it to Ministry of Finance. We have done this. We are only waiting for them to take action on the issue of loans for health center 3s, health center 4s. The list is with the health committee. LOP requested for the list for the upgrades. It is with the health committee.
No, you can lay it. You can lay it here on Tuesday.
I can.
Or even tomorrow. It can
Yes,
be laid.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
The issue of the LEAP machines, actually in the majority report, it is not only 2. They proposed for all the regional referrals, the 2 were for the women's hospital. But if you read the report, it is for all the regional referrals. The issue of Karamoja, there is a project and the Karamoja team are aware. The only setback is that we got a directive that the Karamoja project should be undertaken by the UPDF. So we have to renegotiate with the Italian government on that aspect. And the member is aware that the negotiations are ongoing. Chair, allow me to thank the members for their support, and we wait for the budget committee to undertake to correct our budget deficit.
Thank you. I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Health on the sector ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. I now put a question. Honorable colleague, take your seat, please. Let's wait a bit, then we can talk. Because I'm speaking, now you're standing behind me. Honorable colleagues, I now put a question that the minority report of the Committee on Health, please, we are not in the Committee of Supply. Colleagues, listen, we are not on the Committee of Supply. Please, we are not on the Committee of Supply. This is an issue going to budget. Honorable colleagues, now, at this level, what we are doing, we adopt a report, and the copy of the report and answer is taken to the budget committee, they appear. Then the budget committee goes through the figures, and those figures, they see where they add, they see where they do it, and they come back here. So it's, yes, we just make recommendations. We are not doing any final decision here. Period. I've clarified that from morning. And Honorable, and you see, Honorable Batua, you can see your colleagues, they are disturbing me when I'm putting a question on your report. So you need to go and see whether you have support of your members or not. Honorable colleague, I now put a question that the minority report of the Committee on Health on the Sector Committee, Ministerial Policy Statement, and budget estimates for financial 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Both reports are referred to the Committee on Budget for further consideration, harmonization, so that we can have a final report we shall consider here. Thank you, including nodding disease. But now, colleagues, there is something which I also want you to take note of. At this stage, only and only the issues which were captured as priorities, whether funded or unfunded, are the ones the budget committee will consider. The budget committee cannot introduce new item, new line of items. This is very clear outside what is considered as priorities. So you must also know that. That's very clear. I don't want us to reach here with a budget and you say, you know, because that's a limitation that we have. So colleagues, the reports are referred. Next statement.
Consideration of the reports of the Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimates for the financial year 2023-2024.
Thank you, Chair. 15 minutes. Chair, Committee on Public Service. I need a first lay copy of the report so that I can have it. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, before I present my report, allow me to lay a copy of the report, which is a report of the Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the budget estimates of revenue and expenditures for the financial year 2023 2023 and 2024. I beg to lay a copy. I also beg to lay the minutes of our engagements with the various stakeholders. I beg to lay. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me go to the introduction of the report. This report comprises of two major parts, namely the local government and the public sector, public service sectors. And the local government sector, it is comprised of the following votes. Vote 011, Ministry of Local Government. Vote 157, Local Government Finance Commission. Vote 600 from 601 to 950, local governments. Vote 005, Minister of Public Service. Vote 146, Public Service Commission. Right, Honorable Speaker, the methodology we adopted, the committee analyzed the ministerial policy statement for the local government sector and public service, and also interfaced with the
Chair, go to your observations and recommendations. Methodology.
Okay, fine. In that case, let's go to page 19. Page 19 of the report. Observations and recommendations. This part of the report highlights the committee observations and recommendations as part of the scrutiny of the ministerial policy statement and a draft estimate on revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Number one is obsolete decentralization. This is a policy matter. I can't read all of it. B is the decentralization of local revenue collection and management. The Ministry of Local Government proposed the amendment, comprehensive amendment in the Local Government Act, taking into consideration the contradictions in the Public Finance Management Act to sort this problem. The review of decentralization and also amendment requires 2.0 billion. The committee recommends that this money be provided. Remuneration of local government officials, both political and technical. This requires at 4 billion. This runs from LC1 up to LC5 level, including all the councillors. We also ask the support of this House to support us on this. The increment is supposed to cater for 50% increment for all the local government, both political and the administrative staff. Transport and the retooling. Yes, that's transport and the transport and the retooling. Here we require, this one is meant for committee. I mean, this is for Local Government Finance Commission. I think it was by mistake moved here, but this is supposed to go under vote. This is supposed to be for vote 157. That's the only item they want. They want 300 million to acquire vehicles for the newly appointed staff. Physical planning, most of our local governments are not being planned. We have the city, the municipals, the town councils that we have created. Most of them are developing without any proper physical planning, causing a lot of confusion in their expansion. So the total amount we require for this, for all this, is 9,950,000,000. Lack of office space for our cities, the local administrative units, those are sub-counties and town councils. This requires 25.6 billion. So we urge this House to help us and provide this money. For the Parish Development Model Secretariat, for their salaries and operational costs, we require 20.3 billion. We appeal to the House to provide this money. Let's go to page 46, that is Ministry of Public Service. That is vote 005. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, the first issue is more of a policy issue. We may not talk much about it. The second issue, rationalization of government agencies, is also a policy matter. That one, I can't talk much about it. Then let's talk about salary increment, commitment to increase salaries for UPDF. That is 1.078 billion. We appeal to the House. This will be provided since the salary enhancement plan is already in place and it is being implemented. Implementation of the recommendations of rationalization of 69 government agencies. This requires 4.61 billion. We also ask the government to take into consideration this, and the House looks into this. Establishment and operationalization of the National Emolument Review Board. This requires 5.3 billion. We ask the House to take this into consideration. Number 4 is implementing pre-reform activities for the establishment of the Public Service Pension Fund. This requires 5.14 billion. We request the House to take this into consideration. We require vehicles for former leaders. That is 7.2 billion. This is a statutory obligation. We also appeal to the House to consider this. Rollout of e-inspection, 2.0 billion. This one we also request it should be considered. Let's see induction of the newly recruited officers in ministries, departments, and local governments. The induction requires 2 billion. This should be provided. Strategic leadership and management training. That requires 0.075 billion. We urge this House to support us on this. Operationalization of research agenda. That requires 0.7 billion. We also urge this House to help us on this. Human resource analytic conducted for human resources. This requires 0.4 billion. We also ask the House to support us on this. Disseminating the Public Service Standing Order and Public Service Act. This requires 0.7 billion. We also request that the House supports us on this. Let's go to page 60. That is vote 146, Public Service Commission, page 60. They require money for ICT infrastructure and maintenance. That is 600 million. Capacity building, 650 million. Benchmarking on best practices, recruitment and selection, 300 million. Monitoring and evaluation, 100 million. Retooling, that is purchase of one heavy-duty photocopier and vehicle for commission members, and field work activities that requires 1,438 million. Verification of academic documents and press studies that requires 600 million, totaling to 3,600 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honor members, that takes us to our last, the summary of the proposed budget for the public service and local government sector in the financial year 2023 and 2024. Vote 005, Minister of Public Service, recurrent budget is 30,386,203,000. Development is the development is 3,200,000,000, totaling to 33,586,203,000. Minister of Local Government, vote 011. Recurrent, they want 38,207,388,000. Development, they want 55,364,744,000. The total for Minister of Local Government is 93,572,132,000. Vote 146, Public Service Commission, their development is 11,892,910,000. Their development is only 100,000. Their total is 11,894,010,000. Vote 147, Local Government Finance Commission. Their recurrent is 10,910,443,000. Their development is 100 million. The total is 11,010,143,000. Local governments from vote 600, 601 to 935. Recurrent is 4,081,655,517,000. Their development is 743,174,110,000. Their total is 4,824,829,627,000. Mr. Speaker, sir, the recurrent budget, the total recurrent budget under the public service and the local government sectors is 4,173,052,461,000. I beg your pardon, there was a mistake on the development, total of the development, which I request we should correct, if you have that copy. The development total is 801,838,954,000. The total is 4,974,891,415 shillings. I repeat, it is 4,974,891,450. I mean, 1,415,000. So that is the total. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honor members, I beg to submit. However, we have a minority report. Mr. Speaker, with the minority report, I have the following to say. There was no specific item on our report which was contested. But the minority report which was presented is more of an alternative to Paris development model, which is a comprehensive policy, where they were saying,
why don't you leave the presenter? Then you can respond after chair.
Okay, fine. It's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Narima. But thank you, Chair, for the job well done and your committee members.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we entirely agree with everything in the majority report, less for one item, the parish development model, and our submission is in conformity of what we laid as the alternative ministerial policy statements from the shadow cabinet. Right Honorable Speaker, meanwhile, as a commence, all Wakiso residents, we are supposed to be at Wakiso for iftar, but we are here. Those of you have not gone. Let's finish this matter. So on the PDM, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are saying that having given it 1 year and what Ugandans are entirely going through, it's high time, as our side, we say we diverted and we brought in entirely a new program called Ubuntu, whereby it looks at the marginalization of each area, each district, and looks at the comparative advantage of that place, of that district, and we end a blanket funding on anything. We are saying that—
Chair, since it is very short, just read it verbatim so that it's well captured.
So given all the different challenges we have, the population sizes being different for each parish, that's on page 3, being that there are still circles that are unapproved, we still have lack of transparency and accountability in creation of groups. We still have failure by key stakeholders to appreciate their roles and responsibility in this very model. And there is still an issue of personalization of groups by local leaders. We suggest that we are proposing to establish the Ubuntu Marginalized Fund, which will operate in a way that every local government looks at its comparative advantage. Those who are having mining should concentrate on mining. Everyone looks at coffee farming and the like. And in this program, it should be able to allocate, the local government should be able to allocate and alleviate in poverty in a way it sees as by its area of jurisdiction, and this will repeal the parish development model. It's our considered view that PDM cannot translate into increased household incomes and alleviation of poverty in its current state, neither can it improve the quality of life of citizens or contribute to increase in production. So we are suggesting don't put any more money on PDM, but entirely plan otherwise. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. As we go for this, for debate, where I'm picking 5 members, Chair, Committee on Gender, be getting ready, and Minister for Gender. We shall handle gender next. No, if I've already picked you, kindly sit. I'm not giving you any opportunity. Please. If you have spoken, kindly sit. So I'll start with the Honorable Muuma. I pick Diantonde. I pick my sister. I've forgotten, my Kariro. Yes, my Karachi. Yes. Yeah. I've been here since 10. So the mind also. I pick Dr. Opio and Honorable Stephen Aguera. Don't mind, we are still moving. I'm going to pick you. We are still here.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
We have stamina. We are a young parliament. So we can, instead of going in a jam, Honorable Kwizera, I had promised him because there is an issue. He had raised Daria around him.
Thank you very much.
Minutes each.
Thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to salute the committee for the good report, more so where it has highlighted having an increment to salaries or payments of local leaders. Right Honourable Speaker, there's been a growing animosity between members of parliament and local leaders, especially councillors. They feel we don't think about them. Most of them keep getting excited that you should go to parliament as if it can accommodate the entire country. So by us making a consideration in this regard, I should say kudos, and I pray that it gets actualized. Right on, Speaker, on the same, I feel we need to consider the ex gratia for LC1 chairpersons. On the 10,000 shillings they get monthly, aggregated to 120,000 a year, it is really not matching the work they do. So I want to also appeal to our good government, my government, to make a consideration in this regard, so that our LC1s get motivated to perform their duties, and LC2s. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, I
thank
picked
you.
you in order, so let's move. Yes, Yantonde.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like also to thank the committee for the good report. Mine is about pension irregularities. This is a very serious problem, most especially with senior citizens. Someone misses his pension for almost 4 months. For example, has to travel from maybe Gulu to Kampala to the ministry. And then when he gets there, he's really tossed around. So how I wish the ministry would fast track this to see that these pensioners are served on time, because it's really a very big problem in our constituencies and elsewhere. And some of these pensioners actually are so old to the extent that I can't even move. So the minister, in your ministry, you should fast track this and see how these people can be served well without moving long distances. I beg to submit.
Jennifer Ayo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for seeing the need to allocate the money for the review of the policy of decentralization. Right Honorable Speaker, we have projects that handle construction of the seed schools like the U-Gift, and then construction of the health center trees, the upgrade of the health center trees. Right Honorable Speaker, these projects are handled in the districts, but are always contracted by the central government. And this has always led to delays in actually implementation of these projects. And at the end of the day, sometimes we end up getting late and then the monies are remitted to the consolidated fund. And therefore, I would like to encourage all the members that we support the allocation of the 2 billion shillings to for the review of this policy of decentralization. Thank you.
Thank you. Opio, Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for their report, most notably on 2 issues. One is on the enhancement of salaries for the local leaders. It is very surprising that an LC5 earns 1.7 million, and who is the head, the political head in that district, has to supervise a DHO who earns 6 million shillings, a district engineer who earns 4.4 million. Then you have an LC3 who earns 350,000, and he has to put to order a head teacher who earns 3 times their salary, has to put to order an in-charge who earns almost 1.2 million shillings. There's a very big abnormality in our salary structure. It's actually an inverted pyramid itself. Yet when you come to the ministry, the political head earns the highest, and then the rest follow below. So I agree that we start with that 50%, but it shouldn't stop there. We should look at it incrementally to increase the salary that they earn. Secondly, on the issue of the induction, Right Honourable Speaker, we must put our feet on the ground and ensure these funds are released. A lot of the oversight challenges we are facing here is because there's limited oversight at the decentralized level itself. We need to provide these funds. I've seen challenges where a councillor cannot differentiate between road maintenance, road rehabilitation, road construction. We need to have them inducted so that they can understand the rules of procedure. They can understand governance and avoid a lot of these squabbles that are taking place within our districts. I therefore want to thank the committee for this report. Thank you.
Kagwera, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
My major issue is on the nomination of the political and technical people at the district and the lower levels of the lower government. Right Honorable Speaker, where the problem comes from is about the creation of the many districts. Actually, where we need a lot of money is at the district level. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of creating districts is in our constitution. But if you see how we create districts, actually, it is just political. And it is as if these districts have been imposed on us from maybe heaven or elsewhere. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to put a limit and follow the constitution, because the LOC ones, the town councils, we can handle. But where we have the LOC 5s, where we have the cows, where we have the DHOs, it is really very important that we limit further creation of districts if we are to give good salaries and allowances. Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue is about the physical planning, especially in the new created town councils. Right Honorable Speaker, the population of this country is growing very fast, and urbanization is something we cannot avoid. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to put a lot of money, because if we fail to plan today, actually we'll try to plan when it will be out of our hands. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to say, I know it annoys so many people, the creation of districts in this country must be limited, and we must follow the constitution.
Thank you. Wagaungu.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the chairperson of the committee for the work done. The chairperson, the issue of establishing administrative units or planning units, and then we don't provide for them in the budget like some town councils and the sub-counties. It is very, very unfortunate, because it becomes a political question. So I would think that in this budget, we look at it. Another issue is that the vagueness, how the PDM is implemented. We need a core structure and reporting structure. And if need be, we get a specific vote for them, such that now they can account for the funds better. Another issue I want to talk is the Ministry of Public Service function and mandate is for manpower planning, but we see them not doing the function, because you find a lot of disparities in the pay. An example is how honorable members are also referring to the pay of accounting officers, like undersecretaries who are accounting officers are paid less, or even chief administrative officers being paid like less than an engineer is paid 6 million, an accounting officer who is a cow is paid about maybe 2 million. So you cannot stop corruption at that level if you are not paying people adequately for the work they are doing. Pay should be looking at the hierarchy and the protocol and the cost of error being made. So I would appeal to the government to look into that matter to avoid disparity in pay, which can lead into corruption. We want also to know how far government has gone in establishing a body that would be harmonizing pay, where you don't find that a member of parliament is paid less than a permanent secretary, and a vice president is paid less than
Rob.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of administrative units, we either merge them if we can't manage to facilitate or provide money, we either merge them, or if we can't merge these administrative units, then we must find money. Because you can't just go and, I don't want to use the word masquerade, but you just can't go and say we have given you a district. And you can't even, the district cannot have an administration block. Boy's district is now stuck. They started, roofed, and they cannot proceed. I don't know how far Metoma has gone. And the other new districts. But they are districts, and they're operating in very small structures. Some cities are fighting with districts for office space. Town councils and sub-counties were created, but they are stuck. So right on speaker, and when we go, we get the blame as members of parliament, as if we're not doing anything about it, because they were created here. Right on speaker, I think we need to find money for these units. And if we can't find the money, like I started by saying, then we merge them so that we stop pretending that we have units for which we cannot provide money for. I want to.
Thank you. I'll just allow 2 minutes to the minister because these are things which minister, they've covered your issues. So I'll allow 2 ministers, each one 2 minutes. And we don't repeat ourselves, strictly 2 minutes because the committee reports are supporting you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On parish development model, I think we have monitored and have brought reports. There are districts that are doing very well, and there are districts that are at laissez-faire performance. I'll give an example of Luengo, Right Honorable Speaker and members. When I went to launch their money, they really put in effort, right from the councillors up to the technocrats. They search and research and analyze. Out of the 54 parishes, they scrutinized and found 2 that had put names of nurses and LOCs, and the 2 were not paid. Everything was proper, and people started getting their money, and this money cannot be cheated because it is sent right to their mobile phones. So I think we need all to get involved and to encourage our people on ground to get involved. Creation of units, there is a ban and a circular in place, which was written on behalf of cabinet by the Minister of ICT, banning any more creation of units, districts, town councils, call them that. But Right Honorable Speaker, there is a problem which we must understand. And for us as local government, we have put it very clear. Some of these institutions are self-inflicted wounds. During the time of elections, people run to electoral commission and say our parish is very big, people will not come to vote, they have to walk 6 kilometers, and the electoral commission says, okay, we create center A, center B, specifically for easing elections.
Yes, thank you. Because colleagues, you see, we are handling issues that are going to the budget committee. The budget committee won't be considering these issues, but I'll give on parish model and all these things, the minister will be coming next week and we shall have an extensive.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the chairman of our committee for the able submission and the members for the support. About pension irregularities, pensions management was decentralized long time ago, but some older persons who normally get challenges are the ones who come to the ministry. More especially those who have errors in their IDs, and some of them do change years. So those ones are the ones supposed to come to the ministry for validation, physical validation. Otherwise, it is a decentralized function. And we are doing technical backstopping at the moment to help the districts and other agencies to manage their pensions. Then after the creation of a new system, human capital management system, the pensioners will automatically migrate at the age of 59, around 59 and 20 days, they will automatically migrate to the pension payroll. They will have no hassle of coming to the ministry or maybe filling in new forms. Then about salary disparities and salary enhancement, it is still work in progress.
We beg for your patience. And as we work together to make sure we actualize this budget, we'll continue working together to make sure Ugandans are well served. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the report of the committee on public service and local government sectors and the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the minority report of the Committee on Public Service, the local government sectors on the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The nays have it. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I refer the report, the main report to the committee. You heard properly. So I refer the report of the committee to the budget committee, where all these issues can be followed up. Next statement.
Consideration of the reports on the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for financial year 2023-2024.
Chair, 15 minutes. You've seen Chair Public Service has set a very good trend, can do in 15 minutes. That we urge is can go and we break our fast.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The report of the Committee on Gender, Labor and
colleagues, we shall conclude with the RIGO.
On the Ministerial Policy
for RIGO,
Statement.
prepare to come in.
On the Ministerial Policy Statement and the budget estimates for financial year 23-24, it was processed by the committee, and allow me to lay the minutes and the report on table. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Gender and the Sector on Gender oversees 2 votes. Vote 018, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and vote 124, Equal Opportunities Commission. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to take the members to page 27, where we have the observations and the recommendations. Page 27, Right Honorable Speaker, 6.0, the committee makes the following observations and recommendations. 6.1, 1, budget cuts to the ministry. The committee notes with concern that there has been significant budget cuts for the ministry. The ministry has decreased the budget to a negative 30.69%, which is equivalent to 72.257 billion in the next financial year 23-24. This arose on account of an 80% blanket cut on subventions applied by Ministry of Finance while issuing the MTEFs to the different programs. The result is that the ministry will have to significantly scale down its programs or even close a number of them. Moreover, these subventions account for more than 90% of the budget of the ministry, and the vulnerable programs, the programs for the vulnerable persons as they are the most severely affected, Right Honorable Speaker and members. And to this effect, the sector requires that the members of Parliament reconsider, and more so the Committee on Budget gives a consideration to restore some of these funds. The Special Assistance Grant for Empowerment, SAGE, it observes that SAGE program has been operational. We appreciate the 97 billion provision for SAGE that has been restored. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the areas on SAGE are not catered for under the 97 billion, and more so the committee notes that a total of 43,559 eligible older persons currently are excluded due to errors on their national IDs, and their money is pending on the account of the ministry. So the committee was informed that the ministry is working with NERA to resolve this matter. However, many eligible older persons still miss their financial report. Our recommendations are that the funds allocated to SAGE program especially the funds for the 43,559 eligible older persons without national IDs be ring-fenced and not treated as non-absorbed funds at the end of the financial year, given the vulnerability of the beneficiaries. 2, the process of provision of national IDs to SAGE should be expedited, and the Ministry of Finance should facilitate this process. NIRA should consider availing the beneficiaries with provisional NIN numbers in order to enable them access social services. NIRA offices should be present and staffed in every district, city, and municipal council. Special Enterprise Grant for Older Persons is a new program, Right Honorable Speaker and members, that has been provided for under the Presidential Directive to support older persons of 60 to 79 years in the event that there is a delayed lowering of the SAGE eligibility age, and they have been provided with a livelihood program. It supports extremely vulnerable older persons who may not necessarily fit in PDM, and some of whom are not in SAGE. And a directive was made by His Excellency to provide a total of 10 billion to support the older persons in this regard. The committee notes that only 1 billion has been provided under the MTEF, leaving a gap of 9 billion. Further, the program is exclusive and does not take pensioners. A recommendation that the 9 billion be found by Ministry of Finance and the Budget Committee to enable the targeted beneficiaries access this support. 6.14, funding of the Green Jobs and Fair Labor Market Programs, Juakali. Right Honorable Speaker, Juakali speaks for the unemployed youth, the unemployed skilled, women and young people, and especially those in the informal sector, and this contributes more than half of the country's GDP. The program also helps youth and women groups in the informal sector with business startup kits, equipment, and green technology to help them transit from the informal to the formal sector. Right Honorable Speaker, this is in line with result 6.1 of the NDP3, which aims to reduce the informal sector from 51% to 45% in the year 24-25. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that there is massive skilling all over the country, both public, private, and even the presidential skilling, but there are no tools given to the students who are passed out. And this program comes in to provide solution to tool the young people and the women who are being skilled. Right Honorable Speaker, while the program required 5 billion even in this year running, only 2 billion was provided for this year 22-23, and as if that is not enough, only 0.85 billion is provided for the MTEFs 23-24, which will not only make it difficult to continue operating, but will effectively close it down and lose the gains already made. Moreover, the program requires a lot more funds to run efficiently. We request that the honorable members and the Committee on Budget gives a consideration to provide 5 billion to support Juakali. 6.15, renovation of rehabilitation centers for persons with disabilities. Right Honorable Speaker, the centers are in dilapidated state. Some of their structures are condemned, like the one of Mpumude. And of course, they lack a lot of things. The institutions need to equip PWDs with vocational skills and hands-on training. We recommend that rehabilitation centers be prioritized for funding, feeding, equipment, accommodation, and infrastructure. 6.16, reduction of the National Special Disability Grant. Right Honorable Speaker, this disability grant requires 16.6 billion, and this was what was provided this financial year. But even with 16.6 billion, 32 districts, cities, and municipal councils have never benefited from the disability grant. But the year coming, 23-24, Ministry of Finance is considering 3.3 billion, a sharp cut, severe cut, and according to Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development Report on Situation Analysis of Persons with Disability 2020. These people live in poverty and are more likely to have various disabilities developing from the already experienced disabilities. It is coupled with increasing the number of PWDs in Uganda due to accidents inter alia, and it pushes them into poverty. Thus a need for socio-economic support. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that 16.6 billion be restored for the Special Enterprise Grant for PWD.
5 minutes, Honorable Kori.
6.17, Right Honorable Speaker, the funding for national councils. Right Honorable Speaker, the funding for national councils. The committee recommends that 17 billion for the national councils for special interest groups be restored so that they can serve their vulnerable people and be able to mobilize them to appropriately participate in the national development programs. Food and non-food items for institutions under the ministry. Right Honorable Speaker, the children and youth institutions have a budget of only 0.64 billion in the current financial year, but the committee found that this money was inadequate to feed children and youth in those institutions. And these are remand homes, rehabilitation centers, and youth skilling centers like Koblin. Moreover, the numbers in remand homes and other centers keep increasing. Even when they pick street children, they throw them in these remand homes, even when they cannot feed. Therefore, 0.02 billion allocated to the ministry in the MTF for the efforts to address this issue is very inadequate. We propose as a committee, we recommend that 2.98 billion be allocated to we recommend that the National Children's Authority be operationalized as is provided in the law that was established 2015. And the committee recommends 2.98 billion for operationalizing the National Children's Authority. Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development should have a strategy to regulate urbanization and consider affordable accommodation for the urban poor. 6.110, externalization of labor. Right Honorable Speaker, externalization of labor program contributes $750 million from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia alone. And when you compound all the workers in their diaspora, $12 million are collected or remitted every year from workers in the diaspora. However, the externalization of labor is unfunded, unregulated, left to the private sector to fleece unsuspecting clients. We require a budget of 5 billion ring-fenced from the money that the externalization brings into this country, 20 billion per year. That 5 billion be put off, plowed back, so that this sector or this industry of externalization of labor can be supported to ensure the safety and the security and decent work for the workers abroad. And 6.1.11, funding community mobilization and mindset change under the parish development model. Mindset change, Honorable Speaker, is a mandate of the Ministry of Gender by law established. It is even a key pillar in the parish development model. But while it requires 36 billion the coming financial year, zero budget was allocated by the Ministry of Finance. The committee recommends that 10 billion be allocated to the Ministry of Gender for community mobilization and mindset change as a mandate, and also to support the parish development model. Funding of the National Cultural Center. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee underscores the importance of creative arts industry to development of the country and is cognizant of the potential it has, especially for the young people. However, the importance of creative industry has not received its due recognition, and the Uganda Cultural Center is in areas of 770 million shillings in salaries, and the center has gratuity areas of 3.37 billion, which is a statutory obligation, requires operational funds of 5 billion to carry out activities and reach out to various artists. The committee recommends that 0.77 billion be allocated to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to cater for salaries of staff at Uganda National Cultural Center, and also 5 billion be allocated to the ministry to cater for planned activities at the National Cultural Center. Functioning of Industrial Court. Right Honorable Speaker, committee takes note of the significant role played by the industrial court in the administration of labor justice, which is a cornerstone of industrialization. NDP 3 and the Administration of Justice program aims to make labor justice accessible for all. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that the effects of the amendment have not been catered for.
Conclude, Chair. Your time is up.
Right Honorable Speaker, the industrial court requires 6.83 billion and another 14.694 billion for operationalization of the Labor Disputes Arbitration and Settlement Amendment Act 2021. Right Honorable Speaker, operationalization of the Medical Arbitration Board, the committee recommends 0.100 billion allocated to the ministry for operationalizing the Medical Arbitration Board. Operationalization of the Labor Arbitration Board requires 0.6 billion. The Social Registry, Right Honorable Speaker, requires that the Ministry of Gender establishes a social registry and update it consistently in order to provide reliable data for social protection. Ministry of Gender should even expedite the processing of the National Social Protection Strategy by close of financial year 22-23. National Apprenticeship and Graduate Volunteer Scheme requires 5 billion, Right Honorable Speaker. And even then, the ministry should increase awareness about the scheme to enable more beneficiaries and equitable placements. Functional adult literacy, Right Honorable Speaker, requires 0.200 billion, that's 200 million, to revamp the functional adult literacy program. I'm concluding, Right Honorable Speaker, so that it complements the other initiatives in place. The funding for equal opportunities, Right Honorable Speaker, requires an enhancement of 10.1 billion for staffing, for scaling up implementation of gender and equity planning and budgeting for both central and local governments, for comprehensive research and report on the state of equal opportunities in the country, for awareness creation on the issues of equal opportunities and affirmative action. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the social development sector is core under SDGs, the ILO Convention, Vision 2040, and other international and regional obligations as a key component in attaining the goal of the NDP 3, which is to increase average household income and improve the quality of life of Ugandans. The votes under the mandate of the committee are all inclusive, with women, youth, children, workers, PWDs, older persons, and other vulnerable persons. It is in our prayer as a committee that the House provides the additional resources as indicated in the committee recommendation. Right Honorable Speaker, on a whole, we recommend that 72 billion be restored to the Ministry of Gender if it has to really protect and provide improvement on the livelihoods of the vulnerable people. I beg to move that this report, recommendations and appropriations of vote 018 Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, recurrent 157 billion 809 million 607,000, development 117 billion 697 million 65,000, which makes a total of 275 billion 506 million 672,000. Vote 124 Equal Opportunities Commission, recurrent 16 billion 104 million 54,000, and development 216 million, making a total of 16 billion 320,000 320 million and 54,000 be approved and adopted by this House as I move. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for processing and coordinating everybody. We don't have a minority report on this one. Yes, so colleagues, I open up 5 members. Victory, our pick youth, our pick Ruchiga has not spoken. Nokin, you've been speaking. Our pick Uganda. No, not Uganda, Remuricha. Doctor has never spoken when I'm chairing, so I'm giving him an opportunity. I'm picking Mamawi and I'm picking, Osero has been here since morning with me. And the doctor, I'll give you an opportunity much later. Children's Forum is who? Ah, okay. Okay, Namaingo, you're the chair. Children's Forum. Please, I will allow Namaingo. Colleagues, we are still proceeding. You're going to have opportunities.
Right Honorable, thank you.
2 minutes each.
I salute the committee for this report. I only have 2 issues, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, the gravest contemporary ticking time bomb is the unemployment of the youth. And if we don't deal with it firmly, we shall have to deal with its consequences for generations and very expensively. Right Honorable Speaker, it saddens me that the very first unfunded priority, which is on page 12, is support to Juakali business to transit into formal employment under the Green Jobs program. Right Honorable Speaker, the funding gap is only 4.2 billion shillings. And I know this parliament is very serious about the empowerment of youth, women, and persons with disabilities. And I trust that we'll unanimously support the recommendation to have this 4.2 billion shillings availed. Secondly, but when this money is availed, I request that Parliament standardizes so that all constituencies benefit equitably. Secondly, the 10 billion shillings meant for social development grant.
Roland?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for this report. I would like to support the recommendation to provide the money for SAGE program, because people, our senior people are suffering in the villages, because it is very also not good to give hope to the people, and then that hope is swayed away. It can even kill them. We need to be very careful when we are handling our senior citizens. So I support the recommendation that SAGE program is fully funded so that our people in the villages, our people in towns who are above 8 years as it is now, can continue to benefit from this program. Right Honorable Speaker, because of the communication that has been widespread in the whole country, when the president announced that he's going to look after the people who are above 60 years, people were already aware and they started mobilizing themselves. Now, when we don't support them with the 9 billion they require, those people will eat us from the constituencies because they are aware that the president promised them this money. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is very important that we actually provide this money so that these people in the villages who are above 60 years can benefit from what the president promised them. Right Honorable Speaker, finally on my side, there is a problem. I think when NIRA was capturing the data for older people, some people who are not even 40 are benefiting from SAGE program. So there is a need for harmonization of the data.
Honorable Makoha Margaret.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the good job. However, Right Honorable Speaker, as a chair for the Forum for Children, I'm concerned about issues of children in this country. We know very well that children are the most vulnerable, they are affected, but the money we are giving in to protect them is not adequate and enough. Like it was observed in the chair's report, you find that we have the National Children's Authority, which is in place. We have people in place, but it is not given money to do its mandate. So I want to ask, as they've recommended, that we give money to the authority so that they can try to help in issues concerning children. Also, when you talk of the street children, as a forum, we are already set with our motion. Very soon we shall be coming on the floor of Parliament to ask this House to intervene in issues of children on the streets. So when we hear of money not being provided to solve this issue of street children, who may pose to be a threat to this country, it is a great concern to us as members of Parliament concerned with issues of children. I therefore want to also agree with the committee that we provide the resources to help these children who are struggling on the streets, even those who are taken to campings and everywhere in remand homes. If they are not given enough resources, adequate facilitation, what do we want these young children to do? So at the end of the day, they will come back and encroach and destabilize this country because we've ignored them. So I want to call upon this House that issues concerning children who are in those vulnerable situations, let's appropriate money so that.
Thank you, Dr. Paul.
Thank you, Speaker, for the consideration. I also commend the committee for the report well done and well presented. But as you all know, in our villages, even in my constituency in Uganda, we have very many special needs children in our villages. Government has managed to put a free primary and secondary education, but has not considered special needs children. And the Chambogo University is training special needs teachers. So if we had to consider, for example, Western Uganda, where I come from, there is no government, fully sponsored government school for special needs children. So my request is, I'm requesting the minister to consider those children, because very many parents are coming to me in Uganda asking me for where to take their blind and deaf children. The schools that are nearby are all private. They need a lot of money. And as a member of Parliament, I cannot handle. So I'm asking the ministry to consider at least putting 3 schools per region for special needs children. Thank you.
Thank you. Mamawi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. And I want to also assert that aware we are helping our elders who are above 80 years. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee stated clearly that there are some monies which are withheld and pending the ratification from the NIRA. And these are people who are above 80s. We kept on losing most of them day and night, Mr. Speaker. I want to know when is this issue going to be rectified. Secondly, in this Parliament, we have been battling on the issue of the reduction of the age of the elders from 80 to at least 60. And this has been this debate in this Parliament here. I'm very surprised up to now that we have not reached the consensus about the reduction of the age as we continue to appropriate funds together for this specific special interest group. And we shall be glad to also receive such reports so that we shall be able to know how we can tell those situations to our own people. And in our constituencies, really we are facing a lot of problems. These are people who don't have money, and every day, whenever they know that you're at home, they come to your home. That why are we not getting our money? And it looks like they are suffering, Right Honourable Speaker. So we really needed to help them. We can't, as members of Parliament, we can't help them enough. It is the government's responsibility to help these people. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Osoro.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for ring fencing the 97 billion for the older persons. This money is meant to be eaten by them. These people don't have the energy to work, and they cannot do any productive work. And so far, I'm aware that the other districts, there are districts that haven't received this money yet. I want to know through you, the Honorable Minister, what happens when one of these elders dies? Where does their money go? Secondly, for how long does that money keep hanging as they're rectifying the issues of national IDs? Because most of those elders do not know their date of birth. Lastly, you are asking for about 2 billion to revamp the functional adult literacy program. I think, for me, in my own opinion, I don't think money needs to be put here. In reality, if you are to go to many districts, there are no facilities for this functional adult literacy program. So it's wastage of money there. I think this money has to be taken elsewhere. We should not give the money for this very program. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Rob. Oh, okay, Doctor. Sorry, let me allow Doctor. I said
thank-
I'll allow you on another one. Allow Doctor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Dr. Samat Abraham is my name. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for the good report. However, I have two issues. As much as a lot has been said about the PDM, but looking at the various programs that government came up with, starting from Itandikwa, Myoga, and now we are on a PDM. It is very evident that there is a transition from the poor arrangement that was there, where people were actually having a lot of problems in their households. We can see that society where we are in is actually changing and the life is improving. We may not actually measure it quantitatively, but qualitatively, we can see some improvement. The honorable member said that the PDM should be maybe suspended, but in my opinion, since it addresses and it is actually channeled through various gender, I think that money should be given, and such programs should be given more money. The other second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of labor externalization. Many Ugandans, more so girls who have actually gone abroad, have experienced the worst in some of the Arab countries. Some have ended up dying, some are tortured, some are harassed, name it. As we speak, I have a case.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Rob.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Most of the issues have been tackled, though we need to emphasize and make culpable whoever is involved in child trafficking. Why are children continuously removed from streets and then they are there? And also, in our final bit, we've said there is need to emphasize decentralization. When you look at this program of social development grant allocation to local governments, and you find that DCDOs have not been given anything to do monitoring. Honorable Speaker, this is where we are getting it wrong. We cannot have zero for DCDOs at the lower local levels, and we say that we are managing the country well. So we emphasize once again, let something be put for districts and town councils, municipalities to operate as far as this matter is concerned.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable colleagues. Now I put, Minister, you have some clarification. And please, those of policy nature are not for today. Budget implication, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank the committee and the members for the issues that they have raised. As you have said, today no policy issues, but Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that we restore the original budget. Already it was less. Now cutting it by 80% affects all of us. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a ministry for all of us. We all belong there, including the president. That's what she's saying. But we all belong there. At one point, we all belong to Ministry of Gender. So please, let's consider restoring our budget and more so increasing
the little that we have requested for. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our colleagues are now put the question that the report of the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Ministerial Policy Statement and budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Report referred to the Committee on Budget for consideration. Congratulations, Chair, and the committee for the good work. Next statement.
Consideration of the report of the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the ministerial policy statements and budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024.
Thank you, Chair Rigo. Colleagues, I was approached by some Muslim colleagues. They told me it might be on Friday. Most of them are not going to be here tomorrow. And they approached me really in good faith. They said, be considerate. They wouldn't have even wanted us to have a sitting tomorrow. So that's why I'm doing all this so that we can at least reduce on the business. We set our colleagues free early tomorrow to go and prepare for Eid. So, and I want to thank you for the cooperation. Caucus, that's not a program I know about because as the speaker, that has nothing to do with plenary business. Chair, we use strictly 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here to present the report of the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Ministerial Policy Statement and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2023-24. I have a copy of the report and copies of the minutes that I would like to lay on table. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Chair. Sorry, Right Honorable Speaker. Sorry. The Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee has 11 policy statements that were presented under vote 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, vote 133, DPP, vote 102, Electoral Commission, vote 105, Uganda Law Reform Commission, vote 104, Parliamentary Commission, vote 101, the Judiciary, vote 148, Judicial Service Commission, vote 311, Law Development Center, vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission, vote 103, Inspectorate of Government, vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I'll go straight away to the Judiciary. On the low disposal rate of cases at the Supreme Court, the committee recommends that the Judiciary develops strategies to improve the performance in the Supreme Court in order to stem accumulation of backlog. On construction of court buildings, the committee recommends that the Judiciary be provided an additional Uganda shillings 19.96 billion to undertake the construction of courts in the above mentioned areas. Those ones are Court of Appeal buildings in Bara and Gulu, High Court premises in Moroto, Mpijigang, and Bende, Luwera, and Kitgu. Transport equipment, the committee recommends that the development budget of the Judiciary of financial year 23-24 be enhanced by Uganda shillings 8.19 billion to procure transport equipment to improve access to justice. Court sessions, the committee recommends that the Judiciary be provided Uganda shillings 35 billion during financial year 23-24 and the remaining in financial year 24-25 to enable it to organize more court sessions. Gender compliance, the Judiciary should prioritize gender mainstreaming in its activities and make provision of breastfeeding, stroke children's rooms in all premises. Law Development Center, LDC. On allowances for part-time lecturers, the committee recommends the allowance of part-time staff be declassified in the chart of accounts as wages and to protect it from possible future budget cuts. Second, the LDC be provided with additional 3.5 billion on its non-wage recurrent budget to cater for allowances of part-time staff.
Completion of the construction of LDC multi-story building, Uganda shillings 77 billion. The committee recommends that the Development Committee of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development finalizes approval of this project as it has the potential of generating income once completed. B, government provides Uganda shillings 77 billion to LDC development budget for the completion of the multi-storied building across the medium term, starting with financial year 23-24. Legal aid services, the committee recommends an additional 1.5 billion to LDC to facilitate legal aid services. Mbale Regional Campus, the committee recommends Uganda shillings 6.7 billion be provided to LDC to set up a regional campus in Mbale in the financial year 23-24. Gender compliance, the committee recommends that LDC expedites the implementation of the gender policy at the workplace and also sets up sign language services and visual impairment aids for persons with disabilities. Uganda Law Reform Commission, on low budget absorption, the committee recommends that the commission should ensure that procurement modalities are completed so as to immediately commence printing as soon as the president assents to the revised principal laws. The commission should exploit recruitment on contract terms as they wait for rationalization of agencies so as to fill the available human resource gaps. Budget strategy for financial year 23-24 transport equipment. The committee recommends that Uganda shillings 0.41 billion be provided to Uganda Law Reform Commission to procure a station wagon during financial year 23-24. Rent. The committee recommends that the commission's rent budget be restored to the previous levels and the extra funds be reallocated to other institutions and funded priorities. Gender compliance. The committee recommends that Uganda Law Reform Commission continues mainstreaming gender and equity in all new legislation and fully implements the gender mainstreaming guidelines. Electoral Commission.
Honorable, those without a financial implication, you jump them. Those are policy.
The committee recommends that Uganda shillings 60.89 billion aimed at conducting fresh elections for LC1 and 2 be provided in financial year 23-24 to enable the commission adhere to the provisions of the Constitution and Local Government Act. In addition, the implementation of the parish development model is hinged on the structures of the LC2. The implementation of the PDM could fail if there's a vacuum at that level. Women councils / committee elections. The committee recommends that Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development bears all liability that could arise out of possible future litigation for failure to release funds for these vital statutory activities that had been appropriated for by Parliament. The commission be provided with 54.85 billion during financial year 23-24 to settle outstanding bills relating to this program and conduct fresh women council / committee activities and elections. Outstanding wage bill, committee recommends that the outstanding wage bill of Uganda shillings 12.82 billion be provided to the Electoral Commission. Rent. The committee recommends that Uganda 4.44 billion be provided to EC to settle rent obligations. I'll jump the gender compliance. I'll jump the commission. Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Implementation of a new staff structure. The committee recommends that Uganda shillings 6.3 billion be provided to URSB to implement its new staff structure, as this will create efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery. Rent arrears, the committee recommends a provision of Uganda shillings 3.2 billion to URSB to settle its rent arrears. Archival Center, the committee recommends that URSB prioritizes this development project in financial year 24-25. Inspectorate of Government, low absorption of the development budget. The committee recommends that IG expedites the construction of its headquarters as per the procurement plan. Prosecution of corruption cases and civil litigation. The committee notes that the cost of corruption in Uganda is estimated at Uganda shillings 9,144 billion annually, and with adequate funding, at least Uganda shillings 200 billion can be recovered from the 5,000 cases investigated. Transport Equipment Committee recommends that 1.2 billion be provided to procure vehicles during financial year 23-24. Construction of IG headquarters building. Committee recommends an additional Uganda shillings 46.85 billion be provided to the development budget of IG to complete the construction of the head office. Potential waste of resources under development budget, committee recommends that Uganda shillings 6.3 billion out of Uganda shillings 9.4 billion be reallocated to other institutions unfunded priorities. Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Poor budgetary performance, the ministry should ensure that recruitment to fill the vacant positions is expedited so that the ministry can function optionally. Salary enhancement, the committee recommends that Uganda shillings 5.26 billion be provided to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to enhance staff salary to a similar level to its counterparts of the judiciary and office of the DPP. Court awards, the committee recommends that government prioritizes payments of court awards and court arrears to reduce the principal amounts that attract interest by providing the remaining amount of 227.10 billion. Cattle compensation to war date claimants. The committee recommends that the entire outstanding bill be settled across 2 financial years of 23-24 and 24-25, as has been promised by HE, the President of Uganda, during the launch of the compensation exercise. The committee recommends that government should also fast track the registration, verification, validation, and payment of war debt claimants in Bukedi and Busoga regions. Constitutional Review Commission. The committee recommends an additional provision of Uganda shillings 11.32 billion be made to the ministry to establish a Constitutional Review Commission in financial year 23-24. Development of computer management and tracking skills. The committee recommends that the ministry be provided with 3.08 billion to automate their systems. Representation of government in the East African Court of Justice and international courts. The committee recommends that the ministry's travel abroad budget line be unfrozen and a provision of Uganda shillings 2.81 billion be made to facilitate government's representation in the East African Court of Justice and other international courts. Uganda Human Rights Commission, low absorption wage budget. Committee recommends that the commission explores the option of recruitment on temporary stroke contract terms as they wait for government's conclusion on rationalization process. Salary enhancement of staff, committee recommends that government provides 11.75 billion to cater for staff salary enhancement to UHRC in financial year 23-24. Civic education, values education, and human rights awareness. Committee recommends an additional 16.04 billion to take the non-wage recurrent budget during the financial year 23-24 to undertake countrywide civic and values education and sensitization on protection and promotion of human rights. Transport equipment. The committee recommends that Uganda 3.38 billion be prioritized for financial year 24-25 to acquire transport equipment to help it execute its mandate. Judicial Service Commission. The committee public complaints system. The committee recommends that government should initiate amendments to the constitution to provide for permanent members of the commission, and further recommends that government should provide JSC with resources so as to meet its expanded mandate in light of the administration of the Judiciary Act 220. Partitioning, cabling, and wiring of the new JSC offices. The committee recommends that JSC should be provided with additional 1.4 billion to set up their new premises. Purchase of air conditioners and other assorted electrical consumables. The committee recommends that the commission be provided with 0.91 billion to procure air conditioning equipment for their new premises at Kingdom, Kampala. The committee recommends that government waives the ban on procurement of vehicles for the commission and as well as provide 1.38 for their procurement. Office of the DPP. Staffing, the committee recommends that Uganda shillings 28 billion be provided to Office of the DPP during 23-24 to facilitate the Office of the DPP to recruit and promote staff with the aim of increasing the scope of criminal prosecution services across the country. Accommodation stroke rent. The committee recommends that ODPP be provided with Uganda shillings 4 billion during financial year 23-24 to rent offices and avoid such risks that come with being housed under local authority premises and court houses. Construction of offices and residential premises. The committee recommends that additional 11.05 billion on the development budget be provided to Office of the DPP during financial year 23-24 to construct their own upcountry offices and residential premises. Transport equipment, committee recommends that 12.5 billion be provided to ODPP during financial year 23-24 to procure transport equipment. Computerization through rolling out of prosecution case management system. The committee recommends that Uganda shillings 10 billion be provided to the ODPP in financial year 23-24 to facilitate the ODPP to automate and computerize its prosecution system with the aim of improving quality of service delivery. Tax exemption on salary, committee recommends that this issue be catered for during the approval of tax amendment bills for financial year 23-24. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in conclusion, the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee appreciates the fact that the institutions under it are very critical in achieving a just and equitable society. During the presentation of the ministerial policy statements, there was a shared concern that these institutions continue to attract very limited funding, which has made it extremely difficult to attain their respective mandates. The budget strategy for financial years 23-24 will only be achieved if the above institutions are supported in the execution of their mandates. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in light of the above, it's the prayer of the committee that this House adopts its report and approves the budget estimates that incorporate the committee's recommendation for the respective votes for financial year 23-24 as follows. Do I have to read them?
Yes, per vote, but totals. Want to go into
Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, 150 billion 373. Ministry of Judiciary, 392,545,500. Electoral Commission, 148,890,000. Inspectorate of Government, 86,471,868. Uganda Law Reform Commission, 18,458,012. Uganda Human Rights Commission, 19,572,078. Uganda Registration Services Bureau, 40,889,154. Directorate of Public Prosecutions, 90,157,232. Judicial Service Commission, 16,652,040. Law Development Center, 26,787,911.
We need to have the actual billions, millions.
It's billions.
Yeah.
It's billions. Just add 3 zeros. Should I repeat it?
No, we've captured it.
Okay,
It's
I beg to
billions.
move.
Yes, the answer do it.
I
Thank
beg
you, thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Thank you, and I also congratulate you for not having a minority report, which has been a trend today. Your colleagues, I want to open up 5 questions, those who haven't spoken today. Yes, Honorable Andrew Ranya, Adrico. Kasoro, you just came. No, those who have spoken, I'm not picking you. Honorable Kasoro. Yes.
Thank you,
2
Honorable
minutes
Speaker.
each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the chairperson for the report, especially for the bit that captures the issue of cattle compensation. The second aspect is around the magistrates' courts. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have new administrative units, whereby if a crime happens in Omoro, you have to travel 40+ kilometers to seek justice. So I would have hoped to hear from the chair regarding new administrative units. What's the plan for the new financial year regarding new magistrates' courts? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Adrico.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for this good report. Mine is just about the delay in the judicial system. You will see in judicial system will take more than several years and also more than many months to bring the suspect to the court. And we wonder why they're delaying. And yet we have different committed crimes. And it will be good if they can take short time to bring the suspect to the court so that it can bring judiciary system, people would appreciate to know that judiciary deliver good service. Then two, the issue of, you'll see many judiciary leaders or officials, they always complaining about their salary. Then in most areas, they talk about the salary, they talk about the allocations where they're given to the judiciary is not enough. I request this committee then to go back to come up with a good figure to put there so that then the judiciary can get good amount so that we can deliver good service to this country. Because this is a sensitive ministry, we need good service delivery so that Ugandans can benefit from this ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kasoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to thank my sister for the report. My concern is one. In the 10th Parliament, we struggled here to make sure we pass the Administration of Judicial Act. And we were aiming at to cause efficiency, to make sure the judicial officers are working all the times and to administer justice in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, when you go countryside, the magistrate court and chief magistrates, it's as if they are not working. You find the people seated, they are waiting, they have hired lawyers, they have traveled all the way, they have paid their money. They even go to those courts several times when the magistrate is never in those courts, chief magistrate courts. And the corruption in those courts is as if when we enhance their salaries, we enhance the corruption. It's a very big problem, Anthony General, is that the courts, up-country, chief magistrate courts, those lower courts, Right Honorable Speaker, are punishing the public. And the people are suffering. You find the people seated at that court from morning and you ask them, why are you here? We came, but the magistrate did not show up. It's a big problem, countryside. So my prayer is, it seems there is low supervision in the judiciary. It's as if they are not under any supervision or any leadership of any kind. They are independent, they are themselves. They decide on what to do. So I just I want to implore my good uncle, the Deputy Attorney General, that those courts are not helping Ugandans.
Thank you.
They are instead punishing.
They should be. Rob. No one is holding the floor. No. Oh, that's Honorable Kino Jara. Honorable colleagues. You see, clarification is when a member is on the floor and you see clarification from that member. So now from the table, from the crack, no, that's not how we are debating. We are not clarifying. Rob.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like also to thank my sister, Honorable Guleme. For the record, went to school together and she was #1 in discipline and everything. So no wonder the report is very good. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, as opposition, we look at this budget as very modest and would really support whatever enhancement that has been requested because it's a critical sector. However, we just have to comment about two issues. One, the issue of backlog in the courts of law. This can be explained because the courts have not been supported with adequate funding. So if you want to fight backlog, then you fund the courts so that you have the officers on the ground. You also have researchers and they can ably handle whatever is available. So it is our view that we support the budget as it is and also recommend that all the cuts to do with this sector be reversed. Because if you really want milk, then you must really feed the cow. And that's what's actually happening. And specifically, I want to address the issue of land grabbing. Most of the land grab
Well, conclude, Lop. Conclude. Switch on and conclude. Switch on.
Then the other issue which has to be addressed, the issue of the DPP's office. Would like to support the position of the committee that the DPP's department be adequately funded and also staffing levels be enhanced. Lastly, the issue of the Constitutional Review Commission, we do support the position of the committee that this commission be funded to ensure that at least they handle the critical laws, specifically the electoral laws that are endorphin.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to start by thanking the
You
Honorable
have 2
Chair.
minutes, Honorable Minister, 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yes, because you only handle
I thought I'm
matters.
supposed to respond.
No. You handle only matters of a financial nature. The ones of policy are not going to budget committee. So you will handle them any other time.
For that matter, Right Honorable Speaker, when we passed the Administration of Judiciary Act, at the time the budget of the judiciary was 100 billion. The president committed to increase that budget to 800 billion, but gradually. And we passed this law 2 years ago. And as we speak, we are at 300 billion. So we have a feeling that we are moving systematically and things will improve. And as a result, you can see that the Judicial Service Commission is busy recruiting. We are, the judiciary is declaring more vacancies, more magistrates are coming in, more judicial officers are coming in with the intention of fighting backlog and delivering justice. It's just a matter of time that the effect will be felt. Perhaps I might add that maybe we need to add more on the inspection bit of it, especially for up-country courts, where the most complaint comes that the judicial officers are not there. I beg submit.
Thank you. Colleagues, I put a question that a report of the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Ministerial Policy Statements and Budget Estimates for the financial year 2023-2024 be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Report referred to the Committee on Budget. Now, colleagues, I have a dilemma. You see, when I set rules and I start making double standards, it becomes difficult. When I say colleagues who have spoken, I'm not able to know how serious you to say the issue for colleague A is more serious than the issue for colleague B, therefore I allow A. I try to do it uniformly, and this is a position sometimes I don't envy. So I beg you, if I have not allowed you on that, please understand the situation. House adjourned to tomorrow at 10 a.m.